Um, that's a good question. What is a god? Wouldn't the general definition be an omnipresent?
No, full stop. We define things based on our experience of them, right? So let me ask you again what a
I
god
wouldn't
is.
say necessarily. I mean, everyone would have a different experience with certain things and would have different definitions. I mean, there's a dictionary for a reason.
All right, well,
What's
no.
generally like accepted
Let's
definition
play a
for a god?
concept game, okay? Let's
Okay.
conceptualize a rock and a river, okay?
Okay, sure.
Everyone would agree that there's a rock and a river, though, right?
If there was a rock and a river, yep.
Well, then it seems to be that there's an objective state of affairs, right?
Sure.
So when we say there is a God, right, that is an objective state of affairs.
Yeah, but like, sorry, you're saying that's not the same thing though. A god isn't. You can't see or
No,
feel
full
or...
stop. No. We're only, okay, let's exchange God for X, right? Any proposition X.
Okay.
But now let's interchange it with things like an apple, right? We can say an apple is a fruit based on our experience of the thing, right? When it comes to this thing called God,
Yeah.
whether it be singular or a category, right?
Mm-hmm.
We must have some contextual definition in order to move forward on it, right? Otherwise, it's vapid.
Sure.
So, yeah, we got some characters in a book that we want to point at and call gods, right? But what do we do with the gods that actually exist, like the sun? Don't you agree the sun has been worshipped as a god since the dawn of civilization? And there's historical
yeah.
evidence just about every culture, right, for the sun being a god?
I mean, yeah, if you want the sun to be a god, I mean, it's more reasonable than
Well,
believing.
well, then full stop.
Like
Let's do this. The sun is not a god because...
Well, I can't really argue with that if the sun has been worshipped as a god and...
But wait,
it
let's
fits
get
the
worse than
definition.
that, because Perla loves this part. All right. So do you know what pantheism is?
I know the word. I wouldn't really be able to... Is
Well,
pantheism not where
naturalistic
you...
pantheism, okay? Is somebody who worships reality or the set of all things as God, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the set of all
Okay.
things exists, right?
Yeah.
But then there's no symmetry breaker for what's not God, right? So then it becomes ambiguous, and that seems a bigger problem than where we started.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have God is an ambiguous term, do we not?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess when I join, I sort of... generally when I think of God, I think of, the Abrahamic religions. I don't...
Well, no, again, full stop. We're not here to talk about generalities. We're here to talk about what is the case, right? And this seems to be the state of affairs, right? So...
Okay, sure. Well, then I would concede that God is real if the sun...
No, but you're missing the larger context of the conversation I'm trying to have, right? I'm pointing at the ambiguity of language, right? And until we define things as such, right, give it a proper referent, we say it with a T, not reference, they don't have ontological status, okay? That's the issue. So if I introduce to you like Darth Vader, right?
Yeah.
He's purely conceptual. I don't ontologically believe that Darth Vader actually exists, or neither do you, right?
No.
So now let's take all these other characters from books that we have, right? Some people want to assert these as fact, and this seems to be the part of their issue.
Mm-hmm.
Without us ever even understanding what a God thing is, right? Because we only have access to the ontology of the things we have within our experience.
Hello?
Hello.
What's this about?
Waiting on you to prove it, Musha.
Yeah, I'm a pantheist. I'm an idealist. So, yeah, God.
So how do you tell what not God is? Hold on. You have to be able to contextualize what God is by telling us what not God is, right?
Well, as I was just answering it, it's the only thing. It's all that exists. It's the only thing that exists. It's everything.
So then it's ambiguous, right? And therefore vapid.
No. Well,
how do you address the nature of the ambiguity of your argument here? Because we have to be able to say what not God is to say what God is, right?
Well, maybe I can't say what it not is. I can't say what it is. The English word you would use.
Yeah, then it's vapid, like you said.
The English word that
This is the problem of ambiguity.
Can you answer a direct question, Mushu, that I have to test the ambiguity level?
Can you give me some
Yeah, but it's going to be a
start?
different question, just to test the ambiguity so that you understand why it's vapid. So I'll propose a question to you, and then you just do your best to answer. Okay, it's a simple question. Ready?
Well, I was answering this guy's question.
You ready?
The ambiguity. It's the English word you would use.
The question is, are you ready, Mushu? If you're going to be obstinate, I'm going to remove you. That's what's going to happen. You are finished.
It's consciousness. Okay?
You're finished.
The English word for it is consciousness.
So you're finished. I said, you fucking deaf piece of shit. Yeah, you're a moron. When you're ready to engage in a conversation and not just talk at people, let us know. If you type anything other than an indication to that otherwise in side chat, I'm going to ban you. That's what you delete that comment or I'm banning you. You want to fuck with me, I'll fuck with you right back, dude. So you either delete the comment or I'm banning you. All right, goodbye. Fucking retard. I was gonna ask him God. And if he didn't give me the correct answer the first time, I was gonna ban him. So he was on a real short leash there. You don't get to go around saying God means everything when it means nothing. Translate it. God. It means everything. All those words are different words.
Is the correct answer what?
No, it's God.
Oh, damn.
Like, what kind of vapid, useless fucking reject goes around the internet and conducts themselves like that in fucking conversation? Like, what a fucking useless tool. It's like going to a swimming pool in a suit or a tuxedo. You know? Like, what? Are you a fucking moron? Go change.
Okay, but would what be a proper response if it's not the correct one?
No, because all things are God, so the proper response can only be God.
It's like the watchmaker analogy run amok, right? Like just watches everywhere. It's just God.
But would that not, like, if he responded with what, would that what not also mean God at the same time?
If he responded, I would have banned him because he would have been lying, because he would have translated, hey, what's the answer to this question? Right? That's not it. It's God. He shouldn't understand me. Right? That's proper, normal communication. A normal, regular IQ individual understands that God is not a question. And so that's all they could do is just contradict their own position and say, what'd you say? I didn't understand you. And then I would say, correct, because your shit's stupid and God don't mean shit. That's how we would have had the conversation if he was an honest interlocutor. But he was a dishonest, disingenuous piece of shit who just wanted to bloviate so he can get the fucking microphone. And I'm not listening to that trash. I mean, it clearly stipulates in my side chat rules that, you know, stupid ideas don't get a platform. You don't get a soapbox for dumb ideas. You just don't. Like, I don't necessarily have a problem with naturalistic pantheists. It's just when they try to argue their point. That's when I have a fucking problem with it.
Even acknowledging ours, right? Like, that's the big fucking issue.
It's like half the people to come in here only listen to half the conversation. If we're talking to an atheist, we're showing atheists how to prove the existence of a God. If we're talking to a theist, we're showing a theist how to disprove the existence of a God.
Wait, so what is your guys' stance? Are you guys just contrarians to...
No, I'm an igtheist. I have a burden of proof, unlike an atheist who's just a vapid, useless tool that actually isn't contributing anything to the conversation other than stealing from everyone else's worldview. Because atheism says nothing at all. It answers zero questions. It doesn't even answer to whether you believe in God or not. It doesn't even answer that. That's the point. A linguistic philosophy that takes the proper approach to this has an ontological status or a burden of proving something, right? Igtheism necessarily has to make an argument and prove some shit. It doesn't just get to say, well, I don't believe that. That's a lazy man's way to philosophize. Just say, well, I don't accept that. you got to have more than just saying you don't believe shit.
You know what, though? Let me give you the keys to the kingdom. Do you know what the God-bearing property is that all gods share?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I do not. Sorry.
The monkey who's pointing at the shit and calling it God.
So what, you said you're, sorry, I didn't quite, you said you're an igneist. With an IG.
No, Igtheist. Like in side chat, you scroll up in side chat, you'll see an argument for Igtheism.
Yeah, we got a preamble, the whole deal. It's great.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, most people haven't. They don't really know how to address it. They just pretend that we're saying there's no definitions, and that's just because they're low IQ knuckle draggers that don't understand the philosophy.
Seems to be a logical conclusion when properly thought out, and that's kind of why I got here.
There's a proper way to argue for shit. The nature of being, the nature of stuff, and it's not whatever bullshit we could pull out of our ass and assert. That's not the proper methodology. Proper methodology is to start with an observation. This is exactly why methodological naturalism or science adopted that. It's not to say that every methodology that starts with observation is a scientific one, but it is an empirical one. And an empirical endeavor is the only way to understand external reality. There's no other way. Everywhere else you would start would be arbitrary. How you feel, what makes you tick, those are just arbitrary starting points. But when you're dealing with a shared interrelated experience that both of you can point at, that's a non-arbitrary starting point that both of you can either agree or disagree on based on something independent of your personal theses. This is why, I think the philosophies that deal with accuracy and precision and truth and facts and stuff adopt an empirical method when dealing with the nature of stuff, right? But yeah, if you just want like analytic understandings of stuff, you don't need empiricism in that regard. It's not going to be the foundation for the knowledge. It's just going to be your access entry point, right? I would argue that all endeavors to understand anything are going to start with experience. It doesn't matter if you're an empiricist or not. You're going to start with your experience, whether you like it or not. So you should incorporate that in your philosophy and be able to use that to your benefit, right? To understand stuff. Because you remember, debate or discourse is about convincing others, absent a shared interrelated experience. How you doing that? You're just gaslighting them. That's all you're doing. You're gaslighting them. Because here's the thing. If you're not gaslighting them, then you're just talking to them about your opinion of stuff. If you are gaslighting them, it's because you're talking about the nature absent the experience.
Okay, so like generally speaking, like if someone were to come in here and you were able to, because I know I guess I semi understand the idea of Igtheism and as in like not having a universal definition for the word God because it's such like I guess a debated term. But like if someone were to come in and be like, they claim just a general like Abrahamic God, and you were able to concede, be like, okay, that's what they believe God is. Where would you go from there?
Yeah, that thing does not exist, but I don't know if that thing is or isn't a God. That's the problem. So Yahweh doesn't exist. We know Yahweh does not exist. But at the end of that, we're asking the question, is Yahweh a God? We never really clarified that. We just invented a character like Thanos, and then Thanos is a God. We just declared that. But now we got to ask, what made Thanos a God? Right? What actually does make Thanos, like, why is Thor a god? What makes him different? Like in like Marvel MCU, what makes Thor a god? It's just he's powerful, right? But I mean, Star-Lord is half god, right? He's powerful. Like there really is no standard for these things. It's just whatever you fucking say. Literally, that's what a god is. It's not like we observed something, found a characteristic in it, and we're finding this in things. It literally is like Matt said, it's the monkey pointing at something. So there is no property in a thing that makes it a god. It's a property of the monkey that it has the desire to label things as gods.
Okay, so you would argue that like a lot of these things, as you said, like being powerful and whatnot, are really arbitrary when there's so many things people have claimed to be a god that may have something or lack something that another might or might not have.
Well, Do you want an objective fact? When they put us in an MRI machine and they ask us to think of God, do you know what part of the brain lights up?
No idea. Sorry.
It's the eye or the amygdala or whatever, the one that generates our self, right?
Yeah.
So it's an idealized version or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways to conceptualize this aspect of our imagination. Like, take any of the properties, you could fuck with them. Like, you could be like, okay, so maybe it's an all-powerful feat to create things, right? Maybe it just takes all power to do that. And when an entity of all power creates, it loses all its power and then puts it into all of reality, right? Reality becomes the thing with power, and God just becomes the thing without power, right? So the description of the creator of all the universe being an all-powerful entity would be false, even if we demonstrated that it took an all-powerful entity to make an all-powerful reality, right? So there's really every assertion that you make about this God thing, absent the experience, is necessarily a non sequitur. So its negation is equally likely. If I say God is blue, well, that's a non sequitur. It's not true. It's not true that God is blue, so it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the lack of observation that God would be blue, but it also doesn't follow from the lack of observation that God is not blue. So we have ourselves this kind of reverse contradiction notion that literally everything that you say about it, its negation is equally likely. Its contradiction is equally likely. That's the problem. That's why you need a non-arbitrary starting point to say, is that thing blue? And then someone says, yeah, it's blue. Or you could just ask, what color do you see? And then without being prompted, they'll say blue. And that's a strong indication that your shared interrelated experience is on point. But if one of you says red and the other says blue, there's a problem. That's the only way you'll ever know there's a problem. Because if I just analytically define God as necessarily blue, and some other jackass says it's necessarily red, well, what do? Fight to the death?
Yeah.
This is why you need the observation. You don't need the observation in all things, but when you're making claims about a thing, yeah, you need an observation. That way I know you're not making shit up. That way I know I'm not making shit up. When I'm looking at this coffee cup and I'm declaring the coffee cup is empty, I could possibly be making shit up, because if somebody comes along, takes my coffee cup and throws it on my computer, even though I perceive it as empty, and I start seeing sparks and fire and shit, there's something wrong. There's something wrong here, right? It's the non-arbitrary starting point that is going to indicate, because this dude is seeing something, I'm not seeing it. And that non-arbitrary factor where he is actually seeing something is what's going to tip me past the scale of seeing that there's no coffee. I'm looking at a fiery computer. There has to be some connection, even if I'm not perceiving it. This is why it's so important. But people have abandoned this thought, right? Igtheism is to remind people that you need an observation. If you're going to say nuh-uh, you need an observation. If you're going to say yeah-huh, you need an observation. So both the affirmation and the negation of the notion of a thing requires the thing. This is why it's trivial. Things exist or they don't. When they exist, we can talk about them. If we're talking about them, it should be because they exist. It shouldn't be because they don't exist. That's nonsense. That's a performative contradiction to talk about the nature of something that does not exist. That is the virtue that it lacks. It lacks existence, it lacks properties, lacks all ability to talk about it. There is no it in which to refer to. You can't tell someone there is or isn't. This thing is a God, this thing isn't a God. You get none of those. The only people that get to say what God is are the people asserting their being, that they're real. That's it. That's the only people that get to talk about that. But atheists will tell me that things are and aren't gods. I'll tell them about reality, and they'll say reality is not a god. I'll tell them about the sun, and they'll say sun's not a god. The only thing that an atheist will accept is a god are things that are easily defeated, and it's typically the god that touched them in their youth. Cognitively. Touched them cognitively. Hurt them. Offended them, accosted them in some way by way of another monkey. Right? So they get offended, they build an opposition to this particular god, and then they paint with a broad brush, pretending all gods are like that.
As I find it interesting that you say that, especially since there seems to be a weird, and I'm sure a lot of people have noticed this, but like a weird sort of double standard when it's like very like widely accepted nowadays. And as I say, I'm not a Christian myself, but for people to talk very openly against Christianity, but there's sort of a taboo when it comes to speaking out against like Islam. It seems like when you're speaking out against Christianity, there isn't as much of a sort of weird look generally these days, whereas it can be very easy to be accused of Islamophobia or racism when you have qualms against those religions, even that religion, even though they're sort of, I don't want to say one and the same, but you know what I mean, like sort of they're both Abrahamic religions. You could categorize them very similarly.
Well, look, I mean, things don't lack existence because they're dicks, right? Hitler, Stalin, Potts, all these creatures existed, even though they were fucking dicks. So we shouldn't be getting hung up on things being assholes and therefore they don't exist, right? Like, the thing is I don't know what does and doesn't exist unless it's part of my experience. And I say that about everybody else too. I'm just like I assume that I exist and I use my senses to experience reality. One of the assumptions I put on people is if they're talking about reality, it's because they have an experience. And so when they talk about reality, that's what I'm asking them about. I'm asking about their experiences. And if they don't have experiences, then I just conclude they don't know what they're talking about. I don't conclude they're wrong. They're wrong in a logical form. They're wrong. They're not wrong in the content. I don't know if there are cosmic entities out there. And because they fuck children isn't a good reason to disagree with their existence, right? Plenty of things that exist do bad things, right? So something doing bad things is not indicative of its non-existence.
Yeah.
So they're just quibbling on the one that offends them, right? But I like to bring up to the atheists the ones that don't offend them. What about those? What's your logical pushback to the sun, right? The wind, earthquakes. Do you have one? They don't have one. That's the point. It's not that atheism is wrong in asserting that Yahweh doesn't exist. It's that they're wrong in the methodology to get to that conclusion. Atheism is literally nothing more than saying nuh-uh to one singular proposition, and that's God's existence. Everything else, the atheist takes some other avenue of thought. If you ask an atheist about morality, they're not going to talk to you about atheism. If you ask them about truth, they're not going to talk to you about atheism. Facts, not atheism. They only appeal to atheism to suggest that they don't believe in theism, but they failed to make sense of theism first before rejecting it. Their rejection legitimizes it. If I tell you I don't play tennis, that's because tennis is a codified and accepted sport activity. You know what that is, and so you know you don't do it. If God is not a codified sport activity, how do you know you don't play sport or that sport? How do you know that? It seems to me one of the sports touched you in an inappropriate way. We'll call it soccer. Soccer touched you in an inappropriate way. And because soccer's a sport, you're just hating all sports because you're afraid baseball's going to touch you too, right? But there's no correlation, right? They just drew this correlation because their inculcation informs of this. My inculcation did that too, but when I inculcated myself or enculturated myself to more of human culture, I started realizing God don't mean what I was gaslit into believing it means. It only means this in this tiny little microcosm. Just like Benny only means Benny in this tiny little microcosm called you.
Yeah.
That's why atheism's dumb. Atheism's not dumb because theism isn't dumb. Theism's dumber than atheism. It's just atheism is a dumb response. It's nuh-uh. No, why don't you? Atheist, why don't you God? And then they'll tell you a whole bunch of unsubstantiated claims about what Godding means, right? They'll be like, oh, yeah, I don't eat the cracker. Like, what do you mean you don't eat the... Yeah, I don't eat the cracker, so I don't believe in God. It's like, well, but not all religions, you have to eat crackers, dude. What are you talking about? What is it that you're not doing that if you did, that would make you a religious person? And it's the only thing it is that makes a religious person really is believing in the existence of a God thing. But they don't get to pick and choose which God things are God things. Unless they want to weigh in, they could say, hey, I'm a theist now, and I'm going to tell you about the nature of God. they could do that. But it's like the atheists don't want to do that for some reason. Like they're averse to that. But they want to talk about it. They want to act informed about the nature of God. And I'm saying, hey, that's a performative contradiction, brother. If you know what God is, then why do you lack belief in it? You just need a better answer. Nuh-uh is not a better answer. What is God and how do you know it is a better response to the question, do you believe in the existence of a God? But you got to be honest. You can't say it depends on what you mean by God, and then when they give you a definition to depend on, immediately don't depend on it. That's incoherent. Why would you do that? If you're saying it depends on the definition, then depend on the definition.
Yeah, so really quickly, Anti, what's going to be your epistemic framework for justification?
Yeah, so I don't deal with debate bros. You're welcome to take another approach and not get banned, but if you do that again, I'm going to ban you.
Yeah,
it's
so
just a
that's ultimately
conversation.
just going to be running.
Yeah, I guess I'm running. Levi, would you like to debate bro me?
I do conversations. I want to learn from both sides. I don't mind.
No, the question was, would you like to debate bro me too?
I'm not
Because
the
that's
debate
what
bro.
I do with debate bros right there. That's all they get. Would you like
That's
to
very
debate
tough.
bro me?
I don't mind. You can do whatever you
Go
want.
ahead, debate
I
bro
like
me.
conversations.
Go ahead. No,
I'm not
I
gonna
don't mind.
debate
Go
you.
ahead, debate bro me.
Why are you so infuriated about this?
I'm just saying, I'm not infuriated. I'm just letting you know up front, if you debate bro me, it'll be the end of the conversation.
All right. Well, I don't mind. I like listening to smart people.
Well,
talk.
you don't get to listen either.
I like
This is a discussion room. We're here to unfuck people's brains, not just be entertainment for people. If you want entertainment, go to my YouTube live channel and watch all this live outside the
There's
room.
not a debate. But there's not a debate. I like genuine question. Like, what do you gain from not believing in a theist God?
Do you believe in the existence of a God or not?
I think there's a higher chance that there's a theist God than there's not.
Yeah. What's your calculus?
It's an ingrained in human instinct.
No, you said
believing in a
chance. Do you
theist
know
God.
what the word chance means?
Yeah.
That's about numbers.
Yeah.
So tell me how you
Yeah.
calculated the number associated with your chance.
Calculated the number?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
it's-
chance means. Like 1 in
universe
5
is-
chance. You know what 1 in 5 means? 20% chance.
Bruh. All
Right, so
Wait,
it's a
I'm
number.
gonna-
Chance equals number. So give me the number.
I have no problem talking.
That's not a number. I need a number.
Okay. I can talk with you this later. I'm going to another place.
Yeah, so
But
you
what
don't
am I
have a
talking with
number? So you're an idiot that just says chance but doesn't have a number associated with chance.
you? Well,
Is that what
I
I'm hearing?
wouldn't
That
say-
you have the word
Are you
chance,
saying
but you
it's
don't have it.
50-50?
Hey, still talking. You're using the
Go ahead.
word chance, which means
Yeah.
you should have a number. What's the number?
higher than 50?
That's not a number. I'm looking for a number,
That's
like
not a
1 in
number?
5. 1 in 5 is a
50
number.
no.
That's 20%.
Where nothing is accurate.
1 in 4,
Everything
that's
could be like-
25%.
Well, we could be a brain in a vat. Nothing is
Right, 1 in
like a
3, that's
confirmation.
33%. I'm looking for a number, dipshit. Don't give me a
But it's not-
number. Number.
You
Do you
can
know what
tell me,
numbers are,
okay,
debate
but like-
bro? Do you know what numbers
I know
are?
what numbers
All right,
is.
give me a number associated with your chance.
What do
This
you
is.
think numbers
I've
are
asked this
objectively
question
true?
like 30 fucking times. If I ask it one more time
That's-
and I don't get a modulation on your side, either a number or a
It's
correction.
okay.
You get a
it's okay,
number
you
or
can-
a correction.
But
Number
your
or
numbers are not
correction.
accurate.
Number or
No number.
correction. Then correction. Go with correction. What are you
There's
trying
no
to say?
objective
It's
number.
obviously not chance.
I'm saying there's no objective number. Everything could technically be like. a
You're
benefit of the
using
doubt.
the word chance, you knuckle dragger.
All right, bro. Yeah, I guess I am.
Right.
Well, I can debate with
Correction
you
then.
another time.
Now is the time
I
for
can-
correction. Not running like a
I think
little
you're
bitch.
debating me, bro.
Running like
I
a
think
little
you're
bitch
debating me,
isn't
bro.
what we're doing. I can't hear you when I'm
I
talking,
think you
Levi.
are.
Levi,
You are.
Levi.
You're engaged.
Levi, I can't hear you when I'm talking. You'll have to wait until I'm done. And I'm getting louder because you think you're going to overtalk me like a fucking knuckle dragger. Fucking debate, bro, piece of shit. Oh, I think the chances are just better. Okay, well, what's the number, moron? Well, I don't have a number. Well, you understand that chances are about numbers, right? It's ambiguous language. They're just saying shit. They don't mean the shit that they're saying, but they're gaslighting you into believing they mean the words that they mean. He didn't mean chance. And after multiple opportunities to just simply correct the record, what'd he do? Double down like a fucking retard. That's why I don't deal with fucking debate bros. They literally are just vapid fucking clowns that think they're making an argument, but what they're really doing is just undermining the conversation process to begin with. They want to be able to talk to you and their words don't have meaning. They want to be able to say the words like chance and probability, but have a 0 P-score. They have no P-score. This knuckle-dragging piece of shit obviously didn't take at least AP statistics. That's what I did, and that's where it taught me about P-scores. AP statistics. It's a statistical claim. That's what it is. A chance is a P-value. Fucking knuckle-draggers, though. And it's all like this. Theists and atheists alike. Now, atheists, I agree, are typically not debate bros, but it's the same thing. These people are talking and they act like they know words. These words, they have no understanding what these words mean. This fucking moron did not know what chance meant, but he fucking used it because he was gaslit like the uneducated, low IQ moron that he is by his equally moronic fucking family, culture, who is ever proximal to him that taught that moron to not think like that. That's not my fault, people. I'm here to unfuck your brain. I'm not here to help get it fucked up more. This is exactly why you don't get a fucking platform for dumb ideas.
Sorry, out of curiosity, if you don't mind talking about it, because I'm sure it's probably something you talked about a lot, but like, because you do like say, you know, we are sort of all raised into our own beliefs and whatnot. How did you find out about Igtheism? Because I mean, I would say I'm pretty novice when it comes to a lot of these like philosophies and that. I know the basics, but Igtheism is just something I've really never heard of until, well, like 20 minutes ago.
Well, I mean, for me, it started out Richard Dawkins. Well, actually, my radio show, they triggered me by playing infomercials about Richard Dawkins' new book at the time, The God Delusion. And it was a big hubbub. Everybody was talking about it and shit. And I was a book reader at the time. And I saw it at the bookstore, so I bought it and I read it. And it triggered the fuck out of me. It fucking triggered me, dude. I got so fucking mad reading it. It was a great book to me at the time. It was like a fucking great book. It said a bunch of shit I ain't never heard nobody say before. Thoughts, ideas I ain't never even considered, right? And I read this shit and just got super mad. And at the back of the book, it had a hyperlink to richarddawkins.net. So I got on there and they had a live chat forum. You could text chat. And I started text chatting with people. And they kept calling me a deist. And I'm like, fuck you, I ain't a goddamn deist, I'm a Christian. I kept going at them. And after about 20, 30 minutes, they banned me for being a retard, right? They just fucking banned me. They're like, fuck this idiot. And they fucking banned me. So I immediately lost access to all that shit and I got triggered again. And I started looking into it, like what is deism and stuff while I was, you know, looking for other places to chat and shit. And I started reading about deism. I'm like, shit. You know, I started realizing that, yeah, I am arguing this. I was trying to maintain my Jesus belief, but I had disambiguated Jesus so much that Jesus was just a force of nature that loved us and took and made everything. It became that, right? And these atheists on richarddawkins.net, they were just trying to help me, right? They were just trying to unfuck my brain and teach me something, but I was resistant. I didn't want to hear the shit. I was right. You were wrong. There's no way my whole family's fucking wrong about this shit. They love me. Why would they gaslight and lie me? You're clearly a stranger, so fuck you. You're wrong. That was my approach. And then I found a program called Stick'em where I met a bunch of atheists who, you know, chronically online atheists. This was years and years before chronically online was a thing. But I met these guys, and over the next like 72 hours, I did not sleep. I just got my shit pounded in repeatedly on everything I was fucking saying, except for the science shit, by these atheists. And I guess that was the bridge, the science shit that I knew, because I was always like really into science. And I just talked to these people, and they convinced me that my theism was wrong, and I was an atheist for a little while. But like immediately, I was using a different approach, right? I knew like immediately I can't rule out these things existing. I can only rule in or out whether these people know what they're talking about, their access, how did they get the information. Started realizing early, and especially when it was codified by Richard Dawkins, about memetics. What is memetics? How do we actually learn? And after a couple of months, one of the guys in that chat room approached me and he's like, hey, have you ever heard of theological non-cognitivism? And I was like, nah, I don't know, because I'm not a nerd. I don't like go philosophy and shit, And so I looked into that, and I'm like, this is actually pretty fucking close. But I realized that it's not just religion that has this problem. So theological non-cognitivism just kind of sort of dropped the theological part, and it was non-cognitivism. And I'm like, well, I mean, there's cognition. So what is it that I actually like about theological non-cognitivism? So I started thinking about it more, and then somebody else drew the connection to Igtheism. And Igtheism is saying a much more, or agnosticism is saying a much more muted claim. It's saying that the way and manner in which we go about communicating is important, and we should play by those rules. Similar, if we're going to play chess, we got to play by the rules. If we're going to play linguistics, we got to play by the rules. And so I've learned that theism and atheism, they're not really about ontology at all. They think they're quibbling over the ontology, but they're not. They're just little lost souls that don't really know how to have the conversation in its proper form, because the theists aren't actually appealing to a thing. They're appealing to their sensibilities. The atheists are responding to their sensibilities, but referring to the thing they think exists. So they're talking past each other from the onset. The atheists are just trying to say they lack belief in theism, but they failed to codify theism. They may have tried to codify theism and realized you can't codify theism, and then use that as the reason to reject theism's entailment, which is God exists. They reject the existence of God, and that's a bad entailment. That's a bad conclusion based on the problem. The problem is they're blathering incoherently. So you have to make what they're saying coherent. And I'm saying when you make what they're saying actually coherent, then it's an easier process. You're now not dealing with the inculcative noise of a 1,000 different cultures. You're now just dealing with the inculcative noise in one person's brain and trying to figure out what path they took that brought them here to get to this position, and teaching them to use a Socratic approach to their own presuppositions, to their own assertions about God, to ask them, where did I get this information? And if it dead ends, if that information dead ends at telephone and Chinese whispers, that they should question the reliability of that information. And that's exactly what inculcative information brings with it. The baggage of having to worry about whether it's a product of just Chinese whispers or it's a product of actual testable, certified information that has made it within, our common vernacular. And because of the prevalence of religious people and their proclivity to do violence, they have shoved their way in there. They have gained credibility through violence, not through reason and discourse. They've never really convinced the world of their propositions, but they've threatened the world. And then we've been raised under their thumb. And so they program us from the onset to have certain presuppositions about the nature of God. They bake into our brains these predispositions from birth, and we're not aware of that. We don't remember that time. And even if we did remember that time, we would have lacked the cognitive tools to understand what was happening to us, that we were being gaslit by people with good or bad intentions. Just because you're being gaslit doesn't mean it's bad intentions, but typically it's a good intent, right? With this religious bullshit, it's typically intended to be good, to teach your offspring, your child, what you think is the proper way of life, right? That's what it's intended to be. But we have to understand that good intentions don't always have good results, right? And I think if we really zoom out and we look at the problem on a global scale, yeah, we need to reevaluate our approach here about religion. We need to stop.
Can you prove it? Are you going to prove it? Are you going to prove it? Are you going to prove it? Prove it.
It just should be just a permanent detain from the server. It really should. And then that's the issue that we're left with, is that we have to step back and ask ourselves, what's the problem? The problem is an ontology, at least for me, because my ontology and my philosophy is human behavior. The atheist and theist ontology is about reality and something external to us, something generally we don't have access to for the most part. What the atheists are really trying to address are the more popular God versions, but they ignore other God propositions, right? To try to to force a conclusion, they irrationally ignore a lot of God claims out there. A lot of gods exist and have existed throughout history. It's just we push back epistemically about this. They'll say the sun is God, and we'll be like, well, I mean, it exists, but it's a giant ball of plasma, not worth reverence. They'll say it exists, and it's a personified thing, and it wants you to do some stuff, and we got to kill this virgin. But the thing exists, right? We shouldn't reach the conclusion the sun doesn't exist because you're trying to kill a virgin. That's incoherent. And that's what the atheists are doing. They're saying the gods lack manifestation. Well, no, they don't. Some do, some don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, it's about where the God touched them when they were children. That is why atheists will say what they're saying. That is the difficult decision that the atheist has to make, is, are you capable of saying some gods exist? And the atheist is typically traumatized, so they don't like that. They don't want to say that. So it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. But that's their problem. That's the baggage they brought to the conversation because they were abused by a particular God concept. That's not rationalism, man. That's not rational. I don't care that their conclusion is mostly right for the most part, most of the time. Gods don't exist. It's still an irrational, emotionally laden position that they're taking. And for the group that likes to chastise and criticize the other group for doing that, why are they doing it? They should stop doing that. They should stop irrationally denying the existence of a God because one of them offended them.
Are there any good like book writers or anything that like I can read up or watch to learn about Igtheism?
There may be. I am not a nerd, so I didn't nerd my way into Igtheism. I just conversed myself into this, right? Like it's just something that happened to me over time. Do what?
I said you can watch the videos if you want. Like we have conversations here and like have the YouTube channel and can like listen more and stuff.
Yeah, I just
like the way that he does it. It's not okay.
Yeah, I don't read books like that. I've read a couple of books, like I said, The God Delusion on philosophy. Not really my thing. I just have much more entertaining time. Just raw dogging it with the nerds, letting the nerds say what they say, and then I'll think, and then I just rinse and repeat over 20-something years, you know.
You do a pretty good critical thinking skills from what I've seen. So
it's just training, though. That's what I'm saying. It's like people hear me spew this shit. Don't think it's because I'm smart. It's just I've been saying it so long, been talking about it so long, been talking to so many different people, getting so many different perspectives. And I think when more people just take a pause and look at the problem as I'm describing it, they'll see that, yeah, this is actually the case. Now, maybe they still find a rational way in their brain to reach atheism. Maybe I don't have that, though. I don't have a way to just paint with a broad brush, and I don't see why I need to. My worldview doesn't change whether I do or don't believe in the existence of a God thing, because my philosophy isn't really about the existence of God things. It really is about linguistics and understanding proper form when talking about things that exist in their nature. That's all it's about. If that means your God doesn't exist and your God does exist, I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. I'm not here to like prove gods don't exist or that they do exist. That's not the game. It's to prove that theism and atheism are both incoherent in their own light. Atheism is I say atheism is incoherent, and I say theism is fundamentally incoherent. So atheism is just an incoherent rejection. It's just saying, I don't believe in that. The problem is that don't make no sense, so you don't make no sense in rejecting it. That's really the problem with atheism. Theism, however, entails a multitude of contradictions. So it is not to be understood. It is logically impossible to understand the proposition theism. That is a broken-ass category. Because God is whatever the monkey's pointing at, calling God. That's I don't know. I don't know how to prove that wrong, right? I've just conceded to that part. Just let my interlocutor define it. Do not pick up the burden of having to prove that's not a God. That's what atheists do. It's like I could prove a thing is not in my room and not know what the thing is, right? Well, it'd be easier to say I could prove a thing is in my room and not know what the thing is, right? I can walk through an empty space and know that I've walked through an empty space, and it would entail that anything that takes up space and prevents walking through it, if it was there, I wouldn't have been able to do that. But I can't put form to a thing like that because so many different things would meet that. Walls, balls, cars, dogs, animals of all kinds, trees, ground, air. So many different things would fit the bill of preventing me from walking there, right? Even wind blowing too hard. Wind at 200 miles an hour means I can't walk right there. Wherever it's blowing 200 miles an hour, I can't walk right there. So I could prove things don't exist if I know some base information, like they're physical. I could prove a thing's not there, like an invisible dog. If I throw an invisible dog into a pond, it would displace the water because it's invisible, not incorporeal, right? If it was incorporeal, invisible, I could throw an incorporeal dog in the pond. It wouldn't make a splash, but I'd be able to see it, right? So there's all these different ways to test the consistency of reality, and we are really good at affirming consistency of reality, and we're decent at disconfirming consistencies in reality, like a lack of displacement. That's how we know there's not a duck in the pond or something. It's a nice, placid duck or nice, placid pond. No ripples, right? If there was a duck in the pond, there'd be ripples. There's no ripples, so we can exclude ducks, right? It's simple logic. When you zoom out, this is actually simple. What's difficult for people to understand is how they were gaslit for so fucking long. That's what's difficult. How is it that, 10 years in, 20 years in, I'm only now hearing that there's a different philosophy? That's what's difficult, I guess, for people. It's not difficult to understand the philosophy. It's difficult to recognize that you were duped for atheists twice and for theists once.
I think that may lend itself to situational awareness.
Yeah, the atheists were originally duped by the theists. They duped them. And the atheists caught on to that shit, so they left the theism. But then they were duped into atheism as a solution. Just like I would dupe you into not playing tennis is the solution for not liking, tennis as a sport or something like that. It may be a solution, but what if you still like sports? What if you still want to play sports? Not playing tennis is not the solution to wanting to play a sport, right? So you don't like tennis? Go find another sport. Play another sport. That's what you would do there. But that's because you know what sports are. This is the problem, is when I'm contending with the fact that you have a false notion of God in your head, every time I elicit God, you're going to go to that notion and legitimize the notion. But it's a false notion. So every time you look at it, sort of reinforces your problem and makes my job harder. I literally got to construct a whole new God, right? And kind of get you to see that one and then just abandon the old God in your head, the one that there's all this emotional investment into. People just don't understand, man. It's a highly emotionally charged topic. Why do you hear the theists all the time? Why do you spend so much time if you don't believe in it? Not realizing that we're actually trying to help people. Whether you're an atheist or you're a ethical misanthrope like me, you are just trying to help people. There are a lot of people that just want to shit on other people and make them feel bad. But you know what? In a way, that is helping someone, right? It may be bullying, it may be bad, and it mostly blows up in our faces, and it's not good. But there are some people that respond to bullying. Bullies, for example. Bullies respond to bullying. Trying to be a nerd around a bully ain't going to help the bully. Beating the shit out of a bully, that'll help a bully. People just don't want to fucking face it. They want to act like they're out. They're fucking out. I made it. I'm an atheist. I fucking made it out. I'm fixed now. Yeah. I think
well, you're on a continuous path of self-growth.
It should be, yeah. Should be.
See, it's when you say you're finished, that's when you lose, right?
I think there's like I don't know what word I'm looking for, a benefit to not knowing your own philosophy, right? There's a benefit to not having a word or your philosophy being codified, because then you're not really restricted to saying anything in particular. All you got to do is make sure you don't contradict yourself, right? Don't do any contradictions or anything like that, and it should be fine. But when we try to find these philosophies and use them to codify us and then try to live up to that philosophy, you're kind of missing the point of a philosophy. A philosophy really shouldn't be something you have to learn kind of deal. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a learning process or whatever, but philosophies are like expressions of our feelings, right? There's something to that, and I think the development of a philosophy is kind of where you flesh out how you feel about stuff, right? That's where you do it. So I don't know, maybe that's why people come at me and it's like, hey, have you ever heard of theological non-cognitivism? And it was something I didn't never hear about, right? And they were like, hey, you sound just like this, and they did it again. You ever heard of Igtheism or Ignosticism? This is what you sound like. Dude, I started out this whole thing thinking I was a Christian arguing deism, right? Going immediately to atheism, only long enough to realize it was stupid to fall into a linguistic philosophy. So I think the linguistic philosophy here is the best approach, because the problem is language, not God's ontology. A thing's ontology should never be a problem, ever. A thing doesn't exist, so what? Doesn't exist. Thing does exist, so what? It exists. Shouldn't be a problem. That's just reality and informing you about how it's consistent. You're just trying to find the consistency.
I really did think I was out when I became an atheist. Then I realized that was stupid.
Yeah, I think the only thing in philosophy that I feel like I'm never going to get out of, and that there's no hope, and it's all for naught, is fallibilism. I think that's the only one that I'm willing to sit here and say, yeah, this one's going to be true right now, and it's going to be true in 20 years, it's going to be true in 100 years, it's going to be true in a million years. This is the one belief in my brain that I have that I'm confident is not going to change, and it's the one that says the only reason you believe what you believe is because you're too fucking dumb to figure out how you're wrong. That's the only fallibilism. Like, I just assume I'm wrong. I just don't know how. And I'm just waiting for some fucking nerd to come along and show me. Say, hey, you see this right here? Yeah, I see it. And they're like, that's wrong. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I am wrong. And that's how it's been my entire fucking life, right? I ain't barely ever figured shit out. I've just realized that because I was gaslit, that everything I thought I was right about, I was wrong, right? I was fucking wrong every fucking time, right? So I got used to it at some point, I guess. And I think most fallibilists get there. It's just, you realize that you're trying to hold on to truth like it's a thing, right? Just let stuff be true, right? Like, don't try to hold on to it. Just let it be whatever the fuck it is. And if it changes, let it change. Fuck you care. Like, what? It's like some people have it in their brain that if they're wrong about something, they have to like bash their testicle with a fucking hammer. And you don't. You could just move forward in life. You could just, I'm here, and now I'm here, right? It literally is, you just enter people, do it for you, people. Just let it happen. right? Just relax, let it happen, and the transition is a lot easier. It's only when you try to fight it and push back that it hurts, right? But it's going in. It's the truth. What are you afraid of, right? Isn't that what you guys are after anyway? That's what I mean. Scientific fallibilism in general is just like the only idea you should really. Are you a monkey? Yes. Are you wrong? Probably. Do you know how? No. That's perfectly fine. Right there. Nothing wrong with that.
Just being able to accept that you don't know is like even one of those other things that people have a hard time doing. I was one of those.
Yeah, I ain't holding on to shit. I'm like I said, but I know the shape of a banana and I have a pretty good idea what's inside of a coconut. Everything else is just like, yeah, maybe. It's like above my pay grade. Like fiber.
Don't even get you started on the feelings.
Yeah, it's like fiber. Think about a banana. It's like, what do you actually know about a banana? Well, you've been told it's got potassium and fiber in it. But did you see? Is that something you did? You took that to a mass spectrometer and you did? No, probably not. But you believe bananas are a good source of fiber. Have you ever seen a fiber one time in your entire fucking life? Have you ever seen a fiber? No,
never,
you have not.
Never.
You've never. They are as ethereal to your brain as a fucking atom. Right? But you believe it. You believe that there's all kinds of fiber up inside of a banana. Right? Look, is there fiber in a banana? That's what the nerds say. Do I know that shit? I know they make me poop. If that's what fiber does, then yeah. Then they got, all I can do is make that kind of assumption beyond that it's that shape. It's that shape. I see it's sweet. I know that. I can tell you that information. It's sweet. Is fiber sweet? I don't know. I've been told not, right? These are all, I've had Metamucil. Is there fiber in Metamucil? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's what it says so on the label. It could be anything though, right? But like when I open it up, yeah, it's a powdery substance. It smells like asshole, right? There's all these things I know about it, but what do they really do? They just sort of help me build the idea about it, but I've already recognized that you could put a bunch of facts at me all you want. Waiting on my brain to put all the facts together and find the path, nah. Now, if somebody else does it and I'm watching, yeah, I'm pretty good at, slinging insults where they fucked up, shit like that. Mystery Science 3000, their shit. And truth comes out of that. Truth comes out of the criticism. Fine with that. Right? If I build a thing and somebody's like, yeah, that's pretty shitty. And if you did it like this, it'd be better. I'm gonna get butthurt. I'm gonna be like, fuck, well, I tried my hardest. God damn it, what's your idea? Oh, yeah, that is a better idea. Bam. And I'm going with that one. What? Look, people, it's okay to not fucking know. Okay? It's fine. But nah, it's like you're gaslit from fucking birth. That if the Bible is wrong about the fiber content of peas, you have to blow your fucking brains out. No, you don't have to do that shit. Nothing is going to happen to you because some shit, S-H-I-T, behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung on your faces, even the dung of your solemn feasts, and one shall take you away with it. So I mean, shit. Just because you find shit in the Bible don't mean, you have to twist your fucking brain in a noodle. Okay? You'll be fine. The only abuse you will suffer is at the hands of the people you love and love you. Well, Pat, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just putting the information out there. I let people reach their own conclusions. As an ethical misanthrope, it makes it hard, to agree with stuff like that. If you appreciate it, that's great. If you don't, that's fine too. It's hard for me to express that kind of stuff with people because I'm really fucking bad at it. like bridging the gap between what you're feeling and what I'm feeling. People always take it in like most toxic direction, but I get it. I'm not a regular social monkey, so I know I'm going to be a little bit weird when I say shit. So, to everybody, just get fucking used to it. I don't really know what else to tell you. I'm not sorry. I'll never be anymore. This is life, and just go fuck yourself at the end of the day. I don't care. I really don't. We're all living our own lives. I'm fucking myself every day that I exist. I 90% of the time just go fuck myself, and I leave you guys alone. So if I can't reciprocate that back and just be like, look, I'm over here, you guys are over there. The problem is I want to be over here and just mind my own business and leave all you guys alone, but there's just so much shit out there. This world is filled with so much shit, and I think we all have something we can contribute. And if I can put my perspective out there and it helps somebody else think, and then that person is not a jaded, misanthropic, morose piece of shit, then great. That'll be great. There's a guy out there named Andrew O. He knows a lot about Igtheism. I believe that I helped him understand it, and he's a really nice guy. And, I don't ever want anybody to really become like me, but there is something to this philosophy, and it's kind of unfortunate that there's not a lot of people out there who are better communicators, have a different sense of ethics that makes it easier for them to communicate with humans, but it kind of sucks for me because there's nobody out there on fucking YouTube I can go watch and says all the shit I say. So I guess, I'm going to say all the shit that I say. And, at the end of the day, if people don't like it, whatever, that's great. If people love it, that's cool too. But you just always keep in mind, those are experiences you guys are having. I may not be having the experience. We all got to pick up that fucking rope, though. Every single fucking one of us got to tug on it a little bit. There's a species of vampire bats out there. I think they're vampire bats. They got that numbing saliva, and they go out every night. They go out and they eat the bugs and the animals and shit. They do the saliva so they can't be felt doing it. They fill up on their blood. They go back to the colony, and it's crazy. They'll like watch each other, and if they don't share the blood they find, they'll kick you out the group. Even dumbass fucking bats figured out cooperation, all working it together and shit. We fucking hate each. Well, a lot of people don't hate each other. I project a lot. There's a lot of hate out there in the world, and if we could somehow either harness, channel it, like use it for what it's meant to be for, yeah, we could get somewhere. I think too many people don't embrace their anger. I look at anger as the emotion you use to protect what you love and care about. And so if you don't get angry, I don't think you really love and care about things, because anger is what you would use to protect those things. If you love me, I'd want you to get angry if you thought about harm coming to me. Because you not getting angry, well, I don't think you love me, right? If not on that level. If I love you and harm came to you, I'd get angry, right? I'd just get angry if it was like, natural harm, like you broke your foot or something. I'd get mad to a degree. There would be a transient expression of hate. It's like, fuck, dude, that sucks. You fucked your shit up, man. God, fuck. That's not positivity. That's hatred. And I'm probably not the best spokesperson for utilization of hatred, but I might take it too far. A lot is what I'm saying, but there's a lot to it, and I think hate is too often ignored, suppressed, and stuff like that, and it's just bad for society. We got to be able to talk about our emotions. And most of the time, all we're allowed to talk about hate is how to get rid of it. And when you're someone who is fueled by hate, you hate hearing that shit. I don't want to get rid of hate. Hate's the only raw emotion I ever really feel anymore. So it's a good feeling to me at this point. So when people shit talk hate, I think you guys are doing it wrong. It's like shit talking love. Would you want somebody to just nonstop fucking love you? That shit would be annoying as hell. You want your space, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to Andrew. He never said a word to me. So, but yeah, he's out there with JL doing things, you know, making stuff happen over there. I check out their stream every now and again. JL's got a pretty good stream. People come on there and say stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, he hangs out there.
He smacked me down a few times with some knowledge. I appreciated that.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. Yeah, I guess, like, my only real talent for philosophy, or any talents that I have that are, like, philosophy adjacent, is just being critical. You know, seeing what other people are doing, looking at it, looking for faults and shit. Seeing how it's broken. And that's kind of how I logicked my way through philosophy, was just listening to people, saying stuff out loud, getting shit on, you know, thinking about it in the shower for a while, or, you know, other times, and then going back to the drawing board. You know, we're all born nearly a blank slate, so we all got to figure it out and just hope that we got decent parents, I guess. or you know, a nice village. You know, they say it takes a village to raise a child. They say for a reason.
Yeah, that blank slate always tripped me out because you can't leave a baby alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't do it.
No, they're dumb as shit, dude. Just start sticking stuff in their mouth, touching electricity and things.
I know. It's the strangest thing to experience.
Babies are funny, like, especially when you understand the physiology and you, like, you know what's happening, like why is a baby so twitchy? You guys ever wondered why babies twitch so goddamn much? Like little neonates? It's like they can't drive their bodies, you know?
Right. They haven't gotten that connection yet, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, they got the connection, they just don't know how to use it yet.
Right.
It's like you gave them the controller upside down, but then you forgot that you also inverted it. They're just fucking hitting buttons, man. And it's crazy how much more intelligent a neonate is than something like us, some adult. Babies, man. You imagine if we learned at baby speed? Holy shit. School would have been so easy.
Yeah, if we could have kept that, like, if we could keep that learnability like that, damn, that would have been nice.
Be reading books like in like a couple of minutes and shit, remembering fucking so much more than as an adult. I mean, obviously you can't perform the same tasks and stuff. That's kind of my understanding of how, like, if you guys ever seen those chimpanzee things where they flash the numbers and it goes to boxes and they got to line them up, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or whatever. You know, I don't know exactly what's happening there, but my guess from looking at, you know, the information is that the problem with us is when we see a number, we don't see a shape. We actually can't even really see the shape. It's hard to see the shape of, say, like a 3. You can imagine a 3 in your head, but the problem is there's so much symbolism around that shape that it's hard to just see the shape, right? You're just going to see the 3. Don't matter. You could be walking in the forest and there's just a 3 laying on the ground and you'll just see it. It's like, dude, that shit looks like a 3. It's a branch. It looks exactly like a 3. You're not going to get confused, right? It's going to fuck with you, man, because it's a symbol and we've trained ourselves so much on the symbol. So really can't even see the shape anymore. You just see the meaning behind it, but you don't even see it. That's the thing. It's like your brain constructs it for you. The sentence that I'm using right now, my brain already knows the answer to it. Me, I don't know what word I'm going to be using next, but my brain does. My brain knows exactly what word I need next, and it's just popping out of my fucking mouth in real time. I'm just basically giving my brain an emotional state, basically saying, hey, it would make me feel good if you said some shit. And I just send that signal. And then my brain's like, dope, and then says it, right? Does all the things that I needed to say, but it's also, there's like another part of my brain that's sitting in the background. It's like, I'm gonna make this motherfucker feel like he's doing it. And then it adds its contribution, and then that's what I feel. I have this conscious self-awareness that's like, I'm talking. I feel like I'm talking. I definitely feel like I'm talking. That I'm the one controlling my mouth, but I'm not actually. I'm just like squeezing air through my mouth hole, and my brain's doing the rest, right? But I'm not even really squeezing air through my mouth hole. My body's doing that too. Like, what am I actively doing in real time? I'm not quite sure what it is that I am doing in real time when it comes to like talking. Like I'm definitely sure it's me doing it, but I don't know exactly what I'm doing. What lever am I pulling? How is it all being constructed? This is very in-depth conversation. You know, when you look at the chimpanzees getting the numbers, they're just seeing shapes. They don't get confused that that shape looks like a 3, that shape looks like a 4, that shit. They're not getting tied up that their phone number starts with that shape right there. All that context, all that information that's baked into your big ass, fucking brain, your sapien brain, is that context kind of slows you down so that when you try to do the task, because you have to think and computate all that extra symbolic information, and that other monkey doesn't, that other monkey's just way better at it, because all that monkey has to do is identify shape. That's it. It can see the shape. The shape is blatantly fucking obvious for the the other monkeys, but for our monkey, for us, nah, that shit's hard because we inculcate our children. Like, you see this shape? Yeah, I see that shape. That's a 2. That shape's a 2? Yeah, that shape's a 2. Always remember that shape, that's a 2. We program, like, it's programming. You guys remember the number lines in the letter chart in like 2nd grade? I think, I don't know, whatever grade they start that shit. I don't know. Actually, they don't teach cursive anymore, so they might not actually do that. Back in the day,
they do now. Thank goodness.
Yeah, we had the alphabet at the front of the room, big letters all the way across the fucking room, like every class in elementary school. Well, not every class, but you know what I mean. They program you. You see the little squiggles, the S, and the Q. You can't just see a Q, right? That shape, you can't see the shape Q. Your brain has been so fucking overridden by context that if I show you a Q, you can't see the shape. You see the symbol. You know that shape is that. Like, I'm not saying you can't see the shape of the goddamn Q. Obviously, you can see the shape of the Q. But what you're actually looking at is a symbol. You can't really just see the shape. Like, if I was to just throw down a bunch of nails on the ground, you'd see a pile. It would just be a shape of fucking nails. It would be a conglomerate mass shape of fucking nails. Right? But if you were a super complex, like, fucking alien that could see multiple dimensions or something, that complex shape of nails, of like Rain Man did, definitely 227, definitely 227. Right? He's not counting. He's just seeing the shape of 227, and his brain just understands it. And, we see a big old confusing pile of nails, and that doesn't mean shit to us, right? It's just a bunch of squiggle marks and stuff. So, we may have an easier time just seeing the shape. But once you teach us what that shape means, now we got to bring all that baggage with us, and it's going to slow down shape identification, I guess. Shape order identification. So that's kind of my understanding how the other monkeys are cheating. They're just cheating. They're cheating because they're dumber. That's how they're cheating. Oh yeah, I can't. I don't know. I've tried writing books. I can't do it. I don't have the professionalisms, like, I just start hating myself when I start writing, it just feels gross. Because I feel like I'm not even, like, in there. Like whenever I start talking to myself, it almost like it's weird. Like it's definitely me, but it's an awkward situation where, you know what I mean? Like when I'm thinking like that, it's always felt awkward. So I don't think in my brain the same as people think I think, I guess, or how I think out loud. How I think out loud is not how I think in my brain. That's what's weird, I guess. Maybe I need to do one of those like out loud recording things and just listen to my rants or something and play them back to myself so I hear them, because I never really listen to them.
Yeah, and like when I'm talking, even when I'm not talking, I really don't have anything going on in my brain that I can detect besides like temperature sense and shit. And then when I go to speak, like I don't think about what I'm going to say. It just comes out like you were explaining before. But when I go quiet, it normally goes quiet too.
Yeah, I do notice, like, when I did have to do a bunch of writing, some writing does seem to kind of flow better, and other writing is just really hard. Kind of hard to come up with, like, the words you need and shit.
Like doing essays and stuff when I was in school, that was super easy because I read a bunch of information and then I just summarized it. But like trying to explain a story that happened to me, like that I experienced, that's a difficult thing for me to even write down. Like,
dude, I think the best example that I could probably give is physics. The amount of shit that I have shoved in this fucking brain about physics, that I'm able to talk about physics. I'm just able to just talk about it. But then my complete and total lack of actual understanding physics at the same exact time. Like, I can't do any of this. You show me that nerd shit about, like, quantum chromodynamics and shit, that thing I always show, the wizard spell, the level 13 science spell. I look at that shit and nothing. Just a blank nothing in my brain. I see its symbols and the squiggles and the shapes and all that, but nothing. It tells me absolutely fuck all about physics. So on one aspect of physics, I can kind of hold my own around physicists and shit. But when they start getting all like technical into the actual nerd, yeah, you lost me. I understand, right? Like, I get my math skills are just abysmal, but my conceptualizability and my ability to remember what the nerds are saying and understand their models is, I think, a good thing. Like, I could talk to you about physics, but do I know physics? Absolutely not. I don't know the first fucking thing about physics. I know, like, shit like F equals ma, that's all trivial shit. But like, I started thinking about F equals ma the other day and trying to explain the weight, to that guy, and I started thinking, I was like, I don't fucking know what to do with it. It's just F equals ma in my brain. It's just a statement. And then I started having to think about it, and I was like, I realized I would need paper to actually even understand how the nerds are. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Like, well, that's what you were saying, like yesterday, or not, whatever day that was, when you were talking about the kilograms. Like, yes, we understand that there's a relation to mass, but only if gravity is present. Like only if that is
with
present.
Weight, yeah.
And the individual just couldn't separate the mass and the weight because he's stuck on Earth. Like, that's literally what I came to the conclusion of. He was just stuck on Earth. And so everything he experiences on Earth, so everything will always have weight relative to the kilograms it's described as.
Yeah, because what he was right about, but what was being said is that a kilogram is a kilogram is a kilogram, because it's only a reference to a mass. But weight is not weight, is not weight, is not weight. Weight is determined by the relationship of a gravity well and mass. That's why a thing on one planet weighs differently on another planet. Like Earth. You weigh 1 on Earth. Up on the moon, you weigh 1/6, whatever that is in numbers. What is that?
0.82 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. No, it's like... Yeah,
you're
right.
Wait, I weigh 1/6 less or 1/6
You're 1/6 the weight. So if you're 1/6 the weight.
Yeah, so that would be way smaller. Like we weigh like 30 pounds.
Yeah, you'd be able to jump like 30 feet in the fucking air and shit, dude.
But yeah, that's why I said he was stuck on Earth. Like he could not change his experience mode to like think of other gravity wells because he was stuck on Earth. So that's where I came. It's like, yep, that's where he's stuck.
But yeah, that kind of understanding science has always been kind of easy for my brain to do models. Like even when I was a carpenter, I utilized the fuck out of my brain's ability to just like visualize shit in there. Like I can do that. That's something my brain can definitely do. Because
lucky.
I learned how to do it cutting in a roof for the guy. I was a cut man for a carpenter, and when I started learning valley cuts and hip cuts, ridge cuts and shit like that, with like the long to the long and short of the long and stuff like that, that's when I started realizing I could draw it in my brain, cut it in my brain, and then just overlay that into the fucking wood, dude. It's a cool. It's not like 3D. It's not like I'm actually seeing an overlay or anything, but it's just it's hard to explain. But you could just kind of see the shape in it, after a while. It just takes practice.
Increased spatial awareness is the closest thing I can.
Dude, I can't visualize. Like I could close. I'm looking at my boat. I close my eyes. No, I just get a black screen with a blob. No matter how hard I think about the thing I'm trying to, I don't get it. I don't get that.
Well, see, that's why I say it's not actually like an overlay, because I do see a black screen in my brain too, but I feel the shape, if you will. It's like, yeah, it's black in my brain. That's why I say it's not like an overlay on, like say I'm cutting a 2x4. It's not like I can see anything in the 2x4. And when I close my eyes, yeah, it's all black like that. But it's more analogous to just I can feel what the shape looks like. It's not like I see what the shape looks like. It's just like I can feel what the shape looks like.
So you're not
I mean feel like as in like butthurt, like, or happiness, right? Like if you ever get an emotional state, that's what I mean by like I can feel the shape. It's like an emotional sense. It's closer to that than it is like I feel it with my fingers. Not that kind of tactile feel.
Well, that's what I mean. And like like there's no picture that's presented at all. No outline.
No. There's no. I don't visualize no picture. I could just understand. I guess understand the shape in the wood and how to see it. Because it's kind of like yeah, it's like you cut the wood in your brain, but you're not actually seeing anything in your brain. You're just kind of feels like you're seeing something in your brain.
Yeah, I do that with aluminum all the time. I'm like, okay, this angle and this angle got to come together. And so like I'll look at the two pieces on the table, but they're not cut at an angle. And then I have to just cut them so they go together. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, you're right. You don't picture it. You like process. I don't know how I process it then, but there's no picture created. I just know that this miter has to be a certain way.
Yeah, it's more just like you just kind of feel it. You just kind of understand it. And it's not, it's not seeing. You're not looking at the wood and seeing. You're just seeing a 2x4. That's what you're seeing. But there's just this kind of understanding to it that it almost feels like you're seeing the shape in there. Like in it almost feels, but yeah, it's not a visual hallucination or anything like that. It's not visual.
No, and it's like I can't even just close my eyes and try to picture an apple. Like it's never occurred. Like no matter what.
But yeah, I wouldn't want anybody to think it's. I'm not trying to describe anything like Terminator vision. You ever seen like Terminator vision where you got like and there's no overlay. It's just it's so hard to like find the word for that.
Well, that's what I was saying. Was for me, I don't get a picture, but when I go to make the miter cut, like I visualize it with no. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know how to explain that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is there's not really a word in my vernacular that explains it without confusing the listener. Because like visualize, it makes you think it's like visually perceptible. And though the feeling does kind of seem visual, it's not a vision-based thing. It's just an emotional thing. It's more like just, like if you're just feeling good about the day, you just like, I feel like the day is good. You just kind of understand it to be that. And that's what the process was. Learning to cut the wood was, you just kind of learn to see how like the wood should be. And it's sort of like a visualization, and it just makes it a lot easier. Because like if you can't do it, it's not, if somebody doesn't know what I'm talking about, if you want to look up hip cuts, valley cuts, and ridge cuts in carpentry. And when you're up on the roof and you're giving the cut man the numbers, you have to say things like 27 inches from long of the bevel, long of the angle, to the short of the angle, short of the bevel. And after a while, like when you first hear that at first, it's just words. But at a certain point, what ends up happening in your brain is you kind of imagine a 2x4 in your brain, kind of just, I always put my represented off to the side, it's just there. And then when he's calling out long of the angle, long of the bevel, I mold it. Like that shape takes on a mold. It goes from 2x4 to now it's a point, right? Because that's what I've described. When you learn the nomenclature, it's easy. Long of the angle, that's a point. Long of the bevel is also going to be pointy. Short of a bevel is going to be like flattened out, right? And the angle goes away, so it's not a pointy edge. It's a loss of an edge. So you just learn that nomenclature, and then when they say it, you just kind of put that feeling shape to it, and then it makes it a lot easier to visualize the cut that you need to be able to visualize, because you're setting the bevel on your saw and you're cutting it at the correct angle. And if you cut it at the opposite angle, it reverses the bevel. And so one of the first things you do when you're drawing the cutout is you put the line on there. But then at that point, you then have to imagine what direction the cut's going. You got to bring all that in there. And you find yourself doing this repetitive task when you learn to be a cut man. This repetitive task every single time is that you sit there, you stop, you look at the wood, you visualize it, you cut, right? And after a while, you stop having to do that. Your brain just picks up that task for you, and you just, when they're like long of the angle, short of the bevel, long of the bevel, right? And when we're throwing that shit out there, you just formulate the shape in your brain, and you just easily see it. And it gets a lot harder for you to fuck that cut up, because you kind of cut the wood before you even cut it. You just see it, right? And your brain can pull that shape out. And then once your brain learns to do that, the task of being a cut man gets a lot easier, and you can impress people with your cut skills and shit, because you can do it fast. But it's a process. It's pretty cool what the brain can do, though. The whole big old point with that is that you could be dumb in this task and terrible and not know how to do it, and then like just fucking Rain Man in this task over here, and you're really good at it. So pretty cool how we all come together. And it's like, if we all come together with humility, we can all bring our expertise, and if we leave our humility in there to where we don't get all Dunning-Kruger and step on each other's toes, we can do some crazy shit. But we step on each other's toes, then Dunning-Kruger, and then fucking we end up going to war.
Yeah, that flinging of poo thing happens quite often. Like, just wash your freaking hands and stop throwing the poo. Like, that's all you gotta do. Like, why can't we do that? Like, I don't understand. We can build rockets and send things outside of our sun's, like, grasp and our solar system's grasp, but we can't, like, live together under the same sun.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's because we're putting lipstick on a pig, or pig on a lipstick, or something like that. Something's going bad down here on Earth. Like, it's because I'm telling you, there's just so many people out there that think we're so goddamn good, right? Everybody wants to shit on me for being an ethical misanthrope, being like a human hater. I'm I think y'all need to hate humans more for how bad we are, right? When you start telling me to stop hating humans, it's like, okay, so is it the child abuse you want me to forget about? Is it the familial abuse you want me to forget about? Like, what exactly do you want me to forget about in order for me to change my value metric of humanity? Because I think it's right exactly where it should be. As I did my own metric, I started thinking about, child abuse, rape, murder, war. That was a big one in my value metric assessment and shit. And I just got a really low score for humans. It's like, it's abysmal. And people just want me to be like, oh, well, just raise it up. And I'm like, why? Look, I'm a human supremacist. I want that thing to be all the way at the top. I want our score to be I want to break the fucking charts. But we're way down here in my value metric of like how much I should value and love humanity. It's fucking abysmal. And then I got billions of millions of thousands in my experience, and probably hundreds, coming at me being like, dude, you judge humanity, you shouldn't hate humans, bro. You should love. And it's like, why though? Exactly what of this long list of negative value metrics? What do you want me to forget about? Is it the speeding? You want me to forget that we're a bad speed? Just ignore the speeding? Don't do that. Like when I'm driving down the road and I'm trying to get from point A to point B and some fucking asshole comes at me like 80 miles an hour over the speed limit. Just take that off the list of shit I hate about humans. Is that what you mean? Right? That I should just ignore like shit like that? That's obviously something I should ignore in my fellow. And look, I'm not saying I don't do this shit. That's the thing is I speed, I poop on things, right? Like it just happens. But I don't think I'm great though, right? That's the difference, I guess. You got a bunch of people, they're high on their own stink. They feel good about themselves, and I'm just kind of sitting on a sideline being like, yeah, but not really. I mean, I don't feel like I'm saying anything profound there. It feels like ethical misanthropy should be the baseline. Right? Like we should all be looking out and being like, yeah, we're fucked up, aren't we? We are fucked up. It's not a beautiful thought though, so it just seems like nobody wants to go there. And just, yeah, we're fucked up, man. So let's fix it. Right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe people see that we're fucked up and they think that's like the end of the thought. You're done. You're done. You figured it out. Humans are fucked. No, it's like, what makes us fucked up? Like that's the next question, right? Like what is it that's making humans so fucked up? Is it the war? But why are we warring? There's got to be a reason for war. Like we don't always war. Sometimes we stop warring. What causes us to stop warring, right? Fucking nerds have like all kinds of different answers. In-group morality, out-group hostility, right? There's one. How do you get rid of that? Go like one world order, man. Just a new world order where we're all under one nation. But they taught us, what they teach us about that? I got taught all kinds of shit about that idea in church. Church taught me all about that one world order shit. They said that was the sign of the devil. If we ever as humans learn to come together under one rule, one order, that we come together and we're like, yeah, this is how we should do, that's the sign of the devil. That's what I was taught in church. I don't know about everybody else, but should be looking for the mark of the beast and all these other things. That's straight gaslighting, man. That's straight lying to children. Some conspiracy theory, right? We're all gonna get tattoos. It's gonna be the mark of the beast, man. I don't know how many times I heard that stupid fucking story over and over. Makes you wonder what other people here in their houses, what did they grow up hearing? That's what I grew up hearing from Christianity, about how we're all just fucking miserable, diseased, spiritually diseased, torture deserving, just magic creatures, right? We were generated this way to just be some things playground of horribles. That's Christianity in some regions, right? That's it right there. That's what it looks like. Go watch Jesus Camp. Look at the fucking media. You know, how many decades do we have to cry about there nothing being good in the news before people will be like, all right, he's right. He's right about that. We're fucking dicks. Fucking assholes. Like, it's been my entire fucking life. I don't remember shit happening. Shit. Nothing good. What? Name it. I'm 45. Tell me. What great thing happened in my fucking life? I don't know. I'm unaware of it. What? I am at a fucking loss here, people. 45 fucking years, dude. They went to the fucking moon in, the 60s. Well, in the 70s, right? What did my generation get? Nothing. We got shit on this whole time. Not just my generation. Several generations now. Like, let's see, the generation, what'd they get? Yeah, they got the fucking moon. They got the goddamn moon. That's what they got, fuckers. Right? They get the moon, and then our generation's just like, yeah, fuck you. Oh, you wanted something? Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? That's what the government's been telling them ever since the moon. Has just been go fuck yourself, right? That's all the government's been telling the people. 40 goddamn years. 40 fucking years of nothing in this nation to write home about. Be proud to, like, pick some random Scandinavian guy and just send him a letter being like, I'm so sorry that you live in a shithole country and you're not American and you can't live here. Here's money, right? Like, no, you can't do that because that Scandinavian country's now better than America. They're sending us letters like, sorry you're over there in your shithole country, eh? Or that's Canadian, isn't it? But whatever, whatever. However it comes out and sounds, man. It's like 40 fucking years. And there ain't shit fucking. We got 9/11. I got that. I got one of those. Almost forgot. War. Oh yeah, market crashes. I got like 2 or 3 of those by now. Pandemics. We got a big ass pandemic. I'm looking for good shit here. School shootings. So yeah, crime is just rampant. Poverty's high or higher. See, the cost of living's up. Utah just lost like all of their fucking national parks. They're like, it's just pathetic, Let's see here. Oh, insurrection. Almost forgot about that one. Lost my country. Let's see. Yeah, I really can't think of anything positive that's happened in my entire lifetime as a human being on planet Earth. I'm serious. I'm thinking. Hold on. Maybe I'm just too pessimistic. Let me try to activate optimism for a second. I got nothing. We haven't cured anything. We haven't come up with any new treatments. We don't really have access to all this robotic medical shit. Like if you lose a leg right now, you're fucked. Go fuck yourself. Die with your one leg. Now, if you're super wealthy, you might get a robotic leg. But yeah, if you're just anybody else, fuck you. Eat a dick. That's your life now. Go fucking die. That's what your government tells you. Who was it? Whose stream? It was JL's stream. Somebody on JL's stream. JL Warren knows somebody. I forget. I'm sorry I'm a dick and I didn't remember because I'm really bad with shit like that. But anyway, JL stream is promoting a GoFundMe, so I recommend that you guys go over there if you want to support JL. and the people he knows. There's somebody hurt or sick or something, and they're doing a GoFundMe because they're hurt or sick or something, and they need help. You know, in America, greatest country on earth, we spend like $10 million a fucking missile to blow up a like $30 drone bought at Best Buy. But actually, we shoot about 10 or whatever those things now because they're so hard to blow up. Our badass Patriot missiles and shit like that just don't cut the mustard anymore. But yeah, we'll spend $30 million to blow up a Best Buy drone, but we won't spend shit to help JL's friend. So if you guys are rich, you know, go throw some money at that problem because it's a problem if you want to. Or just go to GoFundMe, and there is a whole ass wall of people who need help. But this person's proximal, so that's the one I'm saying. JL Warren.
Is there anybody here?
Are you gonna
Not
prove it,
anybody
dude?
that wants to talk to you. I did
Needs
this before. He was a dickhead.
some advice. Ah, nah, it's too late.
Yeah, man, I think TikTok hates me already, dude.
Having some technical issues, are you? It's probably China. China hates you. Sorry, dude.
I don't know what it is. Like, all right, so this is my experience so far. So I uploaded the videos, censored and everything. I got 2 of them to upload, but then one I like fucked up, and I was like, oh, I want to repost that. So I took that one down, and I fixed it, and then I reposted it, and it won't post. It like goes through their whole like upload process, and I select post, and it says video uploaded, and then it does shit. It doesn't actually do it. Somebody on the interweb said schedule it to post, so I tried that again, fucking same thing, and it just doesn't post anymore. It's got the 1 on there, but it won't let me post anymore. So I can only conclude that the AI fucking hates me or some shit.
I don't do technology. Maybe makers can help.
What happened?
TikTok won't let me upload any more videos.
You don't have any notifications?
Not a single notification, dude.
Okay. And how long of the videos were you uploading?
1 minute.
And you verified everything for like identification and usage?
Yep. I posted one, it worked. I posted another one, it worked. I deleted that one and reposted it, and since then it will not. I go through like when you know how on desktop you go to post, it's home and then posts.
Right.
And it shows all your like, yeah, there's the upload button. I hit that, I go through the whole thing. Does it, and then here's another thing. I started a draft. I tried drafting one, right? Just to see if I could draft one. I tried deleting the draft, and it says it deleted, but it's still there. And when I try to delete it, it says it's not there, even though it's there. Like, hold on, let me try it again.
Wait, the age of the account is?
Okay, hold on. They might have fixed it. I might be fixed because it just let me delete that draft. Hold on.
Yeah, trying to do stuff too fast will cause it to like jam up for a minute. At least some Reddit posts claim that.
Let me try to put up my beaver video. Yeah, maybe they fixed it and they just haven't responded to my ticket yet. Their support is like super slow.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you try to make too many changes or removal or add a video, remove a video, add a video, it'll it'll like reduce the ability of you to like do stuff, but it's normally temporary.
No, it did it. It still did it. It let me delete the draft, but I just did the upload thing, and it's not uploaded.
Yeah, so some restrictions been activated. Like I said, also the age of your account matters.
But why is it letting me post the one? Like here.
You get, yeah, I'm not sure why it let you post one, but the one may be the one that's in review. I don't have TikTok to check it, but I can message Miss
See, it posted though. It's up. It works.
And you
If I
didn't get
remember
any.
Family Guy correctly, though, everyone gets one. Maybe like you have to pay after that though, or should you have more?
No. It's it has to do with the age of the account. So there's people going to review that
like
video.
ranks.
Yeah, they're going to review the video, and since you already uploaded and deleted one, they're probably reviewing that too. They review all your actions on there to find out if you're like a human. I know that's the biggest thing.
Why can't they just let the fucking robot do it?
Because then the robots just make love and don't get any work done.
Like, it's been 48 hours with this shit.
You have a 48-hour old account, or you did?
Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new account, but what I'm saying is they already let me upload a video. So, like, I have a video posted, you know, so they see it. It's not like I'm doing dick pics or something.
Yeah, TikTok's a finicky one. But I mean, as far as a new account, I know there's extreme restrictions. So I don't know what kind of restrictions they put now, but that's what I'm reading here.
I'll just keep trying. We'll see what happens with it. It's just a side thing anyway. I really want to just get it mostly on YouTube. It's a simpler format, and most of my content's like super long format anyway. So Wow.
It is amazing.
Dude, the UV index today is crazy. Like where I'm at.
What's your numbers?
Oh shit, I don't even know what it is officially. Hold on, let me look. I can just feel it in my bones.
The sun is a deadly laser.
Let's see, the max UV index is 10 right now. Or well, 10.
Yeah. Yeah, that's as high as it can be.
See if they have it right now.
Are there clouds?
A couple. Yeah. A little bit, but not.
So they're more reflecting the sun back to the earth.
They're really not doing shit. It's not that cloudy. It's been cloudy as fuck though, so it's kind of cloudy, but right now there's really no clouds right now.
Does the sky have like that grayish tinge to it where it like bleached out the blue?
No, it's still blue up there.
Okay, it's not that hot then. There's no humidity, that's why. Goddamn.
Let's see, what is my humidity?
Probably 24.
Hold on, it's not this one doesn't say.
Because what'll happen down here is it'll get so humid that it'll be like 90% humidity, like 100 degrees. And then like the sky won't be blue, it'll be like a gray tinge because of the amount of humidity.
Gross.
We got 43 humidities right now.
Oh, that's almost perfect.
Yeah, but for us that's high as fuck, dude. That's like twice what it normally is, probably.
That's why you feel it in your bones.
Well, yeah, with the humidity and the UV index, yeah, I feel it. The Browns probably don't, but when I went out there, dude, that shit's just sizzling. But I'm a day walker, so I'm more sensitive.
I get cold easy. That's what happens.
But the right now is a 9.9 UV.
Wear your sunscreen.
Well, I was only out at it to mow a couple yards, and then I dipped back in.
I wear sun shirts and hoods and buffs.
Yeah, if I'm working, I'll wear those long sleeve shirts. It's almost like you're not even wearing a shirt. Like they don't heat you up at all, but it's like a sweater almost. It's like a real thin material.
Yeah, I have the ones that have like the back with like the flap, so no sun can get past it, but like it's a flap that allows the sweat to roll down, and then when it gets wet, it becomes like a second skin. But when the wind blows, it's quite nice.
Yeah, that's something you don't really get around here is a wet shirt. It does get sweaty if you're sweating your ass off, but you'll never have to peel your shirt off around here, dude. You can just take it off and it's like slightly damp. And then you just wave it around for a couple, like a minute, and it dries out. There's no wringing it out. You don't wring your shirts out here. I remember one day as a carpenter, I'm all the way up in the rafters. I was a stick framer, so I was at the peak. And all in all, it was like a 3-story house, but it was only 1 story where I was at because it's just ginormous vaulted ceilings and shit. And, yeah, it's fucking ginormous. But I'm just up there. It wasn't particularly hard, but I'm like up there, scissored around the rafters, you know, up to the very peak, holding, I was holding line for a real carpenter. I was a half carpenter. And so I was the line holder, plus I was young, so I had to monkey up there. And I was up there so long while these 2 old fucks were just dicking around, talking, and just not shutting up. And I just remember being so high and just so, like, hot and miserable to just, like, sit there holding the string. I just started, like, watching the sweat, like, drip down off my nose and shit. And then I started watching, like, the drips, like, as far as I could watch them all the way splatter on the ground, dude. And I was sitting there, like, moving my nose to, like, cover spots, you know, drip spots way down on the ground. I had to be up there, like, an hour and a half just sweating. By the time I was done, I had, like, a 30-foot diameter puddle on the ground that just of sweat. I'm just sitting there dripping and flinging drip sweats just to try to make this fucking puddle. Oh man, it was miserable.
It was like that this morning for 4 hours.
Yeah, that was just, it's just a memory I have. It wasn't like a particularly hot day. It's just a memory I have of being like, you know, however many feet up in the air, in the breeze, just sweating profusely. Not doing anything, just holding the end of a string. Again, scissored up at the top of some rafters, just hanging out and just sweating profusely. I'll never forget that. Out here, like, you don't really drip sweat. That's not like a thing that happens. It does a little bit, but I'm telling you, like, it is nothing like Florida. And not even in the same ballpark. I don't know how many times I've peeled my shirt off to wring it out and just watch sweat just fucking, you know, like you're wringing out a shirt or a towel or something.
You could almost never drink enough water. You got to make sure you drink lots of or eat salt with it.
Well, that's the thing. That's what's scary, man. Is out here, you're probably sweating more out here, but like you're dry most of the time. That's the thing. It's so confusing. That's why like Easterners come out here, man, not knowing it, thinking, oh shit, this ain't nothing. And it does, like, especially when you come from, if you were to come here right now, like get on a plane and come here, you'd feel like a god. You'd step out into the fucking heat, dude, and be like, what is this? It would feel good. Like that's what I mean. It was like a crazy feeling to walk out in April heat and be like, damn, this feels good. It's like standing in a blow dryer or something. That's what it was like, man.
Yeah, I
It
was
ain't
messing
like
with
that.
the powder coat guys in their booth because they heat it up to 400 degrees, and then when it's done, they crack the doors open. And every time I walk in front of it, I go, "Oh, no humidity."
Yeah, it's great out here. You get acclimated, so it does get hot as balls, but I do remember working many, many days in the fucking hot ass Florida sun, dude. Many of them fuckers, dude. And I gotta say, dude, like this 100-degree weather we get out here, it ain't shit compared to like 90-degree weather in Florida.
Yeah, no soup. You got no soup.
Yeah, no, you act, dude. Like you step into the shade here, and it's like you just portal to another region. Just like 1 inch into the shade, dude, and you're like cooler. Florida, nah, there ain't no such thing as you go into the shade and it feels cooler. It's just as hot in the fucking shade as it is in the sun. You just don't get sunburned in the shade.
Yeah, and the trees are so hot that they're radiating heat into the shade too.
Yeah, out here, dude, nah, you get into the shade, it don't matter. You could hold up like cardboard and block the sun, and you're just cooler. Like there's actually a huge effect there. Yeah, I'll never complain about the climate out here. It would have to get real humid and like real bad, like real hot, like 120, and I'll probably start crying about it like I would at 98 in Florida.
Just the past weekend, it was 101, and just outside of St. Augustine, according to the beach report, and it was like 90% humidity. So I could only imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean it was like 100 and something here, like 107 or something. And I was just like, damn, it's hot. That's about it. It wasn't horrible. It was hot. Don't get me wrong, and I feel bad for people that didn't have fucking refrigerated air, but like me, dude, at 107, it was just fine.
We love Israel in this country, boy. I tell.
That guy was handicapped.
Yeah, extremely. Looks like they fixed the bot though.
That's nice.
Hey, Iggy, did you hear I got to use your joke today at work naturally?
No, what happened? Which one?
So, well, anyways, like I'm sitting in a meeting and there's a guy and he looks out the window and he goes, I think that's a Norwegian ship. And I turned around and I was like, yeah, they all got barcodes. You know why? So they can Scandinavian.
Nice.
That's a good word.
Oh man, it worked so well and I had to give you credit where it was due. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, going to make some racket.
Roger. Wow.
This fucking guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, Tom Tillis going off on Trump and all the fucking traitors trying to push this Save America bullshit.
Good.
Did you guys hear about the Tyler Robinson trial? Like the latest?
I have not.
So the judge, so what happened last time was the preliminary hearing to see if it was going to go to trial. The judge was supposed to be paying attention because he was supposed to be the one to determine that. Well, the judge come out and declared that he is in fact not going to be ruling from the bench. I guess it's like an actual term. It's not just, you know, what Fox News says, but he said that I think it was September. Yeah, September. He was gonna hold oral arguments. He was gonna make the defense and the prosecution come back in and give oral arguments for why they think Tyler Robinson done it. Which, if my idea about what's going to happen is true, is actually an indicator to that. Because I was saying, technically, what I think should like happen according to just law is that the judge says there's not enough to go to trial and dismisses the case. That's what I think in a perfectly just system would happen, given the evidence. What I think rationally is going to happen is that the judge, what I thought was going to happen was that the judge was going to let it go to trial. And then some point in the trial, after both teams have had a chance to argue their point rigorously, declare a mistrial. And then do it with the one where, what is it, with prejudice, where they can file charges again. They can change the charges and file again. And then the prosecution could then file the appropriate charges because they don't have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed Charlie Kirk. I believe the state has enough circumstantial evidence to put Tyler Robinson as involved in some way. But yeah, I was thinking that the judge would let it go to trial. He would let the evidence get put out there so that the American people can see where his mind is. And I think by the time both sides had a chance to argue it, I think that people would be pretty confident that they don't have it on Tyler Robinson, not like that, right? He's involved, but they can't put him as the trigger man. There's not enough evidence for that. And so give the state an opportunity to file appropriate charges to get him for what they can prove him on. But I think the state completely botched this case insofar as proving that he is the trigger man who they're going to execute, because there's just way too much opportunity for the defense to instill reasonable doubt. I think the state's case is so bad that they're going to instill reasonable doubt trying to argue it. So I think the judge sees that too. And I think it's what he's doing is if I knew about was a legal option. I didn't even know it, but yeah, apparently this is actually a better option than what I was saying, which is to let it go to trial. Because I think that's the only just option he can do where he's not committing political suicide, which is why I think that the actual just thing is for him to just dismiss the case. However, if he does that, that's political suicide, so nobody should expect that that's what he's going to do, especially when he's got this option that I did not know about because I'm not a fucking lawyer. But yeah, he declared that he's not ruling from the bench, and that September 1st, oral arguments are going to start for why he should take it to trial. And he's going to give the state an opportunity to be able to point directly at Tyler Robinson with enough evidence to meet the standard of probable cause. Because I think right now, the judge is seeing it, that Tyler's involved somehow, but they do not have probable cause on the charges. The charges are just, look, even if Tyler is the trigger man, they don't have the evidence to prove it. They just don't. Like, their evidence is dog shit. So, but they have manipulated the media and people into believing that they have 4K fucking video of Tyler pulling the trigger. And there's literally not a single fucking bit of evidence that shows any of that. Again, they have a ton of circumstantial evidence that at least makes Tyler involved. But again, we don't even know where Tyler's at yet, right? He has not pled anything about anything. So we don't know what he's even going to argue. He could literally get up there and be like, look, I didn't do any of this shit. Lance is a psycho. He set me up for all this, had access to my phone, sent those messages, and made it look like I did it. And that the evidence that the state has produced is consistent with that argument. So the state is going to have to prove that Tyler wasn't set up by Lance Twiggs, because the state provided all the evidence to the defense, to the people, to the public and judge as circumstantial, and Lance Twiggs is all over that shit. So, sorry. You fucked up, state. You fucked up. You did what they did in the Casey Anthony trial. You were overzealous, and you thought you were going to pull on the heartstrings of Americans in the Casey Anthony trial, and you fucked up. You overcharged her. You went for the death penalty because you thought you could fucking nail it, and it was going to be your big fucking case where you got the fucking death penalty, and boom, she's walking free on TikTok now, making money, or Twitch, or wherever the fuck she's at. And they're going to do this to Tyler Robinson too, because I don't give a shit. If I was a jury, even if I hated Tyler Robinson, you still got to admit to yourself that they didn't prove that he did it. They only proved that he was likely in proximity to the person who did. And I think right now it's mostly pointing at Lance Twiggs for me. Mostly pointing at Lance Twiggs. But due to the nature of everything, I am so hesitant to think that just some random citizens did. This looks government level shit. It does. I mean, it has the tank. Given the information we have available and the amount of speculation we have to do to kind of link everything together, but like, bro, there's not a single expert out there that is seriously arguing that a 30-6 did that shit. Not a single one. And the government fucked up. The state fucked up by pinning Tyler Robinson with a 30-6. They fucking ruined their whole case with that shit. I have no idea why they did that. It just doesn't make any sense. Also on that, the conspiracy theory where the government's involved with killing Tyler Robinson and they fucked up and chose to do 30-06 instead of 556. That's why I've always kind of been like, for the same reason I don't believe Tyler was shot by a 30-06. I don't believe an elite military fucking unit assassinated him and they didn't consider that. Because I guarantee every single elite member, every top tier fucking operator would be able to tell you the same thing, right? They say, yeah, 30-06 can't do that. What do you mean? No, 30-06 can't do that. You literally can't do. You would have to be like, well, okay, you could do it with a 30-06, but you'd have to be like 4 times the distance, right, to do that damage right there. So literally no one buys it. And the thing that the defense is going to be able to do, this is fucking reality. This is what the defense team, I guarantee, is going to fucking do. They're going to call the defense witness like number 3, and it's going to be some dude who works for the fucking ATF in the ballistics department. And the ATF is going to get on that stand and have to argue that a 30-06 cannot do that under the given parameters. Then you're going to be like, all right, done with this witness. We're going to pull in witness number 4. This dude works at the fucking DEA, right? And then the FBI. You'll be able to get literally every fucking ballistics department in the motherfucking universe, okay? In the whole goddamn universe to testify on the defense's behalf that a 30-06 just can't do that shit unless fucking magic, and fuck you. You can't prove magic, so shut the fuck up, right? So, look, the defense is going to have a field day because all they got to do is get reasonable doubt. That's it. And, bro, which means that if this is like some high-level shit, jurors are bought off, that's crazy. You're buying off 12 whole-ass jurors? Dude, so look, a lot of shit, it ain't adding up that it was military, right? Because I feel like if it was military, some jackass in that room, right, some high-tier motherfucker would have said what I just said. It's like, why are we using the 30-06 for this? This is stupid, right? It's going to be like some sniper or some shit, some guy with expertise. It's going to be like, yeah, that's not my chosen weapon. I'm going to go with like a 5.56 or something like that. Like he's going to, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, look, they fucked up. They completely fucked up. All right, I gotta go AFK.
Hey,
Wow.
How's the temperature outside now?
Warming up. Still not bad though, especially in the shade.
That's where I'm sitting right now.
Oh man, if you need to laugh, here you go. Dude, I would be trolling that guy so fucking hard. I'd be just running circles around him, laughing at him. Just laughing. I wouldn't touch him. I wouldn't harm him. But I'd be trolling the fucking shit out of him.
The video is amazing.
Yeah, I loved it, dude. Yeah, fuck a moose, dude. Fucking fuck a moose. Have you guys seen Revenge of the Sith? But the Jedi are smart.
Sounds interesting.
It's funny as hell, dude.
I missed it.
I'll post it inside chat. And Anakin actually listens.
Hold on, I gotta log out, log in. No. Within the creator is all the stuff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he like ejaculated it out to make everything that there is, right?
Oh, why you gotta be vulgar about it? Thought we were having a conversation.
I mean, I'm just like asking you, the creator, right? He birthed all of that is.
Fully representative of how he made it.
Right, and that creator just was, right?
Yeah.
Like, why do you believe that?
Because it just makes sense. It's intuitive.
Bro, your definition of sense.
Wait, which one? Yahweh? The
No.
strong deity?
Hold on, Trans. Hold on. Right, so 1776, right? So your creator wasn't created, right?
My name is Rico.
So what? It's 1776 to me, bud. Sorry, that's all that shows up. That's all that shows up on my name with your little square with the hat, the American hat thing. So your creator, right? Your creator, you're claiming was not created. Okay, it was just
my creator cannot be created.
Right. So why did your creator take so long to put us here?
He had some other shit to do, you know. He had to create the sun, the stars, the sky, the night, the day. Have you ever read the Bible?
Yeah, I've read it. It's pretty vile, disgusting, full of
There you go. Now that comes out.
The strong guy.
So you want us to be respectful, but you want to go around worshiping a religion that promotes fucking children. Is that what I heard? You don't like the word ejaculation, but you're okay with raping children?
I'm not Islamic.
I didn't say anything about Islam. I'm talking about Christianity.
Oh, we don't.
So you go around demanding respect. People respect and don't say words like ejaculate, but yet you'll read your book and it'll say shit that's just so much worse.
Like what?
Raping children, fucking children, having sex with children. Well, I'm sorry you never read the Bible. Maybe you should try reading it before demanding that people offer you respect, right? You don't deserve it.
Can you give me a verse?
Yeah, Numbers 31. Numbers 31, the whole goddamn chapter.
Numbers.
You name your poison, it's in that chapter.
Numbers 31 dash what?
Yeah, dude, look, you read it on your own time. This ain't Bible study.
I just want to see the verse that you're referring
Well,
to.
I mean, you should have known this already. So it's kind of your problem at this point. But it's Numbers 31. It promotes fucking children, killing children, committing genocide / ethnocide. And yet you want to force people around you to not say words like ejaculation in reference to a cosmic pedophile. Sorry, man, you don't get to demand that. I thought you were like a Buddhist or somebody like that, where it's like, you know, it's semi-respectable, but your cosmic pedophile commanded people to murder and rape children. So it can go fuck itself. It doesn't get any. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's not very nice that you promote child sexual slavery.
Do you stick fingers up your ass to go to sleep at night?
If I had to, I would. Yeah, I'm capable of that. I nearly had to one time in my life.
So you can calm it down.
I don't give a shit about your fucking disposition, dude. You want to demand people in this room show you a modicum of respect. Don't worship a pedophile.
Who made any demands, you fucking crackhead?
You did, you fucking retard. When he said ejaculation, you were like, whoa, I thought we were having a respectable conversation. Your filthy fucking pig fuck religion commands people to kill children. So shut the fuck up.
You can't even tell me the verse with the command in it.
I said Numbers 31 is genocide,
Numbers 31
ethnocide.
Is the whole fucking book.
I said genocide.
Numbers 31-1.
Here, I'll try that.
The Lord said.
That way I can be heard. Genocide, ethnocide, murder, child murder, and child sexual slavery. I said name your poison. It's a whole bunch of shit in that filthy ass fucking tome.
When you mute me, you're just saying that I'm...
Yeah, when I mute you, I'm saying your mom gave everybody in this room herpes. Fucking trash piece of shit. Demand anybody fucking tells me I gotta respect their child fucking religion can go fuck themselves. I ain't respecting your trash. I'll respect you, but the moment you cross the fucking line and demand that I respect pedophilia, fuck you, you're trash. Immediately. I don't give a shit if you're too fucking retarded to read your own shit. That's on you. So fucking vile. It makes me want to throw up hearing a fucking Christ stain tell anybody to fucking be nice to their Just like, it's just absolutely horrible. There is nothing worth respecting in that trash pedo tone. You're going to demand people to, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Read your fucking smut. Read it. And then that's what you're asking us to respect. You're asking us to fucking respect murdering children. Like forcing children into sexual slavery. You want us to respect that? Fuck you. Fuck you. Eat a bucket of shit.
Real.
You look fucking disgusting, dude.
I just like fucking. I don't know, man. I don't understand how people get behind that stuff. It's especially with Islam.
Dude, I get why people get behind religion. That's never been a mystery
No,
to
it's
me.
not
But why
that.
they get
It's just
behind
like
particular dogmas and shit
yeah,
that promote that shit is just filthy. It's
it is. It's
inculcation. You have to
gross.
gaslight your own children to do that. That dude was gaslit by his own fucking parents into believing that pedophilic shit.
Yeah, my belief in God doesn't orbit around that stuff. It's just something for myself.
Yeah, but you don't get that luxury. You're talking about reality. Reality
Yeah.
doesn't exist just for you, man.
No, I know, but like I don't need to argue to people why I believe in God.
Well, but
'cause
you
I
should
just-
be. If it's
Why?
real and we can't perceive it, right?
Sure.
Like, what are you perceiving?
There doesn't exist a way to prove it, so there's no point in arguing about it.
There's something compelling you to believe it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh,
Like, is it the way the grass smells? Is it the bend
No.
of a taco? Like, what is it?
no, it's just the anthropic principle. That's it. But
Well-
that could be a case for or against. It's not like a.
Well, that's actually a limitation. People miss that subtle distinction when people say things have to be in a particular way, otherwise you don't get it. They're just putting limitations on the thing. They don't even know what it can do, right? This creator God entity thing.
Yeah.
Right. When we talk about constants, or in your case, the anthropic principle, just saying that it couldn't have done it like a bucket of paint. It could have kicked a bucket of paint over and out pops a baby.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Why does it
You're
need
right.
logic?
It doesn't need logic.
Right. So why would the anthropic principle be an indicator of a thing that can do stuff of magnitudes beyond crazy?
Maybe it was so that it could be manipulated by the people inside of it. I don't know.
You don't.
Like I
you can't
said-
come up with other answers than that.
My justification for believing in God is just like faith. That's it. I don't think it's something that can be proven.
Question.
Go for it.
Do you believe in a minimum entropy?
What do you mean minimum entropy? Like
Well,
like
when
a
you talk
entropy
about
constant,
the
like
when you
over
talk
one or
about the
under one?
well, for the entropic principle to function, you need a minimum entropy, don't you?
I mean, yes, but like I said, it's not something that's
Right. What are you observing in reality to indicate a minimum entropy?
expansion, contraction, just gravitational constants.
That's an indication of like differences. I'm asking
Of
about
what?
a minimum.
So, can I say something out of the ordinary?
So you don't like the conversation that's going on, and you want to derail it, but you don't want to leave. You want us all to do what you want to do.
I want to solve a really.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. Shut up. Go ahead. Go on.
Yeah, continue, please. I want to hear.
Well, it's just it feels like you didn't think about the consequences of what you're proposing with the entropic principle.
I'm not saying that it's proof for or against. That's what I'm saying. It's just like I just think that belief in God is. I don't think it's something that's necessarily provable, and it's not something I like argue with people. It's just
Well,
faith.
what is the entropic principle?
the anthropic principle is just saying that we exist in a universe that's suitable for life with these constants because we wouldn't exist in one where that's not true. But the argument that like, yeah, it doesn't have to prescribe by anything because God is not logic bound. You know what I mean?
So how do you get there
that's
then?
That's not the anthropic principle.
What? What is the anthropic principle then?
It sort of is. The anthropic principle is the idea that life exists in such a way that it's like constrained. It has to be like this in order for life to be. So there's something. The idea there is that something is putting constraints on an otherwise random set of variables in order to calibrate it for life, and that we would only exist in a universe where it was facilitated. That's the anthropic principle.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of baked-in assumptions on that it could be any other way, that ice could freeze at anything other than zero. See?
Oh, anthropy, not entropy.
Yeah, anthropic, yeah. Like humans or life, anthropic, that we're putting into the parameters a telos, right? That's what I'm saying is like the anthropic principle assumes that water can freeze, that it's even logically coherent to say that water could freeze at any other degree than zero. That up could do anything other than go in that specific direction. That gravity could do anything other than bend space-time like that, right? It's to say that when we're looking at a particular set of parameters that are calibrated, when that's an assumption that they can be any other way. It might be this is the only way shit can be. There isn't something out there required to kind of hold on to everything and stabilize it, right? It's self-stable. It's it's symmetric. There isn't what do they call it? Like we can renormalize in the mathematics. It's called renormalization. That we can explain it down to the non-infinitesimal, right? That we get that level of precision, that we know, that we have that level of precision, that we don't run off into infinities because our model just breaks. That's what the nerds are looking for, is the ability to make predictions based on a model that understands reality.
Yeah.
But the assumption that we need something to hold those parameters there is a misconception. That people call that tuning. Like they don't understand what tuning. Like they explain tuning as binary, right? That it was tuned to be exactly like this because any other way it would be off. Well, we just call that binary, on versus off. But they say that that's tuned. That all these are independent variables, all like tuned to work right. And it's like, where's the evidence that they could be any other way?
You would have to like prove something like the many worlds hypothesis, that there exists universes, or
well, that's not going to get you there either, because a necessary being has necessary attributes, and those necessary attributes are necessary. So any being or any universe that a necessary being's in is going to have exactly the exact attributes that it would facilitate the existence of the necessary being. So there would be zero variations.
I'm saying that you could have something with variation, but there's not going to be any living things there. You know what I mean? But it's somewhere else.
Wait,
I'm not saying that's necessarily the truth. That's what I was referring to.
So I mean, have you heard of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
No.
So this is the informal fallacy that you're committing here. If you want to look it up.
I'm committing a fallacy?
Yeah, it's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Tell me, what is it?
Right. So there's a farmer in Texas, and he's got a barn. He pulls out his 6-shooter, shoots a bunch of stuff on the wall, and then he takes a bunch of bullseye targets and starts painting them around. He said, "Look, I shot these holes in these bullseyes perfectly. I shot a perfect score. I'm the best sharpshooter in Texas."
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll paste a picture in the side chat to kind of reinforce the idea. Right. And so let's connect the dots, right? Hey, the universe is this way, exactly this way. We got it so perfectly, nailed it. God is the best sharpshooter in Texas.
I wasn't arguing for God's existence through it. I was just saying that those are not necessarily that they're like bullseyes. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that was why God existed is because it's like the fine-tuning argument.
The way things are this way, exactly this way.
Yeah,
so
I was
perfect,
just saying.
Right?
No, I wasn't arguing for or against the creator. I was just saying that we exist.
Well,
in
you're
a
talking about the
universe-
anthropic principle.
Yes, but I was just saying that that's my interpretation, is that we exist in a universe where life is, can exist.
So, but let me ask you this question.
My belief in God isn't tied to
bullseye is the
universal
life.
constants like that.
Look
It's
at it
just
this way, though.
faith-based.
Look at it the other side. If God did not exist, if this fine tuner wasn't there and the grand calculator wasn't there, how would the universe look?
The same way it does now.
Exactly the same way it does now.
Yeah.
You're right. So when you exclude that variable, you find, well, when you analyze your variable, it's an extraneous variable. It's not explaining anything. You're just saying, hey, if God existed, it'd be like this. But you just admitted if God did not exist, it'd be just like this.
Yeah.
It's not doing any work for you.
There's no, yeah, exactly. I'm saying I can't prove it. There's no proof. I'm not arguing.
But you're leaning on that as evidence for. You didn't use that as evidence
I didn't say I was using it as evidence for. I'm just saying that that's why we exist in a universe that we do.
But you notice you didn't do the converse, but the converse is just as likely. You didn't say to me, hey, man, I'm not really convinced there's a God or whatever. And I'm like, well, why? And you were like, well, because of the anthropic principle. You didn't do that. You could have. It was 50-50. You could have done it. We both agree that whether there is or isn't a God, the universe is going to be just like this. So pointing at the universe being just like this is not evidence either way, as you conclude. But you didn't use it for the negate. Hold on. You didn't use it as a neutral statement. You didn't use it as a negation. You used it as a reason why you would lean for. I'm not saying you're coming out here slinging it around like it's definitive proof God exists. I'm saying you're slinging it around like it's some kind of weak indicator that maybe it is. That's an affirmation. That's not a negation. That's not a neutrality. That's you saying this is a mark for. But again, it's a mark against too, if you're talking to your opposite.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I should have mentioned the duality of that.
Well, but your brain is leaning, whether you say it out loud in an honest intellectual format is one thing, and we all appreciate your honesty. But what's going on is an internal dialogue, and the what brings us to cognitive dissonance is that inside, genuinely, you feel a different way. It's a part of the way you're thinking, but your vernacular, what you're stating out loud is consistent with logic. It's a way that you're protecting your internal dialogue. That out loud to me, you'll say this, but inside to you, that's a tip to the hat for why God's real. But you'll concede that to me out loud when I push back. But you won't do that to yourself internally. See, with me, if I'm admitting it to you out loud, I'm telling myself, you're a fucking idiot for thinking that. That's what I'm telling myself, right? Like, why did you blunder like that? You should have taken a neutral position is what I'd be telling myself. I would abandon.
No, you're right. Yeah. I don't know. My internal, like I said, it's just faith. It has nothing to do with like logic or anything.
And I talk to people daily about this phenomenon where this is part of your inculcation, right? You're battling two minds here, an inculcated mind and a more rational mind that's seeing a different picture. And it's battling its own internal dialogue, the things that you've already been inculcated with, these preconceptions that the anthropic principle, for example, can be used as an argument for. This is what's lending, this meme in your brain is lending to your fundamental attribution error here, that you're looking at the fine-tuned constants and suggesting that this is indicative of a mind when it's indicative otherwise. Because if you, and I know you didn't make this claim, so I was being careful in saying it, but some people say God's all-powerful, right? And when they do that, and then they say an all-powerful entity created a universe just like this, that doesn't logically follow to me. It doesn't logically not follow, but it doesn't logically follow that a constrained universe is constrained by the power of God. It seems like to me, from this direction, where all I could see is this constrained reality, that if a thing invented this reality, it was constrained. And that's why there's constraints on reality, that it could only do it like this. And if that's the case, that it could only do it like this, why would I assume that this thing can do anything? Obviously, it can only create a reality where it has to be fine-tuned to these specific parameters, because God just can't make life work on Jell-O or bricks or something. Like, it seems to me an all-powerful entity could just throw Jell-O at the wall and a baby falls off, right?
Yeah,
Why
it's not bound by logic.
Right, it's
You're
not.
right.
It's not bound by the fine-tuning constraints of reality. If it wants a baby to fall off that in accord to the curvature of gravity, it could do that by cosmic cheese. Why not?
Yeah.
We don't need a fabric or a Higgs field. We don't need any of it. But that's what I'm being told by the people who believe God's all-powerful. They're telling me it had to do it in this finely tuned, highly specific way, otherwise it wouldn't work. These are the types of conflicts that lead to these attribution errors.
And you'd also talk about, like, you know, good and evil. You have an all-powerful being. It's like, okay, well, why is it exist in this way? You know what I mean?
Right. Problems
you know what
with
I mean?
evil,
Where it's like the three
dilemmas.
on and off switches, right? Where it's like you turn one on, the other one turns off. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, oh, he's all powerful. Well, then why does evil exist? Well, then he's not all good.
Yeah.
Then he's not. You know what I mean?
Like canceling circuits and shit. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
you can't have them all on.
Exactly.
But here's a bigger trick, and you could listen to a live from yesterday, because I think one of my lives from yesterday captured it. Is in a discussion with an atheist, I was getting them to recognize that when an atheist says that they're referring to the God of classical theism, if I take, okay, on the one hand, I'm talking to a guy that believes that he's talking about the God of classical theism, and then I'll ask him, can you give me an example of a God of classical theism? And they'll say Yahweh, the God of the Christians. They'll say Yahweh is an example of the God of classical theism. And I'll say, okay, which omni property does Yahweh have? And they'll end up conceding that Yahweh doesn't have any of the omni max traits. It's not omnibenevolent, right? It isn't all-powerful. It's defeated by iron chariots, and it had to cheat in a wrestling match, right? So it's not all-powerful. It's not all-knowing. It fucked up by Genesis 6:6 when it said, I fucked up, I created everything all shitty, right? It repented the Lord that he had made man, and there was evil continually. It was him admitting that he fucked up because he didn't know it was going to be like that. So it literally has none of the omni traits. And so they're gaslighting themselves when they say, well, my belief about God is about this omni God, but then they spend like 100% of their time talking to people who don't even believe in an omnimax God. Christians are not omnimax God people. They're not even rigorous about their own standards here. So it's all over the place. The theists are just making shit up whole cloth in accord with what makes them feel good and tied or tethered to their inculcation, right? It's a little Chinese whispers, right? Like telephone, that's your family unit. Your family unit is one of the telephones in a long line of telephone, right? From generation to generation, we pick up the phone and tell the next generation. But we're also individuals in a society learning in our own life, right? Going out and exploring and learning more. And then when we have our own babies, we do that. We call the next generation and pass on our stuff, and we pass that down. And when it comes to God topics, everything you've ever talked about when it comes to the notion of this God thing comes from that telephone. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from the telephone and the monkeys making the call, because we're butthurt.
Yeah.
So we're picking up the phone and we're calling somebody to talk to, our next of kin, our people before us and after, our grandparents and our children. And we pass these beliefs on, and we share these memes among our family units. But if that's true, then when we're discussing the nature of reality, we have to exclude all that information.
Yeah, yeah, because
Until
religion as a framework was established so that people would just, not kill each other. It's a useful tool for cohesion in tribal groups.
Well, they say that, but I don't know exactly how they.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think they're co-opted. They run in tandem. That it's not like a bunch of evil, hunched over monkeys were sitting around pre-religion and saying, "How can we manipulate the masses? Let's make religion." Right? It's not what it was. It was a natural, organic process that evolved over time. Even religion itself. Like, here's a question, right? And this is why the atheists are kind of dumb here. How long have Homo sapiens been walking the planet?
Like 200,000 years.
Somewhere in that ballpark. People push it to 300,000, but yeah, somewhere in that ballpark, about 200,000 years. How long have we been believing? What does the evidence say for personified gods?
I want to say that it's like the oldest. Well, I mean personified, right? Like, there were frameworks that were not monotheistic.
Yeah, I mean personified. It's
that
a
was
person.
probably, this is like maybe latest 50,000 years ago.
Ooh, that you're giving them a lot of credit. It's actually it's a lot closer to about 8,000 years ago. About 8 to 10,000 years ago is the oldest evidence we have of personification of a deity. Before then, it was more animalistic, right? It was more reverence of animals, and before then, it was animistic, right? Where any object can have importance to it that we would call spiritual, right? We would, in a modern era, we would identify as spiritualism. Animism is sort of doing that with just all things, not just living things, but the ground, the rocks and shit, nature, the wind, the seasons, right? Things like that. Those are, you could argue, personifications of aspects of nature, where you're giving this level of cognition or something, intent, being, to what's already there. These people believed in a thing that was there, but they put a level of importance or significance to it that may or may not have justification, right? But we're standing out, looking in, and we're seeing that these earlier humans were worshiping nature, aspects of nature. They weren't necessarily manifesting things that weren't there. We didn't have the intellectual capacity to imagine on that level. We were developing it. We were developing the framework through linguistics and symbolic representation through using, fetishes and artifacts and all kinds of different things to put what we were believing is a spirit essence into it. What makes life important and shit like that. But we got to take it from a primitive approach. And so the question here, the lecture here, is to get to the idea that if you're an atheist because you reject the personified gods, well, you're only talking about like 1% of human history, right? Literally like 1% of fucking human history has these kinds of personified gods. What about the 99% of human history that your God concept your God rejection doesn't even reflect, right? Because obviously the God of, 80,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago existed. Whatever God or thing they were worshiping was real, right? It was a statue or a pole or something. It was some real tangible thing that they were making it different then, right? It was, again, like 10,000 years ago that we started making these person deities, because at first it would have been other humans. It would have been humans, like an ancient pharaoh, like a pharaoh was a god human, right? It was a human ascended to that god status. So even then, these are real gods. And so atheists, they're rejecting 1% of human history, denying the overwhelming course of human history to say that gods don't exist, right? I don't think God doesn't exist really reflects true in historical terms. It does in modern terms, because typically what they mean are these omnimax gods, or gods like Yahweh, where they're, specific things that clearly do not exist. They're just whole cloth manifested in reality. They're not aspects of nature.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful when you start learning about the wide breadth of human culture, that it's not as simple as just rejecting Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Or in your
think,
case, coming to, these conclusions that gravity equals some other entity.
I'm not saying that gravity equals some other entity. What I'm saying is just like my faith in a creator, it has nothing to do with like the principles of the universe. I'm
But
saying
why
that
don't you
it
have
could,
faith in reality? Why are you having
I
faith
do have
in
faith in
non-reality?
reality. I'm saying that like I
Well,
can observe.
reality
I have
tells you
two,
there's
like
no
you were
creator.
saying, I have two interpretations, right? I have my like scientific interpretation, right? The one that's logical that says no, there exists no evidence for this. I shouldn't.
No. Hold on. It's not that there's no
one.
evidence. That's not what science says. Science says there's no creator. Unequivocally, science says that. 300
so?
years ago, science started saying that. Newton started saying it. First law of thermodynamics. Then like 100 years after that guy, another nerd come out and said, yeah, everything is made out of energy. So Newton says you can't create energy. Einstein says everything's made out of energy. So you have two nerds, like the fathers, you could say, of modern physics in that department, both affirm to you that reality does not exist in a way that is logically coherent to say that it was created from nothing. It's impossible. It's just we already know that that's incoherent to our model. That's why I'm saying, why don't you have faith in reality where this thing caused that thing, and that 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 thing caused that. Why are you believing in non-reality where this thing caused that thing, and this thing caused that thing, and then that thing magically poofed into the universe from nothing? That's not reality. Reality's telling you that is impossible.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Reality isn't saying that. The belief is illogical. That's
well,
it.
no, I'm saying creator. We know
that also
is impossible. It's not just illogical. It is illogical, but in the frame of it's impossible. It's a contradiction to assert creation.
Yeah, and I'm saying like I still do so. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it's irrational. You should stop doing it.
Yes.
That's a bug.
I don't
That's
care.
a bug in your matrix, bro.
It's just like I said, it's not something that I, care to differentiate.
You should.
I don't. Why? No,
so that you're right about stuff. Have you ever heard of reverse Pascal's wager?
No.
So God is a super dick, and he just loves picking on people, but he only likes bullying, morons.
I see.
So he created a reality that was law-like and worked in a perfect scientific manner, where the truth of the matter is there is no God. That's the conclusion God wanted. He wanted his monkeys to come to the conclusion that the evidence unequivocally says God's not real. So he created the world like that. And anyone who believes in his existence is a moron, and he's going to punish him and torture him for all eternity.
What is this like?
It's what do you mean? What does it prove? It
like
proves
what do you mean?
The mere conclusion in your brain that God's real is what's going to condemn you to hell, because God didn't do that. God created a world that didn't need a God. That's how he set it up. And he wants you to believe that. He wanted you to evolve as a ground monkey that would learn science. And science, once we learned science, we became guilty and punishable and accountable. Right before then, he thought of us as just dumbass monkeys that just, we'd sniff our fingers and shit. But once we evolved enough to invent science, now we become judged. Now that we have the scientific method, if we conclude that something exists, even though the scientific body of evidence says it doesn't, he's going to torture you for all eternity for believing that shit, because you're going against his creation. You're going against his will and desire that you do not believe in him, which is why he gave you the fine-tuned universe that you're living in.
Do you believe in God?
Depends on what you mean by God.
Not like, like a theist.
The thing we're talking about? No, it's completely stupid.
What about panentheism or pantheism?
Panentheism asks me to assume something that's not manifest, so no. Pantheism's just making an equivocation. And
that
so
universe equals God.
Yeah, theirs exists. But the thing is, as an igtheist, I can agree that God exists, but at the end of the statement, or baked into the metadata, because I'm an igtheist, you're going to have to understand I don't know what a God is. So when I say that God exists, I'm literally just saying that thing you're referring to and calling God, it exists. I don't know if it's a God, though.
Yeah.
I don't want that particular burden. I don't want to have to tell somebody that's not a God, like an atheist does. An atheist pretends that because they don't believe in a God, they have expertise in what God is for some reason. I don't know where they get this. I never felt like I knew what a God was outside of theism. When I was a theist, I felt like I knew what God was. But the moment I started looking at atheism, that was the moment that dawned on me that I didn't know what God was. I didn't know what it was then.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a drink really quick. But no, I appreciate you having a conversation with me. It's been enlightening. So I hope I wasn't like abrasive with my fallacy or just like in general.
All we ask for is intellectual honesty. That's it.
Yeah. No, like I said, like I don't know what I'm talking about on everything. You know. Okay, I'll be right back.
Who the fuck is this I guy, and why is he chat freeloading?
All right, I'm back. I guess my my piss thought was like, what would you like to see from me here? What if I were to go and explore anything, what would you have me go look into?
So I would have you look into this split personality thing that you have when you said you're like in one frame of mind you're like being reasonable, and then in the other frame of mind you suddenly turn that off. Figure that out.
Yeah. So, like, how would I uphold my belief in God in that logical framework?
What? I think what you should do is you should prioritize the truth over your God.
I can't just have both?
What?
I can't just have both? I can't just believe in it, even though there's, the evidence points
Bro,
against it?
it's your brain. You can do whatever you want with it.
What evidence points against it?
Well, I mean, not necessarily against it. I'm saying that my justification of it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just...
What justification?
It's irrational. There's no justification. It's just irrational. It's just something I've decided.
So what justification then?
Yeah, none. I don't know.
Right.
I just like I said, I just believe in it.
Do you care about true things?
I do.
Then you should abandon the things that are not true. Like the sharpshooter fallacy. Like the anthropic principle. You should abandon the anthropic principle.
What about I mean, I don't know. I just like I said, it's something that like I can still like, things that are true.
Hey, maybe there's a different way to get to your conclusion, but that way you like I've shown you that it's bad Right, I'm identifying to you that as bad. You can look it up if you want to look at it in
No,
depth.
no, no. I believe you. I'm not trying to discount what you said.
So if you care about true things, the correct thing to do would be to discard that reason. If you want to say you're reasonable, you need to discard the anthropic principle.
Okay.
And figure something else out. Like I'm not trying to give like.
No, I know. I'm not like. I don't feel offended
I'm
or
not trying to
anything.
like give you your answer key,
Yeah.
right? Because it's like me
Yeah.
telling you the conclusion isn't what's gonna help, right? You got to get there somehow.
Kind of going off with cause and effect. Then, what do you think the beginning of the universe? Do you think it's like a expansion and then contraction? So it's like just a big crunch, big bang over and over again?
I observe change, and then I need to make another observation in reality to make an explanation for change to not change, or not change to change, right? Where are you observing in reality not change, or an indication of such?
It's been changing since the beginning.
No,
It's been
what did you observe in reality to indicate beginning?
Cosmic background radiation?
No, that's not an indication of beginning.
Why not?
Because it's only talking about light, not change itself.
Like, why does change exist?
No, what's an indication that there will not be change, that there was no change? We observe change. What's an indication of no change? Like, to me, an indication of no change would be like pause. If there were like a pause button, you know, like click with Adam Sandler, where the remote and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, that might give me an indication. You could press stop. If you could do that, then maybe we could have beginning.
Do you just think it's well? What about like the Big Bang? Do you think the Big Bang exists or no?
Well, the Big Bang is the observation that things change. It's not anything further than that.
I'm not saying that there. Then I would argue that there is. It's always changing. There's been change.
All right. So then, why would you say the word beginning?
The start of this one. There could have been stuff before. I'm not saying that there isn't. It could be an infinite expansion and crunching that happened before it.
All right. What beginning are you referring to then? Right? So it's like there are these like things that have been implanted in your brain where they're like gaslighting you into thinking that these are reasonable questions to ask, right? But you need to actually make sure that you have the foundation for them before they're reasonable to ask.
Well, where was I implying that I didn't believe in change?
No, you were implying that there was a beginning.
Well, this universe had a beginning. Isn't that the
In what meaningful sense? In what meaningful
sense? In the sense that things, expanded from a singularity.
What? Yeah, most modern science doesn't hold to singularity.
What do they think? That it's an infinite plane?
They just don't observe anything in reality to like indicate singularity. Seems to be.
What do they think led to everything then? Like,
hey man, they observe things in reality. They don't just make up answers.
Well, I know. What is their observation and like conclusion to why things formed?
Again, the conclusion would be making up answers.
So they just don't have an answer right now? That's the.
So, well, they observe there are things in space. They observe that things are some way. And we observe that.
But there's no conclusion about like, primordial universe, like how all of that came to be.
Like, hey, we could talk about like forms of stuff.
Sure.
Are you asking
Yeah,
about forms of
where
stuff?
where did all the mass that made up?
Well,
you
that's
know,
not an
all this-
appropriate question, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah,
How so?
because space time is stuff, kind of. It's like a stuff relation, and it's a stuff relation that has less and less relevance as you have higher and higher energy systems.
Hmm.
First of all, they're two sides of the same coin. Space-time is one thing. It's one stuff. So change and then space are one thing.
Hello?
Affected by gravity.
Hello?
So as one of these dimensions starts becoming really, really extreme, what the notion of that property of space-time gravity relationship becomes something entirely unrecognizable from anything that we've modeled.
Hello?
So the answer would be we don't know.
The answer would be what?
The answer would be we don't know.
Okay.
Wait, who are the theists and atheists? No?
Yeah.
Seems like we got some people who. Do you folks believe a God exists in reality?
Oh yeah, I believe God exists.
All right, SS. Can you present said God?
You mean can I present an argument for God? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, a case such that a reasonable interlocutor would accept it.
Yeah, man. And you would agree that a reasonable interlocutor would be okay with utilizing classical set theory?
No.
To prove
What?
existence?
I mean,
No, because it's not impertinent to
formalize argument.
ontological reality. So.
What? Okay, look. And I don't know what your distinction exactly you're bringing up there. For example, how you can formalize arguments or proofs for like other entities. Like I can formalize a proof.
Yeah, but we're saying demonstrate on.
Yeah, but
I can
things are
formalize
not
proofs.
things don't exist in virtue of your proofs.
That's your okay. Your eyes. That's just like it's contradictory to your own claims because or your own like. Look, you asked
No,
me to provide a proof.
you can make arguments in virtue of your case, right? But things don't exist. Things don't exist in virtue of your proofs.
I never said something exists in
that can be
virtue of.
granted. That doesn't mean
So
that.
when you can
the
say,
proofs
"Hey,
are
we can define a bunch of stuff," and then now it's a thing.
I wasn't
No,
gonna
it's
say
not
that,
a
by the
thing.
way.
You would say you would take a thing, and then you would maybe try to describe what's happening, and then we would buy that or not.
Look, just to make it very clear, I mean, what you're saying is even like I'm not masculine, or my argument is even committed to saying that something exists in virtue of the argument. I guess just obviously.
Well, it sounds like that's how you were leading.
That, but look, yeah, nowhere.
You're definitely making the order of operations sound like that.
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
else
that's what I thought. I heard that too.
Yeah, maybe just co-signing the reason.
Yeah, you led with, "Hey, I'm gonna do this rhetoric, and that's gonna spawn something into existence." That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's just a straw man. You just asked if whether a reasonable interlocutor.
Well, okay, then what did you actually mean? Then?
Yeah, clear it up.
Yeah, man. And all the only thing I stated was would a reasonable interlocutor be okay with adopting classical?
Wait, I'm not hearing
the
a
answer is
case.
no.
Can we start with a case?
Okay,
Can we
I'm
make
telling
a
you,
good
I'm going to
case?
give a case, but I'm saying that.
Let's make the case. Go.
Yeah, well,
Begin.
I'm asking you a clarity question.
Oh, we got a little stalling, baby.
Obviously, what? Like, you obviously have to make sure your interlocutor.
Why don't you just make something appetizing, and we'll see if we want to eat it.
He can't because he's a debate bro. He's just got to shift the burden.
You're a shit chef, man. You're not good. You're not good at cooking. You're really bad at cooking, man. You need to start cooking. Dude, you can't, dude.
I'm asking.
Hang on. Give me the floor for a second. Let me demonstrate why. Okay, you ready?
I'm muting this guy. Who is this guy? You're not in this conversation. What? Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So we'll try that. Let me know in side chat when you're ready to hear me again, and then we'll proceed forward.
Okay, we can proceed, sir. So, what were you trying to step up for, sir?
He was hung up on us not answering his question, and I was going to offer him a solution. And that was, imagine he's debating two people at the same time. One who always affirms whatever his question is, and one who always denies whatever question or whatever statement he's putting out. He could be like, look, 2 + 2 = 4. If he just assumes he's talking to two people, one guy agrees with him, one guy disagrees with him, he should be able to proceed from one statement to the next and not need anyone in this room to answer any specific question. That's what he's trying to do. He's shifting the burden by clarity. I'm just trying to clarify. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The importance of clarity is null, because your interlocutor could choose to go either way, and you should be prepared to move forward in the discussion. So I give you both answers every time. You shouldn't have a problem moving forward. But you do have a problem moving forward. Do you know why you have a problem moving forward? Because you don't actually have an argument to make. You want to shut up, dude. I'm still talking.
Dude, you've been talking for 5 minutes, brother.
And I'm going to go on for another 5 minutes if you don't. Let's try that. Let's try that. So I'll get through what I got to say on my time in my chat room. If you don't like it, click the fucking disconnect button. What your point is to argue in bad faith, to attempt to put your interlocutor on his back foot, to get them to be on shaky ground so that you could try to seize territory. That's why when we don't answer your question and we ask you to just seize the territory without trying to or attempting to undermine your interlocutor, you can't proceed forward because you're not actually arguing anything. You're doing a sophisticated version of solipsism. You have nothing to argue. That is why your entire philosophy requires people to answer your loaded questions. So we're going to sit here, we're going to continue going forward where we don't answer your loaded questions and we show all of the world how to handle a debate, bro. Are we clear? Like, do you guys think we don't know what debate bros do? You think we're confused about that?
I didn't get muted. You know what I mean?
Still going?
Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah. So to be clear, I even was saying.
Did you hear what I said, or are you trying to pivot? I'm going to keep doing this. The more you keep acting like a debate bro, the less of the floor you get. So we're on to your debate bro tactics. So go ahead and proceed without us clarifying anything. If we're confused, we'll figure that in situ. How about that? If we find that there's a point in the conversation we got to go back and clarify, we'll do that. We'll do that then. We're not going to pre-clarify anything. We're just all going to assume we're using the same common lexicon. So go ahead. Go ahead, debate, bro. Make your point for the existence of your God thing. We already asked we answered your question, your first one. Would a reasonable interlocutor conclude that a thing exists merely because a good argument was given? That's not a good reason to believe in ontology. A good reason to believe in ontology is experience or access to the ontology. So that's the answer to that question. Move forward.
Wait, but you understand your mind exists, but it seems
we're not
like
talking to three people. We're already talking to somebody. See how you can't move forward? Because the tactic you want to do is continually put me on the back foot. So go ahead. Go ahead, make your point.
Just calm down. Wait, I'm gonna just sort of. Well, firstly,
no, we're just gonna go right into it, debate, bro. When I unmute you, you just start going right on into it. You have all this time I'm talking that you're not listening to jump all over your room, get your anxiety out, so that when I unmute you, you'll be prepared to just proceed. No theatrics, no hand waving, no burden shifting, no say I'm running. I've been in this room, what's it say, 609 hours, 18 minutes, and 44 seconds. I ain't running anywhere. But what I'm going to do is continue to be intolerant to debate bro stall tactics where they never want to be on the back foot and explain their position in a manner in which their criticisms don't apply. That's the problem you debate bros have. It's solipsism. It's a rhetorical version of solipsism, right? You're acting like your interlocutor is the only one that has these problems when you have them too. That's why you have no substance. Watch, I'm going to unmute you, giving you all the time you needed to calm down and get ready, be prepared to answer. And watch, you're not gonna. It's a prediction I got. You're not gonna do it. See? Just mindless fucking morons that have no fucking point to make. But they'll come in here and fast talk. Yep. Every time you take a breath, that's a blunder. Every single time you take a breath, that's a blunder to these fucking morons. Go ahead, man. You got the whole floor. Tell us why you believe in the existence of a God thing.
Just calm down, just calm down. So
okay, let me calm down. Remember, I told you no preambles, no stalling, no none of that. What we're going to do, we're going to use this time to reflect. And when I unmute you, all I want to hear that'll get you to be able to talk and not mute it again just like this is you make your argument. That's all you got to do, but you can't do it. So you're opting for this so that you can say he won't. Oh, look, he's running. He's not letting me talk. Here's the floor incoming for you to talk. All you got to do is forego the debate bro stall tactics. That's all you got to do. Try it. Prove me wrong and just start doing it. Prove the whole world wrong. How to properly handle a debate bro in any other way than.
yeah, so to address your first point concerning whether it was begging the question, or sorry, shifting the burden, right? Shifting the burden is typically.
No, we're asking you to prove the existence of your God thing, not do a meta-analysis of things that happened that your interlocutor did. We're asking you to prove your God. That's what we're asking you to do. So talk about what you said. Just talk about the things you said. Nobody said anything to you. That was our intent. This is how we deal with debate bros all the time. We can hear it in your tone. So we immediately activate anti-debate bro tactics, which is just make you argue your point. Stop pretending that you're reflecting on anything we've said. Anything that has been said, it's been rescinded. So don't worry about it. Just prove the existence of your God thing. Just do that.
Yeah, to be clear, I wasn't the one that made the claim that God exists.
Don't care about the meta. All you got to do is just go ahead and start proving the existence of your God thing. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Again, I just didn't make the claim that God exists.
So we're not asking that. Vapid, yep, it's vapid content. Just go ahead and start proving the existence of your God thing. Just go ahead and do that.
I didn't make the claim.
You see what I'm saying?
Intellectual husk.
Yeah, you're a midget. You can't do it. Watch, I'm going to do it again. I'll count to 3 before I unmute you, just so everybody's got a chance to calm down. And then it'll be your floor, and you will be absolutely free to just go ahead and prove the existence of your God thing. Here we go.
Bro, are you listening to the words I'm saying? I didn't make the claim.
Do you see? Vapid content. The only thing I want to hear out of your mouth is your argument for the existence of your God thing. If you don't intend to do that, just make it easy on all of us and click the disconnect button. Stop drawing it out. Run. Just go ahead. You've already run because you're a debate bro. You ran a long time ago intellectually to debate broism. But you were never in the conversation because you have nothing to contribute to it. You're just a slightly more sophisticated, not that you figured it out, version of solipsism. That's all debate bro tactics are.
Sophism.
Yeah, it's sophistry, but it's solipsism. It's the same reason everybody criticizes solipsism. You just keep fucking saying the same thing that applies to you, but you're a dipshit. The problem is people are honest. People will honestly engage and answer a debate bro's question. But the moment we start asking you those questions, you have nothing, zero content, nothing at all, nothing to offer. Giggly, dick, fart, laugh, that's all you got. Watch. Go ahead, prove the existence of your God thing.
All right, can you listen before muting me, please?
You see? More meta. More meta. Just go ahead and prove the existence of your God thing.
Fucking God, bro.
Nope, just go ahead and prove the existence of your God thing. That's all you got to do.
Okay, if this sentence is true, God exists. This sentence is true, therefore God exists. That's the argument, sir.
And your dumb ass thinks that proves the existence of a thing independent of that statement that you just made. That's what I mean. You're a vapid clown. We waited all that time for that dog shit fucking position. All that time. Every bit of it. For a moron to say that because his statement is true, God's real. That's it. That's a debate, bro, right there. Free to say anything they want in support of their own belief system. That's what a debate, bro, sounds like right there. Just give them the fucking floor and only the floor. Don't let them wiggle around and talk about what you got to say or anything like that. Give them the floor, and what do they say? Because this statement is true, God's real. What an absolute fucking blunder. Mesag, you're hot micing. Like, imagine, yeah, that's a huge blunder to be that fucking stupid publicly on recording to the world. Yeah, that's a huge fucking blunder. Yeah, it's absolutely a fucking blunder. To get in here and act big like you got some fucking worldview under your belt, and then we give you the floor and you just do that? Absolute dog shit fucking rhetoric? Yeah, that's why nobody takes Debate Bros seriously. That's why every single call-in show, anything, watch any of them. Whenever a Debate Bro gets on, you get treated the same way because you guys are morons. You're just like low tier, like slightly less dumb than pre-suppers, right? You can hold on to enough rhetorical information in your brain to spew more than a pre-supper, right? But you utilize presuppositional logic. Don't get me wrong. That's Debate Bros are pre-suppers, right? But they're just a class of pre-supper. Just these annoying morons that only kind of learned like one dimension of philosophy, have zero introspection. Zero. You have done no introspection at all. Zero. The moment a Debate Bro tries to do introspection, they see another dimension they've never had access to before and they die. They literally implode. I've seen it happen. It's disgusting.
I think it's documented somewhere also, the Debate Bro implosion.
Yeah. Like, it's crazy. All that, and then you give them the floor, and they're like, this statement's true, therefore God. That is like you're a toddler. That's what you are. You're a toddler.
They actually believe it, though. Like, we could use that same logic and say stuff, and it would necessarily be true if we used their logic.
I mean, if I wanted to debase myself and pretend that an argument is what makes a thing exist, yeah, I mean, I could do that too, but I can't lower myself to that status where I think that a string of words is why a thing exists. Like Mogi said, you got your order of operation backwards, but you're a Debate Bro. Like, there's, you know what I mean? Like, you barely function on ChatGPT, right? That's all a Debate Bro is just like basically ChatGPT.
Well, it's a script. It's boring.
Yeah, moron, you can watch it on the live, bro. You can go back to the live when your idiot buddy said that stupid shit. Exactly what he said. Just go back on the live. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that a Debate Bro would say ChatGPT is pretty good. Look, man, I don't know why you guys are still here. This is like permanent anti-debate bro tactics, dude. You're never not going to be treated like this. It's just what I do with debate bros, man. You guys aren't serious. Like, did you read my mission statement? Did you even read my mission statement? Like, I sort of do this to almost everybody, but I mean, debate bros are so insufferable. You have to like mute them and mod abuse them. The rest of the people either get it or, you know, whatever. Debate bros, yeah, they're just insufferable. Just insufferable morons. Like, read my mission statement.
Gives the rest of us a bad name.
Yeah, here it is. This room is intended as a resource for people looking to escape their current ideological and philosophical positions. It's focused mostly on the topic of God thing. It's just not a typical debate room. We do not afford equal time to dumb ideas, right? So we're not a debate room, man. We're trying to help people who want the help. We're not just here for like what you guys are trying to do. Just have a good time, right? Because you're little kids. Get it? I was a little kid. I did all that trolling shit. My generation invented it, man. So it's not like you're going to do better than what we forged. We made blood, sweat, and fucking tears. You're able to do what you're doing right now on the back of our work. So I just don't understand your game, though, because like at your age, fuck, dude, I was outside. I was still outside most of the time. I wasn't doing this. I didn't say he was a theist. I said his argument was fucking dog shit. That's what I said. Because remember, I told Slowboy that when he was unmuted, he's going to go ahead and give us his argument. And then Slowboy said, because his statement's true, God's real. That's what Slowboy said. Yeah. And he gave it. And it was Slowboy level. Right? That's what happens when you give slow boys like yourself the floor. That's the shit you say. You say stupid shit like that. Like, you understand that the argument God's real because I have an emotional disposition is a better argument than that? The one that your slow boy friend gave? Literally. Like, if a theist comes in and they're like, yeah, I mean, I just believe in God because, like, it just makes me feel good. Like, that's relatable. Right? It's stupid, but it's relatable. I get it. But your moron of a buddy, just absolute slow boy, said God's real because his statement was true. Like, that's the knuckle dragging level that a debate bro is. That's why no one takes you seriously. Have you guys not noticed that? Go to YouTube and watch videos where, you know, debate bro is on, you know, live with somebody and you were taken seriously. You weren't just laughed at and kicked off, right? Which is why you guys just have all this rhetoric to place normative demands on people, you know, like if they do this, then you win. If they do that, it's because of blunder, right? Like, because you're so used to, you're like the flat earthers, right? You're so used to people just criticizing you and not taking you seriously that you've just built what you think is a logical framework to show the invalidity of your interlocutor, but bro, like, no one gives a shit what a fucking slow boy debate bro has to fucking say. No one gives a shit. That's why everybody treats you like fucking shit, because you're all just a bunch of dishonest assholes. That's it. That's all it is. And we're all onto you. We can hear it in your tone. How do you not understand that? Like, bro, you're like kids with, you know, your feet sticking out under the curtains and pretending nobody knows you're there. Like, it's in the tone, man. Like, most of us could just hear it, like, still, like, immediately. As soon as you guys start talking, we can hear that you're a debate bro, and it's just like, inversion, right? Go into instant troll mode. That's all we can really ever do to have a good time, a good conversation with a debate bro, is one where you just mod abuse them and listen to them cry about being mod abused. I think it's literally the only positive function a debate bro brings to a conversation. Is how much can you slap them around before they just get fucking exhausted and leave, right? Yeah. You're muted for a reason, idiot. All that fucking work to get you to give the argument for the existence of a God thing, and what'd you do? that. So yeah, you blew your load, man. What'd you think you were going to get the floor more after that for being a moron? Wasting everybody's time like that? We're going to just continue to let you talk? Fuck you, dude. It's exactly what you said. You said because your statement's true, God's real. That's everybody. Play it back on the live. You're a moron. We all heard you. Yeah, we gave you the chance, man. You blew it. Eminem would not be proud. Yeah, go back to the live. It's live right now. Go back. Go click on it. Listen, play it back. That's what your slow boy friend did. Well, that's what you did. Yeah. You play it back. What is it, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago? Go back 20 minutes. Play it. Yeah, you did. Play it back. Because remember, I prefaced it. Like, how many times did I tell you? You're going to prove the God thing. Right? That's what we were discussing. The proof for the existence of a God thing. You were trying to shift the burden onto us so that you could talk about what reasonable standards are. That's the debate, bro, fucking realm. Is to just get someone to justify what a reasonable standard is. Right? Because that's all you can do. You can't actually present something and be proud of it. Stand behind it, right? You got to just try to undermine people's standards. Right? Oh, you got standards? Well, you're an idiot. That's all you guys do. You try to shit on people for having standards. That's what you're doing right now. You're doing it in real time. Play it back. One of my standards is that someone's going to offer me something first before I tell them anything else. You're going to put it out. You're going to just give it to me, however you give it. Right? You just pull it out, show it to me. And I get to evaluate it. You don't get to say, hey, do you like it? And then I'm like, well, you got to show it to me. And then you're like, no, you got to tell me if you like it first. No, I'm not going to do that. You're going to pull it out and be prepared for me to laugh or not, right? Yeah, I've been live streaming these for days now. So, people can learn how an ichtheist, one ichtheist argues shit. I'm certainly not trying to be like an ambassador by any means. You gotta scroll up through all the bullshit, but there's a pinned link to my YouTube channel. It's near the top. And see, like, the thing is, like, all this, like, temper tantrum these guys are throwing, if they had just listened to me, like, whenever we started engaging, they'd be having fun somewhere, right? Talking to somebody that listens to that shit. I'll be right back. I gotta go help somebody move a golf cart.
Hello, guys.
Greetings. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
I think there's no God, but when I was kid, I believe that there is God exists. Okay.
So you cannot demonstrate one, right?
I can't demonstrate.
Okay. Accept your concession. You lose, we win.
Do you believe God?
I know no gods exist.
Okay. We are in the same idea. Dude, are you like atheist or agnostic? I mean, there's no any chance God there. Do you believe that?
I have gnosis. I know no gods exist.
100%.
Yep.
I think there's still like 1% maybe he exists. Okay.
Based on what?
I don't know. We can't be sure. Okay. We never be sure 100%. There's
Based on
minimum
what?
chance. What?
Based on what?
Don't know. You atheist since you born?
I didn't think about the position.
I mean, while you kid, your environment raised you like Christian, etc.
No.
Do you remember?
There was no Christianity.
Oh. Did you read Quran?
What?
Did you read Quran and other Bibles?
Only some of it.
Uh,
I didn't like what I read.
what do you think about Islam?
I think the best time of the peak of Islamic success came from tolerance in other religions.
Yeah.
I think the same for Christian success as well. So basically, when their beliefs were not the strongest, that's when society found the most success.
That's right. Yeah. Do you have concerns about afterlife? I mean, like, we all will be died, okay, and it will be end. Do you understand my point? All will be end.
No, that's dying sucks.
I mean, maximum 80 to 90 years we are exist in this world, and it will be end deep sleep, okay? It make me sad sometimes.
I mean, I plan to live forever. So far, so good.
Anyway, bro. Anyway, have a nice day.
If you ask me, wow. Hello emoji.
You.
Greetings. That's what you like saying. Greeting.
Yep.
How's it been?
Okay, sleeping schedule fucked.
You fucked up, Muggy. He's fucked up, Crispy. You playing Overwatch? I saw you playing that.
I'm gonna switch to Isaac.
Isaac and his mother lived in a small house on a hill. Did you see the intro? Like the full intro?
So, do I have to like unlock a golden? So when I beat like the heart, do I have to unlock the golden chest to unlock stuff, or can I keep going and still get the unlock?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Well, it's like if I hit the golden chest instead of like going down the demon room.
So there's, if you keep going in the chest, did you even unlock the chest? So you're talking about the floor? Or the chest, like that teleports you to like the winning screen and like the cutscene? Oh, I see what you mean. So basically when you beat the heart, it gives you a chest, right?
Wow.
Damn, I really hate Zazzle.
Wait, Bogey, answer me. So when you beat the heart, it gives you a chest and you can jump in it. And sometimes it gives you like the devil room and you can jump into the thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should always jump in like to the devil thing because that's progression. You need to like do the devil floor.
But
by the way,
do I get the unlock for that character if I beat it?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
You just have to beat the boss. Yeah. Honestly, you should not play. Do you want me to help you unlock a character? I think you really like him. He like uses a club and he like beats people with it. You don't use tears. What do you think? What do you think?
I see the unlock conditions for most of these, so I think I'll be alright.
This one is hidden though. You don't see it. That's why I'm telling you. You're not gonna be able to get it on your own. By the way, this character, you should. I think there's an unlock you get if you do not die as Azazel. Did you get that one? If you go like 3 floors without dying or something, or like
As
finishing a
Azazel?
run without dying. Yeah, Lazarus. I mean, this is Lazarus. So basically, with Lazarus, the trick with him is basically you like if you die each floor, you get a damage up. So you probably want to die each floor, but if you do not die, you can get an achievement like after like a couple of floors, something like that. But yeah, you effectively get buffed if you kill yourself.
Oh, people like my beaver video.
Your beaver video? Which one?
Yeah.
The beaver game?
No, I got a short about beavers.
Oh. Let's see.
So yeah, I'm gonna take your advice and handle debate bros exactly like that.
That's all those fucking turds deserve, man.
So what's gonna be P1? So what's gonna be the epistemological framework of your
What's your modal axial framework?
It's so annoying. Like, I
So
wish
it's
they
just
could
going to be,
talk
dude, I
normal.
listened to a video of Planet Peterson talking to a debate bro. And what is it called? A preposition, in parts of speech, where you're saying words like, unfortunately and whatnot, prepositions. Yeah,
placeholder.
Yeah, it was like he was saying something to Planet Peterson, but he had like 9 prepositions in a row. Like, so it's just going to be the case, things like that, right? Like where you're not actually saying anything, you're just like prefacing what you're about to say, but it was like 9 prefaces in a row, and it's like, dude, you're obviously buying time to think because you have to talk fast, because talking at normal speed is like, I don't know what debate bros call it, but I guess it's a blunder or something.
Yeah, they call it a blunder. They love using the word blunder as well. It's such a shitty way to argue. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to be able to explore a conversation with a debate bro, but I can't get past the condescension on the foundation of just abject stupidity. It would be one thing if you had to be careful with debate bros, because they might get you, but every time they're just morons. You pull the mask off and they're just like 6 dudes, and like hunched up inside one big cloak or something, and they just like the gigs up. It's like, oh fuck. It's just the gaggle of clowns, man.
Yeah.
TikTok is still telling me to go fuck myself, but they did respond. But one of them fucking.
Live?
What's that? No, about not being able to upload videos on their shit. I could upload to one, but the rest of them, I had to take a video of me not being able to upload video and upload it to.
That's weird.
They're looking into it, man.
TikToks are nerds.
Yeah, that's why we want to shit on them too.
Yeah. I think in TikTok has all the debate bros. If you get into TikTok live,
yeah, I've
you're
seen
gonna
it.
get your fair share of debate bros.
Fair warning.
Yeah, Planet Peterson.
Yeah, I couldn't do it like Peterson. I don't know how the fuck he does it with the whole holding his shit together, not like just freaking out on people.
It's content. He gets money out of it. That's why he leaves them babbling. He lets them babble.
Because kids, because he taught kids in that Android, like just underneath it.
I just want to strangle
that environment.
I'm imagining if it was agnostic, he'd just kick them out.
Yeah,
like,
I'd just be going like
you wouldn't, yeah.
Because like the whole shit where they unmute themselves. Oh hell nah. Oh hell,
yeah.
Like nah. That's why you got muted, you know.
Yeah.
Why do they even have that function on there if you could just unmute yourself? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I loved watching that stupid ass Dawkins thing where it's like, I guess it was on Zoom where he just kept on unmuting himself in a formal debate. I think it was like on MDD.
Yeah, something like that.
Just being such an asshat.
Dude, that's why I don't really try to go on these like live platforms. Is I am just I'm an idiot, dude. Like that. It's just I don't want to put that on somebody, dude. Where it's like mute me because I'm freaking out. It's just I'm not a great debater like that. I've never had that that professionalism. I don't have that. I just freak out. I'm very irrational that way. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir on that. You guys have heard it like the last couple of years.
Yeah. How I see it going is like you probably are gonna mute them like one time, and then that's the warning, and then if they just unmute themselves, you kick them out.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a point, if I do ever do TikTok, which I doubt it will just be the case that I don't even use the mute. I just remove them from the stage. If I get to the point where I'm muting them, I'm just going to remove them from the stage and move on to somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would rather them come here. Yeah.
But I also understand why anybody wouldn't want to come here and have those constraints put on them, right? So I get that.
Yeah.
Like, totally. But like debate bros?
Yeah, the debate bros, if that takes off, they will all come here and never stop.
If you run your room in a way that like you don't ban people, you'd have like a shit ton of people here.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah, it would be horrible. It would just be like, yeah.
Yep, that's what I was talking about.
But like
we banned them, so.
Yeah, like most people, I think most people kind of got it through their fucking heads and they just kind of fuck off now. But yeah, there when the room first came up, it was like we reset the ban list like 3 times in a fucking week.
I saw like your old what's it called, the bloodbath debates, the taco videos. I saw them, and like there was a sizable amount of people sometimes here, like about like 10, maybe 12. But yeah.
Yeah, Taco for whatever reason banned himself. He thinks I banned him.
I think from what I've heard, he just didn't he didn't like you. He didn't like your anger and stuff.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, you can just leave.
I think for the most part when Taco was in here, he was he tried to be respectable. He was a different person than me and we weren't really compatible, but he did a good job at being chill.
I'm eating chicken.
I don't know what I don't like is like when, I mean, if he finds a problem with you and like he doesn't like your behavior, he can just, I feel like people should just leave, leave. I don't like when people just like bad mouth and like they're like behind your back trying to like back talk, like doing that shit. Like that's what I don't like. Just if you don't like someone, just leave. You don't have to be here.
I don't really mind the back talking or the people talking behind my back and shit. I don't really care about any of that. I don't really care about them talking in front of my back or anything, right?
Yeah.
It's like I don't have that kind of emotional attachment to Discord.
Yeah, imagine be caring about pixels on the screen.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There are people on the other side of these conversations, man.
People you'll never see ever
in your
life.
Mogi. A good item.
I don't care if I see them.
You can throw it at the bomb. It's a rechargeable bomb, and you can throw it at the boss. That's good.
Keep in mind, right? It's not the same at all as you would get in a IRL when you go outside and actually talk to people.
It's the same for me, dude. I don't see it any different than me. I treat people the same as out on the streets as I would online, but there's definitely differences. For sure, there's differences. But no, I don't ever devalue human life like that. I might get pissed at people and shit on them and try to make them feel bad or whatever, but we're all the same thing, man. None of us are better than each other.
Yeah, it's a good worldview right there.
Probably above here. Yeah.
I mean, some of us are dumber than others and shit. Some of us are stronger. Some of us are prettier. Yeah. I mean, that's obviously true. Some people get the short end of the stick. They get a bad array of starting conditions, and some people get great ones.
We're all born babies, though, and we were all born kicking and screaming and needing our asses wiped. So, it's real no difference.
Well,
the only real difference kicks in, yeah. Some of us aren't born. Yeah, you're right. Some of us are important. Don't get a fighting chance.
Some of us get fucking murder raped at fucking 6 months old.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, it's a horrible fucking world. Be thankful for what you got, I guess, you know, but also understand that you probably have more than a lot of people on this planet. Wish they had as much as you. Wish they had something in the fridge to eat, you know. They wish they had a fridge. They wish they had a place to put a fridge.
I wish they could eat food.
They're okay with them starving to death. It's just their children they're worried about with their distended abdomens. People like us, we make sure that people like them drink petroleum water.
We're taking advantage of people below us. We're no better than the rich that we criticize. We're the rich, man.
By the way, try your left or there. Yeah.
People act like that they're living in poverty, man. Even the homeless in the West are better off than some starving child in Africa. You know, they can beg and get some food, you know. What can a starving African do in the middle of nowhere?
I mean, I have starving people in my country. Why do I need to go so far?
I mean, you live in America, so what can you can always, you know, beg, steal, you know, do a lot of things. If you go to prison, you get free square meals. If you're homeless, I mean, like, the best option would be to get yourself arrested. Like, if you know you're not going to get a job, you know.
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate said God?
I knew you were going to do this eventually, man.
What?
I knew you were going to do this. I know you're going to ask that.
Yeah, well, we knew you were going to cry and throw a temper tantrum and not engage with the theme.
Yeah, I'm just invoking the topic of the room. So, proceed. Demonstrate the God existing in reality.
Unga unga booga.
See, that's the topic all of us come together in this room to really discuss, you know?
So you came in here with no intention to discuss the topic of the room?
If I'd said, hang on, if someone says they don't believe in God, then do you just ignore it? Ignore it?
No, that's the beginning of the fucking conversation, man.
Choose your own adventure. We got an answer for everything.
Go away, East African. It seems like you're not interested in a conversation, so go away.
Obstinance. What are you afraid of, bro? Your own brain?
Just click the disconnect button. You don't want to use your brain. You don't want to have a conversation meaningfully about the topic of the room. Just go away. We're not forcing you to be here. You are not welcome here. Yeah.
I don't know why people come in and then throw a temper tantrum that they got to participate.
I don't think he threw a temper tantrum. He sounded calm to me.
No, that was a temper tantrum.
That's like such a shit contribution to the conversation.
It's weird, though, because he was like, I knew this was going to happen. Why'd you do it then? Right? And besides, it's like an effort to try to make us feel bad for what we're doing. That's all it is. Oh, you're doing something wrong. We're not doing anything wrong. For one, minding our own business. You're free to come and go as you guys please. For two, we're offering help to people that need it. It's clearly stipulated in my side chat. That's why I never understand why these assholes come in here all butthurt. I mean, basically, my mission statement says, hey, do you want to learn something? Come learn from us. I will be your teacher. And then people come in all fucking offended that I'm saying, hey, I'm your teacher. I'm trying to teach you something.
Teach me something.
They get all butthurt, right? Yeah, I don't deserve that shit. Just go away, right? I mean, I don't care that I get it. I'm on the internet. I'm just saying, technically, by the letter of social law, I don't deserve that shit. A reasonable interlocutor would agree. I just figure my brain is a resource for people to stress test their ideas sometimes, you know, on certain topics. Because I heard a lot of shit, dude.
The human brain is powerful, brother.
It's almost like a Neo type shit, you know? Pulling you out of the matrix, realizing that your parents are gaslighting you, your culture, right? Those people close to you. They've been gaslighting you this whole time, man. No one likes to see that picture. It's ugly. It's like looking at each other's buttholes, you know? Just imagine that. Like if we met and we just like spread each other's cheeks and looked at each other's assholes. It's like invasive. You know, we automatically, oh, you talking about my mama? Talk about my mom. Everybody's mama's fucking special. You can't talk about anybody's mom. Moms are off the table. Can't talk about dads or sisters. Who the fuck can we talk about then? Can't talk
Wait,
about
we can't
you.
make your mama. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say you can't give me permission to talk about you because you're somebody's brother, sister, son, or daughter, right? And we excluded that. Hey, that's my sister. Okay. I get it though. You know, I'm part monkey. I get it. I mean, I'm full monkey, but I'm more than a monkey. But I can be defined as monkey.
I'm part fish.
Yeah, we came from fish.
We are fish. You know, you're a deuterosome. That means your butthole is your mouth. No bullshit. No bullshit. All deuterosomes have butthole mouths.
Tube worms.
I thought about adding to Igtheism, you know, like the idea that you're a magic spirit monkey, you know, just so that people that need that shit, it's there. It's just like a side addendum, you know, part of the original format that somehow got messed into the other one. That way I could disavow all that bullshit. But it's there for, you know, people that need that kind of shit. For they were gaslit that hard they just can't let it go. If they're just a regular old ground monkey. Talked to a dude the other day. It should be on one of the other videos. He come in here. That's how his brain worked. He come in here, and at some point, I had called him a monkey. Probably by calling myself a monkey, and then he got offended because, you know, if I'm a monkey, he's a monkey. And so I was like, yeah, dude, you're a monkey. You're speaking monkey right now. That's how I understand you, because you're speaking monkey. And we had a back and forth. He was like, nah, I'm not a monkey. And I was like, yeah, you are. And he started pulling up some Google shit. And you could hear his nerd boner getting hard and rubbing on the table. And he was trying to say, look, man, it says right here on this link that we're not monkeys. Going on about how he's not a monkey and shit. And I tried to stop him. I was like, listen, man. What you're going to want to do is look up the law of monophily. Right? And I told him just like that. Probably a little bit more dickish because I'm telling a story now and I can make it look favorable for me. But still, I had indicated to him that he should look up the law of monophily. And he chose not to. And then eventually did. And even though he came into the room saying he wasn't a monkey, that dude left this room saying he was a monkey. And could not put two and two together how I infected his brain to make him believe that he's a monkey. He thought he was saying, yeah, he was gaslighting me. Yeah.
So you gaslit him. That's psychological warfare.
No, I manipulated him, but I didn't gaslight him because it's true. I wasn't trying to convince him of a false narrative. It was a true narrative, and he was gaslit into his position that he's not monkey.
Yeah, it was quite the thing to witness.
It's just for whatever reason, dude, people hate monkeys, and they don't have that same visceral hatred for apes, right? Apes is, for whatever reason, it's just not so bad to be an ape. But if you're a monkey, oh, fuck that. But like all apes are monkeys. So kind of squished into that one. But it's that type of gaslighting right there. That was cognitive dissonance on his part, where that's what he was saying the whole time. That's the only thing his brain could do is be like, I was saying that we were a monkey the whole time. What do you mean? I was saying we were a monkey. Even though it's all on recording that he was trying to argue that here's some resource that says we're not a monkey. And I was just telling him, look, I'm closed-minded. I don't care about your source. We're monkeys, right? Because I've heard it before. I'm closed-minded to it. Look, I'm not impenetrably closed-minded, but yeah, if you come at me that saying we're not monkey, I better be saying, huh? But if you're like, yeah, we're not monkeys, I'm going to be like, well, you're saying that in monkey. You know that, right? So you're going to have to come at me and be like, flurbalapa chapa chigiwaga, right? And I'm going to be like, huh? And then you're going to be like, cha chaka waka ching ching. And I'm going to be like, dude, I have no idea what you're saying. And you'd be like, oh, it's because then you'll switch to my language. You'd be like, oh, it's because I was speaking bird. That was bird. I'm speaking monkey now, but you could probably understand that because I'll automatically just start going from irpidlapa chirbrilla. You could hear I'm speaking monkey now, right? And that's what it'll do. It'll just do that in my brain. He'll make the certain noises, and then I'll just be like, yeah, that's monkey right there. That's monkey. But you can't tell me you're not a monkey in monkey. That's self-defeating. You have to do it in like octopus, right? Tell me you're not a monkey in octopus. Oh, I said birds. So pretty much any invertebrate works. Any invertebrate will work. Any full-blown post like Dimetrodon reptile will do. Any non-rodente mammal will do. See, but no. You're not going to tell me I ain't a monkey and use monkey to tell me I ain't monkey. That's bullshit. That's gaslighting. That's cultural gaslighting. These people got that from just like mom and dad. Mom and dad taught them that shit, you know? And fill in, obviously. Always, if you say, hey, look, I didn't have a mom and a dad. Okay, well, then the wolf that raised you. That's who inculcated your dumb ass to believe that shit. You ever talk to a human that figured it out all by themselves? No. Those don't exist. Like, I just want to know what it looks like to look into the mirror from these people's eyeballs. Like, do they even know what monkeys even look like when they look in the mirror and say, I don't look like a monkey? All right, nerd. Let's go. Prove it. Bitcoin? Yeah, that's right, bitch.
You're going too far, Maggie. No, it's closer to the boss.
Where? Where closer?
Closer to the boss?
Where closer?
Next, that
You
triple
think it's the
room
one
or
to the left of it?
Well, it's either to the bottom or to the left, yeah.
You think it's here?
Yeah, either that or the left.
Because that ain't here. Where are you saying?
Yeah, the room you were in. The triple room.
You think it's here?
Either here or to the left.
What left?
Here.
You think it was there?
Yeah. Use your bob.
What bum? Oh. Fancy.
Wait, is Bitch McCuckle dead or not?
No, he's alive.
Well, now they're talking about that he's dead.
No, so there was like there was an EMT who basically emergency response was called and they like did some bad wording that sounded like he was dead on the 911 call. But that was fake news. He was still alive. Just went to the hospital.
Yeah, but I'm seeing it from a non-fake news outlet, dude. Hold on.
Then that next day, Lindsey Graham died.
All right, this is from 7:13 p.m. Eastern on the 17th, so 3 days ago. Hold on. WHAS11.com. It's ABC. Yeah, some ABC bullshit.
Yeah, so I think that was like the scare, right? There's the EMT.
No, well, I haven't read it yet. Hold on. It says an interview Wednesday with Bashir said 2 agencies contacted him with reports while the senator's office remained silent about McConnell's condition. Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit. Kentucky Governor Andrew Bashir said he received calls from 2 different agencies, blah, 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 blah. Speaking on Katie Couric's YouTube channel, Bashir said the lack of public information about McConnell's condition fueled widespread speculation about during the month-long period before Senator's office provide an official update. Yeah, so I think he's saying that no, he's not dead. I think. Hold on. It had been a month before anything had been put out. Not even an official statement from the Senator McConnell. In fact, it had gotten he's saying that even he had gotten 2 calls from 2 agencies, questioning him about whether he's suggesting he passed. So 2 agencies contacted him saying that they think he passed, but not that. I see what he's saying. Yeah, I don't care. He's just saying that he received calls from somebody. Yeah, so allegedly he's still alive.
Allegedly, the unkillable is undead. The healthcare is good. What can I say? Government healthcare.
Oh shit, though. Hold on. Hindustan Times on the 20th today. Mitch McConnell, Senator's office staff walks away as reporter demands video proof of life. People still questioning it.
Dude, I fucking hate that he keeps recommending me Guppy. I've had it in like at least half my runs.
I don't know, dude. I think he's dead. Prove me wrong. I guess there's now video evidence out there of Pete Hegseth liking big, strong men. Just what I'm hearing.
Yeah, he doesn't like overweight generals.
No, I think he wants like big, strong men to be on his security team. According to Valhalla VFT, which he never lies about anything. Dude, it sucks that we have to wait until September 1st to hear the prosecution lie like a bunch of dumb fucking morons. And then the defense just stand there with their hands out. Just like, I mean, it speaks for itself, Judge. And then just, close, defense rests. I mean, literally, that's all the lawyers have to do is just like point at all the evidence and then just kind of point around the room a little bit, look stupid, and then just defense rests and then sits down, and then the judge is going to dismiss it. At this stage, because what he's saying, this is what this judge is saying. It's like, look, fucking assholes, y'all are trying to get me killed. Okay, I see what's happening. This is what the judge is saying in his letter. Y'all are trying to get me fucking killed. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get y'all fucking killed. So y'all come into my court and make your argument for why America should kill you. All right, go. Right? Because that's really what it is. Like, they put this judge between a rock and a hard place. They didn't do, and I don't know if, I guess it's a judge's order. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, if this theory that I'm literally making up in real time is true. The judge decided not to have a grand jury and decided to put it in his own hands. And now is saying, fuck that, you guys come in here and convince me what I should do. Because I guarantee he sees what everybody in America sees. He's got the evidence looking right at him. He's just like, yeah, there's literally no picture of Charlie getting shot by this guy. And I mean, it's just too big of a case for him to just be like, all right, case dismissed. It's just way too big. He can't do that. That's what he should do, though. He should do that. Like, by the law, anyone in that circumstance should be expecting that that's what should happen. If you're being fair and unbiased, because, dude, look, I'm fair and unbiased. I don't give a shit about Tyler Robinson. If he fucking killed Charlie Kirk, fucking fry his ass or whatever you do in Utah. I guess it's firing squad. Shoot his ass, right? If that's your state law, fucking do it. If you got the proof to do it, do it. He fucking openly executed a person in public. You don't do that. Especially someone like Charlie Kirk. Right? Yeah, he was a fucking douchebag, but he went out there in public, man. He had balls of steel. You got to grant it. The dude had balls of steel. Cannot take that from him. He got in everybody's face in public. Well, he didn't get in the face, literally, but he stood there, right? And it got him fucking killed, right? His philosophy ultimately got him killed. The meme about, like, where he said that, some deaths are necessary for the Second Amendment. Well, people made fun of him for saying that shit, but he's right about that, right? He was right about that. So, look, fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Tyler Robinson. Fuck Lance Twiggs. Fuck Utah. I don't give a shit. You hear me, Utah? Fuck you. I don't give a shit about Utah. I'm impartial to Utah. Utah didn't do anything. I'm just saying, look, if he done it, then do it to him. But if he didn't do it, why are you doing it to him? Are you just mad that your boy got shot and you need someone to kill? Well, get the fuck over it, dude. Sometimes people don't get justice. And you're going to have to get the fuck over it. But lynching a guy like this, so far the evidence that I've seen is just dog shit. Dog fucking shit. If I was a juror, good luck trying to convince me that Tyler pulled the trigger. You shouldn't have fucking went with those charges. You should have went with the charges of, like, I don't know what you would try him for. Like, honestly, I don't other than being the shooter. If he's not the guy who pulled the trigger, you could get him for conspiracy, I guess. Conspiracy, and what's it like when you're in cahoots? When you actually do it? 80, you know, get him for that. But, I mean, they just don't have him doing it. Honestly, if you look at Lance Twiggs, the shit that the conspiracy theorists are coming out about Lance Twiggs, if you look into like Lance Twiggs' history, it's like, yeah, this one's the crazy one right here. Lance is definitely the crazy one. Tyler is probably a patsy. I am more in the camp that there's like a trans, a hostile trans community, and they probably, you know, conspired to kill. I'm not saying this about all trans people. I'm just saying,
wow.
There's probably a group of trans people, and they conspired to kill Charlie Kirk, and they pinned it on, they meaning Lance Twiggs and whoever, if Lance Twiggs was working with anybody. The reason I'm saying this is because there's this other person. Check this shit out. Check this fucking shit out. This is part of the conspiracy theory. There's another trans person that lives in Utah, in another city outside of where Charlie was shot. And this person put out a song on their like Spotify or something called Charlie Kirk Dead at 32 or something like that. That was the name of the fucking song. And this was out before he was shot. They also have a picture that they drew of this person, this trans person, drew of like a shooter on a roof laying down, taking a shot. So, look, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's looking like a possibility that a group of radical trans activists assassinated Charlie Kirk and pinned it on Tyler Robinson. And it's not to say that Tyler Robinson wasn't involved. But my theory about it is Tyler Robinson went there to shoot him, chickened out, couldn't do it. And so his handler did it. And now the question is this really a trans, like a hostile trans terrorist group, or are they all like FBI? And, you know, not FBI necessarily, but, you know, one of the organizations. Not Radical even necessarily. Road. Yeah, whether they're from our country or not, right? This could go deep. All I'm saying is I don't buy that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with a 30-06. Somebody fucked up somewhere. This case is dog shit. The idea that Charlie was shot by a 30-06 is just, it's so hard to believe that. No one believes that. Literally no one believes that. They have not brought up a single professional to testify that that's even possible. Or like the question hasn't even come up. It's going to come up in trial, guaranteed. That shit's coming up. Ballistics is coming up in trial. So I think the government botched this case because they did what they did with Casey Anthony. They zealously overcharged, thinking that they got the shit locked in, forgetting that this is America and we have trials and you have to put up evidence. Your feelings is not evidence, and us not recognizing your feelings as evidence is not us being a horrible person. If that's just how the law is. You don't get to execute somebody because you're upset. You get to execute somebody because you live in a nation that has execution, and it's the state who does the execution. It's not us. We don't get to do that, and we don't get to just skip everything and not give him a fair trial. If he did it, he did it. What's the problem? The problem is everybody knows they don't have a case. And if he is the killer, he's going to fucking walk because this incompetent administration completely botched the thing, the actual investigation, or this was a targeted fucking op, dude. Right? And it goes deeper. This is like some JFK level shit. Maybe they tried to kill Kirk to like spark a fucking riot and, you know, start the boogaloo or whatever the fuck they call it. And it just didn't work because, like, yeah, we're at each other's necks, but we're all like, you know, we don't want to kill. Like most of us just don't want that war to be here. We probably even the people that like want to see the war don't want to see the war. They're just kind of at their wits' end. and they just kind of want to see it just to like get over it, right? I don't think there's really a large contingent of Americans that actually are trying to kill each other. There's probably like small groups and stuff like that, but there's a vested interest by radicals to like try to push them to that. And you know, could it be a hostile terrorist trans fucking group? Could it be Israel? Could it be the CIA? Could it be just Tyler Robinson did a whole bunch of magical bullshit? Could it be, you know, like, what is it, guys? And in September 1st, we gotta wait till September 1st because the judge kicked the motherfucking can down the road. He's trying to put a target on the prosecutors and the defense, bro. He's like, fuck it, I'm not dying for this country. Y'all figure it out. I'll sit here and judge it from there. Let me hear your arguments. Let me hear what I'm about to hear in court, because he's saying right now he ain't fucking convinced. He is not convinced there is probable cause, which is like the lowest fucking bar. This is like, so look, it could go either way. It really could. But the fact that he's saying that he's not legislating or ruling from the bench, it's a strong indicator that he is not confident that Tyler Robinson's the trigger man. He's not seeing it. And so he needs more convincing. That's what he's saying. So it's not, look, I'm not excited because it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. Like because look, Tyler's our guy. There ain't nobody else. If it ain't Tyler, who the fuck is it? He is killed by a ghost. And that sucks, man. That sucks for America. That's dog shit for America. Like, we need blood. We need the killer. We need blood. We need to see it pouring in the streets on those assholes, right? Can't let them get away with it. That shit's high profile shit. So whoever killed Charlie Kirk needs to go down for this shit. And the state of Utah, shame on you guys, dude. Like, you guys fucked up big time. So to see him say that shit and be like, yep, September 1st, I want to hear you in court. What's your argument? I'm not buying it. He's mad. I guarantee, because they're all trying to get him killed. And I guess he's thinking, he's looking at it. He's seeing what everybody else is seeing. You know, all the people, like, because, dude, there's people like, even me, dude, I'm sitting here, I'm saying as fair as I can be, I hate Charlie Kirk. I hate him. He was a piece of shit. I didn't like a fucking thing about him. But he got assassinated. That shit's fucked up. And his killers need to go down. I don't care who they fucking killed. I don't care who killed him. You don't do that. That's not right. And we're not at war. When we go to war, when we officially declare war on each other, fucking fire away. Whatever. But we're not at war. We're still civilized monkeys, okay? We gotta act like civilized monkeys. Can't be killing each other, y'all. And whoever the fuck killed him needs to go down. We need to find him and punish him and let everybody know in the world that you don't do this. You don't fucking do it. It's what we'll do to you. We will literally flay you alive. Whatever the fucking punishment is, I don't give a shit. Right? At the end of the day, I don't care. But I care about being able to have the conversation, but you start shooting people in the fucking neck with magic 30-06 rounds. Like, that ain't cool. Nobody wants that. No trans. I'm not trying to say trans are like this.
What's up?
Yeah, I guess you don't want. You take goat head.
Yeah, the goat sounds pretty good.
Take all of them. Just do it smart. Start with the goat, then the tail, well, then the pack, then the tail. Go right, left, middle. Trust me. Yeah, honestly, I'm calling it. It's a Mossad.
It's always have been.
Look, there's so many conspiracy theories out there, and that one fits right into it, especially when you start throwing Thomas Massey's comments. You hear about what Thomas Massey said about all that shit?
What did he say?
He was saying it before Charlie got it into the neck that they were having a conversation about he was afraid of getting shot by Israel because he was turning his back on Israel.
Yep. He died literally after he said he stopped supporting Israel and he stopped accepting donor money. So he was mostly supporting it for the money, it seems. At least that's how I took it.
So yeah, there's conspiracy theories that fit that. Right now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there because the official narrative is just bullshit. No one buys that shit. So we're all free to just speculate. And the cool thing is it's when you listen, like if you go to YouTube and you start listening to the conspiracy, they're all grounded. They're all like no lizard people, no aliens, no cult shit, nothing. It's like it's people legitimately trying to explain what the fuck they saw.
Hey Mogi, can you go find the super secret and then use that golden remote? Because you're gonna get like an angel item. Just try to find the
Where the hell is it?
Probably to the. You see that leftmost room? Did you try above here? Above.
I tried to the left.
Try above. Okay. Go to the left. Yeah. No. Go back. I don't think it's there. Go to that leftmost room. Because I don't want you to fuck up and bomb the bottom. The bottom. Okay, try above. Okay. So my calculation, it has to be to that rightmost room, like the big one. You just have to dig there. Start looking for gold. Just try, yeah. Start trying out like the bottom. That's the door. Yeah. Okay, right. You have to find it. Okay, there you go. Only took 10 bombs. Okay, take it. Okay, now you can use the remote. Well, it will teleport you to the angel room. You can get a free item. Free. At last. Oh, never mind. You're cooked. Well, you're not going to be able to take your Bob item now. Make sure to bomb that guy as well. You're like burning enemies or one last? Okay. Well.
Well, this got weird.
Yeah. Well.
The build is pretty good.
Yeah. Same, you lost that Bob. That Bob bomb. Shame.
It's okay, I got a remote in return.
I gave my life. I gave my children my life on a silver platter. You guys know where that's from? Sopranos.
Good job, Crow.
Wait, can you tab really quick? I want to see what your active item does. Hold tab. Okay, never mind. Nah, never mind. Oh, okay. It only teleports you if you have an angel room. You didn't have an angel room. Well,
it's angel or demon. It seems it chooses one, I guess.
I mean, it's a guaranteed teleport to the angel or demon room if you fully finish the floor and you didn't get it, basically. The error room is also good.
Well, I have a goat head now, so I think I'm guaranteed to error room now.
Yeah. I don't think so. Maybe you can get like a like a challenge room where you have to be at 1 HP and you can use your item to get in, but no. That's good. Yeah, by the way, did you hear, Mogi? I got my acceptance letter. How are you struggling to do the brain guide?
I don't know.
I don't know if you want to take that. It's very chaotic. Should probably take the safe side. How many rooms do you have to clear? Yeah, you have a lot more.
And you think I can just boss it? I can just boss it.
All right, Blazing, prove it. Oh, you can't boss it. Can't go back unless you teleport. All right, prove it, nerd. Let's go, Blazing. Go, nerd.
Bro, quit messing around.
Dude, I'm about to ban you.
Yeah, you about to get smacked.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah. Take the heart. All right, you have like, okay. Gives me the trouble of banning this retard.
Wow.
Sorry for the curse word.
I'm watching Jordan Peterson debate Peter Jordanson.
You getting fucked? Ooh.
I don't know what either one of them's saying.
Mogi, you fucked up, dude. Try to kill one. Try to bomb those skulls. See if you get lucky. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Okay, just you know what? Use your teleport. Teleport away.
Why not take dark matter first?
No. You want to take brimstone.
How am I gonna get back
away.
here?
You will, trust me, because it's the room will stay open because you have go ahead. You don't have to like. It's just that you locked yourself in. It's the final boss of this room. Ooh, do not take any more damage. Trust me. Run. Let your little guy take all the red hearts as well, because he's gonna give you black hearts. But you need that brimstone. That's like one of the best items. Also, don't be afraid. Like you can just shoot at bullets and like you're gonna like disarm them. Ooh. Nah, you don't need it. It's gonna take fucking years for that pays out. Secret room to the left, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely in another room, maybe. No. Do not waste any more hearts. Like, don't take that. You picked up the wrong trinket as well. You need a miracle. All right, suicide, prove it.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, can you prove the God thing? You believe in God?
No, I thought y'all were already debating with somebody or something.
Now you came here, so we have to engage in a conversation with you now. Are you willing to do that or not?
I mean, I could talk. I don't believe in God, so it's gonna be hard for me to defend it.
Well, that's really good. You're an atheist.
Yeah.
You believe no gods exist?
No, I'm just not convinced a God exists.
So all it takes is for someone to prove the existence of a god, and then you can
I
like
mean, they don't even have to prove it. I just want any sort of evidence.
Well, what would be the evidence of a god existing? Would it be the thing itself, or what?
I mean, I'm not sure. Whatever evidence, like at the time of somebody telling me, then I would
Well,
like know if it's like if I'm convinced by it or not.
let's say someone says God exists. What do you think they're implying when they say something like that? Or
That
saying
he's
there exists a God.
yeah, there's a God in existence. That's what they probably mean by it.
Like there's a God that is participating in the state of affairs, right?
He doesn't have to participate. He could just be real.
Well, how does like real? How can you be real and not participate? How does that make sense?
Like for example, like if God was real right now, like I feel like he went
Well,
AFK
no.
or
I'm
some
just saying
shit.
in general. No. I'm saying if something is real, you're telling me something is real and it doesn't participate. It doesn't have like an effect. How does that make sense?
I feel like he might be rage baiting, but I'm not sure.
I'm not rage baiting.
Like something could exist and not interact.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of something that is real but doesn't participate in the state of affairs?
Gamma ray bursts in space.
No. Hold on. Let him answer.
Okay.
What do you mean like the state of affairs? Like what do you mean by that?
Reality.
I mean, but God is outside of reality. I thought no.
No, but you don't know. Like you're an atheist. Don't tell me what God is or isn't. I'm just asking you. How do I know if something is real or not real? How do we need to have something to go off of, and then we
gotta
can
have
say God
evidence or
exists or
something.
does not exist. Evidence of what? For what?
Of God.
How do I tell if something exists or not? Like, let's start with that.
I just said that you have evidence for something existing. That's
Evidence. But what does that mean? Evidence. Evidence of what?
Right. This has got to be rage bait. Like you're not being serious, right?
It's not rage bait because I don't get you. Like I'm telling you, hey, like I'm telling
Well,
you.
why are you
so
coming off with an attitude?
Well, what constitutes as evidence? They've asked like many times, what constitutes as evidence?
I mean, anything can, just if it's convincing or not.
You're being so vague right now.
Sure, anything?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So like a microphone, you're saying anything can be evidence for a microphone?
You're asking like what like a one answer like or a one question answer for evidence.
No, well, yeah, because it's a meta question. So follow up with what I was just asking. Do you think anything would constitute as evidence for this microphone?
No, not anything, but anything could be constituted as evidence for me.
Well, only you would constitute as evidence for you. Just like only my microphone would constitute evidence for my microphone. Not anything. Like, take a rock. Not anything is evidence of a rock. Only the rock is evidence of a rock. How is that retarded? That's A equals A.
No, you're saying like having the object in your hand is evidence, not the microphone itself. That's retarded.
No, I'm saying the rock is the evidence for the rock. The microphone is the evidence for the microphone.
No, the rock
you
is
are evidence
itself.
for you.
Proof, and evidence are two different things.
That it exists. We're trying to prove a thing is real. So the thing proves that.
Yeah, that's the best evidence that you probably get.
Yeah, so just apply that to the question of God. What would constitute as evidence for the existence of a God?
I'm not sure.
The God.
Yeah, the God itself, like the thing.
Just like microphones and like dogs and stuff. The thing. Because the claim's not God's fat. What would be evidence that God is fat? Well, that would be a measure of its proportions and shit like that. But we've already established that it exists if we're measuring how fat it is.
I feel like, so like for me, right?
You understand
I feel like,
or not?
Okay, I won't speak then.
Yeah, Trans. He's extremely sensitive. So if we can give him a safe space around him so he can engage on a more secure term.
Well, go ahead and speak then.
Go ahead,
0
little
to 10
guy.
rage bait. 0 to 10 rage bait.
They're not, dude. We're being serious. Like you're, I don't, like you think this is a joke or something? We're not joking.
Yeah, and the fucking call is God ain't real. I told you I don't believe in him, so I can't defend him. Sorry.
You don't even know you don't even know what's real and what's not real. Like you don't even know how to differentiate.
Okay, fine. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, how do I engage with someone like that?
Dude, why are you butthurt?
I already told you I'm not defending God, so I can't engage with you.
Well,
we're not asking you to do that.
We're not even. Yeah, we're not even doing that.
Okay. Well, what's the point of the call then?
To unfuck your brain, but you're crashing out.
I mean, this is the 0 to 10 rage bait that I keep mentioning. Like I'm just
not rage bait.
You're crashing out. I'm not like defending, but like, what are you guys
like whenever you're arguing or like talking with somebody, and you constantly be like, oh my God, you don't know this, you don't know that. It's like, okay, I don't know.
Nobody's doing
Yeah, but
that.
we're not doing that.
You just okay, yeah. 0 to 10 rage bait.
Wow, this guy's a broken record.
Yeah. Are you just mad, dude? Like what happened?
Not falling for it.
Is this like your
falling for
traumatic
what?
response? Is this
I'm
like a
literally eating
PTSD?
lima bean soup, just talking to you, and you're like rage bait. What? How are we rage
I'm just playing
baiting
my
you?
game. I don't really give a fuck.
Me too. I'm playing the game too.
Well, why did you even come here if you want to like waste people's time? I want to have a serious conversation.
Have you ever like been in a call where they're already debating? I wanted to hear it. Yeah, I wanted to hear a debate that was already happening.
You do not get to hear. You do not get to hear. You do not get to freeload in this room.
Okay, well,
There's
then
no
kick me
freeloading.
out.
Okay, then
Hey, I
leave.
tell you what. Why don't you like
Yeah,
and
kick me out.
subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you can listen to everything that goes on here live.
I'm here live right now. What's going on?
Yeah, but you don't want to participate, so.
Yeah,
So you
can
think
get the fuck out.
like scroll up on the VCs? You think every single person that's in these VCs or every single one of them are participating? You're
Wait,
retarded.
when you're
Yeah,
doing
actually.
that, can you tag the ones I should give a shit about? Because this is the only room
You're
I give a
retarded,
shit
buddy.
about
Just
what
be
happens.
quiet.
Right, you're mad, dude.
I'm not. I'm playing my game. Does it sound like I'm mad?
Yeah.
If I was mad, I'd be raising my voice.
Me. Why not you kick me?
Yeah, you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna share my toys with you guys. Yeah. Kick me. Yeah.
I come into a call.
I'm a
right?
baby.
Right?
I don't have an executive function.
Yeah, here we go. Coping.
Yeah, we're coping. Yeah.
Wow, dude, I'm coping so hard right now.
And every time I speak, you guys start to cry. so I don't
Definitely
know.
not making fun of you right now. Definitely not making fun of you. Yeah, see?
Like
Exactly
slurring
right.
your words, you know how to speak.
This is so wild, dude.
Wow.
You're acting like we're keeping you here against your will, dude. And you're just flabbergasted that we're curious about what you think and we want to talk to you about it. You're just
Because
not
I'm playing
used
my
to
game
this?
and I don't really care. You guys care. I don't. So.
Well, you do care. That's why you came in here.
Yeah, I care to listen. I don't care to speak to ding
Well,
dongs.
you're being told by the room that you don't get the luxury of that. If you're not
Okay,
going to
then kick me. All
participate,
good.
then why should you get to listen?
Kick
You
me
want
out.
you
Easy.
want us to do to some other random person like what we're doing to you. You feel like we're being uncomfortable to you. You feel that. And you think what we're doing to you is wrong, but you want to see us to do this what you think is wrong thing to someone else. You just want to sit back and enjoy someone else getting the nasty thing. Fuck you. That's what I'm saying. You don't get to chat preload, dude. Because we're not doing that.
What is bro yapping about?
Yeah, we're not doing that, is what I'm yapping about. We're not doing the thing you think you're going to get to watch.
Keep yelling, man.
We're
You're
not
mad.
doing
Be quiet. I'm not here to change your diaper, so.
Shut your bitch fucking mouth, dude. Shut your whiny little bitch fucking mouth. That's all you've done since we started asking you questions about what you believe. You started crashing the fuck out like a fucking knuckle dragger. You don't know what you believe, and that's uncomfortable for you. We're here to explore that fucking idea in your brain and help you think of, in a more constructed way. We're not trying to tell you what's true, but we're definitely trying to help you understand how to get to what's true. But you're a knuckle dragging piece of shit, dude, and we can't do that. And you think you're just going to get there to chat freeload. Dude, we have a rule, and you're breaking that rule. That rule is posted inside chat. It's been posted inside chat for a very long time. So you coming in here and shitting on our fucking room rules and then acting like a little bitch victim, yeah, no, that's not reality. Reality is you're whining like a little bitch, and you are begging daddy to spank you because you don't know how to leave a conversation and keep your, I guess, ego intact. It's fucking weird watching you crash out because you can't leave a room that you're free to leave at any fucking time. And you got to just whine like a little bitch. Here, tell YouTube how you feel about it.
I mean, if anybody was honest here, we would know that I'm not crashing out. You are. That was a complete crash out. So.
No, I love when I get gaslit.
Yeah, no one thinks what I did was a crash out, dude. It's just shitting on you.
I think there's some miscommunication going on.
You just spent like a whole minute fucking crying and yelling. Like, what? You did crash
Yeah, you're
out.
in my personal chat room. I ain't got nowhere to go. I'll be talking about you or something else. I talk a lot. That's why they gave me a chat room. You just catching up to this?
Tell somebody that gives a fuck.
Yeah, you obviously do. That's why you're subjecting yourself to me. Yeah, you are. You see how you tried to say something, but I took your right to speak away? You're like, ugh, immediately cut. I can't do that when you're not in my chat room. As soon as you leave this chat room, I'm like, I have no effect over you. But like, you're acting like a fucking little tool, right? Again, what you want to do is sit back and watch somebody get abused because you think that's what we do here. And that's not what we're doing here. So if you think you're being abused, you should leave. We're trying to talk to people who want to have the conversation. And you're just a thorn, right? We have a rule, no chat freeloading. It's not personal, but you don't get it. So you're asking daddy to spank you because you can't do the adult thing and respect our rules, right? So just say, hey, daddy, spank me, and we'll do it. Come on, bitch boy.
Come on, cuck.
I'm gonna.
You what? What's that, cuck boy? Sorry, I muted you. Go ahead, you can speak again. Right, dude, like, this is all you get, man. You're gonna come in here, you're gonna tell us all that you're gonna break our fucking rules, and then you're gonna expect, there you go, you fucking knuckle dragger. Fine.
Wow, that was never gonna happen.
Fucking knuckle draggers, dude. Acting like I'm doing something to you. Came here, dipshit. Why can't I break your rules? I'm special. No, you're not. No, you're not. You want to chat freeload? You got to put your fucking ideas out there. Everybody knows that. And it's sick when you think about it. When his whole perspective is he just wants to watch somebody get shit on. It's kind of gross. Think about it. These are sensitive topics. We're hurting people's feelings.
Yeah.
It's cheaper now.
Yeah, got it. One of the best items in the game. I would say you don't need anything else. You like
I
that?
hate the charge effect. The charge effect sucks.
By the way, just make sure to charge it.
It's so garbage, dude. I hate it.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah.
How's it garbage? It's a great item.
Like, I'd rather, like, I have better reaction time with the other thing.
You'll get used to
with
it.
shots. I hate it.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry. There's a lot of charge bar items like that. So got cozy. Did you visit all the rooms?
No, not all of them, but
Which
enough.
ones did you not?
Some sacrifice room.
Why not?
Challenge
You should have
room.
visited all of them. So you can use your golden remote.
I already visited them all. What are you doing, slacking?
Yeah.
Kind of unmotivated on that part. Just want to finish this run now that I'm a bullshit charge unit, especially.
Bullshit charge. Oh my god. It's one of the best.
Yeah,
items.
it's garbage. I have to wait to play the game, dude.
Yeah, that like waiting is going to be very fruitful here because you're doing a shit ton of damage.
And especially if my shot speed wasn't so high, it'd be even worse.
There is no shot speed. It's penetrative, constant hit damage. Infinite range as well.
Hello? What's up, Loti?
All right,
Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
I can prove that your take is wrong, yeah?
Which take is that?
Are you absolutely
Do you know my
certain
take?
that God ain't real?
Well, my take is you can't prove it. Can you prove that wrong?
I can.
Well, the only way to prove me wrong would be to prove it. Because I say you can't prove it.
I can prove your. It's a bit complex. I can prove you wrong, yeah.
All right, prove
it. Prove me wrong by proving it. Okay.
Yeah, do it. You won't.
I can't prove you wrong with empiricism.
Wow.
Wow.
Concession immediately.
But
Wow.
you were supposed to go the other direction, bro. And your first
Yeah, no,
premise
no,
was
but-
concession.
No, empiricism. That was.
What do you mean by empiricism? We didn't say use empiricism. What are you talking about?
No, that's how most people try to argue for God. They try to say that there's some science and you can use whatever, you can put the science, whatever. That's bullshit. You can't do that.
What do you? No one said anything about science. We're saying prove it exists.
No, not you.
Bro, a chipmunk, a male chipmunk can prove to a female chipmunk that it has a nut. And that's a chipmunk. A chipmunk can do that.
Fair. My point is that your certainty that there is no God, I can prove wrong.
So you're saying you can't do what a chipmunk can do?
I'm saying I can prove your certainty about this subject wrong.
Yeah, show me the nut, dude.
I think that's a wrong analogy, but
I don't see how that's a wrong word.
That's category error.
That's not a category error. We're talking about existence.
I would say it is.
Do you know what an extant is? An extant?
Extent?
Yeah, an extant. A member of a thing, of the set of things that exist. An extant.
Yeah.
Okay, extants are references to some measurement that we made. Some measurement.
Measurement is empiricism.
No, just some measurement. Like you visually acquired it, right? You saw it. You heard it. You felt it. You smelled
a lot
it.
of things.
These are the types of measurements that I'm referring to. So when we say that exists, we are referring to an experience. You are equivocating experience and empiricism. Those are not the same thing. They're related, but experience and empiricism are not the same thing.
Yeah, because I might be wrong. I'm sorry, I might be wrong. Is empiricism not just having belief that what is in front of you is there and so everything else
No,
falls?
what I'm trying to tell you is that empiricism is a particular philosophy, whereas experience is not a philosophy. It's the direct, visceral experience of your reality, the way you are perceiving it. That's not a philosophy. Like when you open up your refrigerator and you see the thing of fruit, what philosophy is? That's not a philosophy.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
just
my bad,
you
my bad.
knowing that's a
Okay.
bowl of fruit.
Fair. You're separating the sensory experience from the philosophy.
Right. Now, existence, when we make the appeal to existence, we are referring to the members of the set of things that we do that with. That's what we're talking about. When we're saying, hey, do you see that thing over there that exists? Yeah. That's what we're saying. And so you're saying there is a member of the set of things that exists, and all we want to do is experience it. We're not saying we want to empiricism that shit. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to empiricism the fuck out of you. But that's later.
No,
that's later.
Yeah. No. I'm saying that what goes into all of the, what enables you to go into this in the first place, logic, that's where I'm trying to argue.
No, that's not what it is. It's experience. And our experience, part of our shared interrelated experience is going to be the language we call logic. We're going to be speaking logic in our experience, within the framework of experience.
To make it reliable in the first place. To make
do what?
To classify something as an experience, you need logic.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying, dude. Experience is just your access portal to the conversation, right? To your experience. It's what you're observing.
That presupposes other things.
No, listen. You use logic within the framework of experience.
No, I think. Okay, here's what I think. I'll leave it out.
Dude, logic is applied, but applied to what? Your understanding of experience. So you're already experienced. Dude, look, a cockroach is experiencing. This is a trivial task. Lots of organisms are experiencing. We're dealing with the level of experience that we're referring to. Okay? So when we're discussing ontology, we are not referring to what things mean to us. We're referring to what they are.
Yeah. I think let me just lay this out first. I think I might agree. I don't know yet, but just hear this. I think that experience. So you're saying that experience is basically just the bottom. That's where everything grows out of. You can make any single argument. Do you need an experience first?
I sort of envision experience as in the middle in my brain. Like when I imagine like where is experience in this model, I sort of put it in the middle where there's an ontological reality, and I envision that on the left. Then there's me, and then there's my epistemology and what I understand, and I envision that on the right. They're different things. They're different fields. And what I know about on my right in my epistemology is just kind of what I'm cheating at when I'm looking to the left at the ontology. That's what I'm actually trying to write down to my right, but I can't write anything on the ontology. I can only write things down in the epistemology. All I'm asking you for is there something that I can look at to my left to inform what I should write down on my right?
Yes, I think I have that. I think that describes exactly what I'm trying to do. Precisely. I think there is something to your left.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I know there's something to my left. That's ontology. That's reality.
I think that there's something that comes before reality. I think that there's a bigger...
That doesn't make any sense if we're using the word the same way. Reality to me is the set of all things. That's what I mean by the word reality.
Okay. I'll lay it out, and I can see... Okay, then you can say that's how if this would fit or not. Okay, let me just lay this out first. I think that to make... actually, no, you're correct. The experience needs to come first. Absolutely.
Well, no, hold on.
I don't know.
The experience does not come first. That's what I'm trying to call. This is why I put...
Sorry.
It's in the middle, right? It's somewhere in the middle. Like we're dropped into our experience, experiencing, right? We just kind of wake up doing that shit. That just happens to us. And so we have to infer priors that there's a left. There's some reality we're a member of the set of. We can't, like I said, we can't write on it, can't draw on it. We don't have actual access to it. But we could kind of see it, right? We could sniff at it, and we could just kind of barely touch it. And then any information we want to retain about it, we have to write over to our right where we keep our epistemology. That's what we're discussing. But I'm saying we can't discuss anything over here on the right if we're not able to reference it on the left, because we're going to have a shared interrelated experience. We're sitting at the table across from each other, allegedly appealing to a thing's ontology. So we're both looking to the left. And then we write down something from our own epistemology, and then we share it. And that's the shared, interrelated experience of that thing. If there's no that thing,
okay,
that thing is what's facilitating the shared interrelated experience that allows you to determine whether you're wrong about your experience, right? Because you're experiencing from your end, and how do you determine if you're wrong about your experience? Well, it's really hard. But if you got another mind sitting here thinking things differently, and maybe they're keen to your mistake, they've done it before, they could tell you about the mistake you're making, about understanding your experience, what you wrote down in your epistemology, and get you to look back at the ontology and see if they're right. Did you look at it wrong? Look again, and then look back at your epistemology. But we can only discuss our epistemology assuming we've already hashed out the ontology, that we can even look left.
Okay. Yeah. I think I understand. But like, have you heard of hinge propositions?
Hinge propositions?
Yeah, Ludwig Wittgenstein.
No. People say I say like some shit that dude says, but no, I've never read his work, so.
So you haven't, okay, so his work, basically, like, don't read the Tractatus. He admitted himself that it's as relevant.
Well, I'm not a nerd. I would never read that shit anyway, so just go ahead.
Fair point. I think that sort of, so I can label out what my view is now, okay? I'll label it out, and you can point out what you think you disagree with, okay? But I think I will have a really hard time, sort of, because I think if you're able to prove me wrong, then I'm delighted, and I'll indoctrinate that belief, and I think that if you're able to do that, then that's awesome. I'm not trying to be biased in any sense.
Well, what do you think my epistemic burden is, though? Because I do have one. As an igtheist, I have an epistemic burden here in this conversation. I'm not an atheist, so I'm not going to pretend I don't have a burden.
You're not an atheist?
No. What do you think my burden is, though?
Your burden?
Yeah. What do I have to prove to you? Like, based on everything that I've said so far, what do you think my burden of proof is?
I think to explain that, I need to explain my view first and then point out where the burden is.
Well, no. My burden is to prove to you that the only way that we can reference what's on the right is by appeal to what's on the left. That's my epistemic burden, to convince you of the necessary the requirement of ontology to inform our epistemology. When we're referencing things external to our minds, which would be products of our shared interrelated experience that you're experiencing and I'm experiencing, and we're both experiencing. That's three different things. That's three perspectives there.
Okay. I think I think that I actually like I think I might agree, but
right. Then my only conclusion is that anything.
But I don't know. You need to hear it first.
Well, but hold on. Let me show you why I don't need you to say anything, because under that framework, every statement you make about it is going to be a non sequitur, even its negation. If you said God is blue, since you lack access to looking left, and we both agree that you can't look left to inform yourself that it's blue, and you say it's blue, it's not true. So it's false in that form that it's not true. It's not demonstrated to be false, but it's not true. But what happens if we say it's not blue? Well, we still can't look left to affirm if it's blue or not. So the statement it's not blue is equally likely as the statement that it's blue. They're equally likely. So, but that would entail a contradiction. We know that they're not equally likely. Only one can be true. But since the statement, as I would argue, it's non-propositional. And the reason it's non-propositional is that we can't look left. So that's all I'm trying to convince you of, is the requirement that we look left on these kinds of propositions.
I think there's where I disagree. Maybe not on the experience part on what's left, but I think your epistemology is wrong.
What is wrong with my epistemology here?
Maybe wrong would be the wrong word, ironically. I think it's I think there's something missing.
Yeah, what?
What's missing from our experience?
Not from experience, but interpretation of experience. what he described right now.
But we're not dealing with
Logic.
interpretation right now. We'll deal with that in our epistemology. When I show you what I see and you show me what you see, we'll hash it out if there's any differences. But if we draw the same picture, we should just move on to the next proposition because we agree on that proposition. We have common ground. There's nothing to talk about there. We're looking for elements of disagreement. That's what's going to teach us more.
Yeah, okay, fair. I think we agree on the experience part, but what to make of the experience, like you said, I think that's where disagreement is.
Wait, what? I missed that. What'd you say?
How about I just lay it out and just
itemize
describe it?
Yeah, no. Go ahead. Yeah, say what you got to say, man.
I think that I might agree with the experience part. I haven't thought of it that way. I sort of took that as something. I don't know, but I think there's agreement there. But what I don't think is that the logic you use to make sense of it is the way you described it. I think there's more to it, and I think the way there's more to it.
All right.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
But I haven't offered that though.
Okay, you haven't offered it. Okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
I haven't offered a model to how we would come to understand what we're observing because we're hashing out what is there to observe. Do we have the right to say that we looked left at the ontology?
At their experiences, or I don't know. I think maybe yes. I think I agree with that.
Right. All I'm saying, what my burden here is, because what I'm saying based on that is absent our ability to look at the ontology, however we do that, with our tongue or our eyes, it doesn't matter. Absent our ability to do that, then any statement we make is as likely as its negation. So I'm not saying anything is true or false. I'm saying every proposition about it, both entailments, true and false, are equally likely until we can make an observation to validate which one of those is it blue or not. That's not determined by logic. Logic doesn't say that a thing is blue. A thing being blue and us interacting with its blueness is what makes it blue. So we can't say premise 1 it's blue, premise 2 we observe it or we just know it's blue, conclusion it's blue. That's a shit argument.
Yeah. Okay.
But if we say in premise 2 we observed it to be blue, well, that's a better argument because we're saying we just looked at it. But that's not even really an argument. That's just saying I observe it to be blue.
But okay, how about this? Would this make any sense at all? If it doesn't make any sense at all, just say this, yeah? I think you saying something is blue, I think that uses logic.
Well, it's propositional.
I think that it relies on that it can't be law of non-contradiction, for example. I think that would apply there.
Question though.
Propositionally, yeah.
So, you making sense of stuff. Does the ontology of the thing being blue, is it affected at all?
Well, that's what I was just
making.
Yeah, I was going to say that by saying that that's not a product of a thing's nature. That's a product of a proposition, which is what we're discussing. So that's propositional logic is about the discourse. It's not about the observation. Observations are not propositional.
Okay.
Let's say you fail to use logic. What happens to your experience?
If you fail to use logic, I see what you're getting at. So you're still ultimately going to be looking at the same thing, no?
Yeah, it's experience.
Even if you fail.
That's why I said a chipmunk can do it.
Nothing about the experience changes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, that's what he agrees with. The experience is the same. Now, you could say the quality of the experience is different. When we look at a nut, we see qualitatively different thing than a chipmunk does when a chipmunk looks at a nut.
Okay.
But that's epistemics. Us and the chipmunks agree ontologically that there is a nut.
Okay.
We just refer to it different ways.
Yeah.
We refer to it symbolically, and the chipmunk is going to refer to it cognitively, right? It's going to mean food to it. It's going to have the sensation it's food, right? It's not going to name it, though.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like, this is a peanut. That wouldn't expect a chipmunk to be able to do that because it doesn't have like a Wernicke area of its brain. It can't item associate, right? And then label.
Fair. I think I somewhat understand your point, but I think I still need some education. But I need to lay out what I think first, because I think there's real conflicts. And I think that there's a good chance that the what I'm going to lay out right now, which basically would in turn what the whole purpose of the argument is, if God ain't real and stuff, right? I think that would lead to
Well, understand that's bait. I don't agree that God ain't real. I agree that statement, God ain't real, is cognitively meaningless.
Okay.
Wait, do you believe a God exists in reality?
I believe that damn it, because you guys are actually like you understand this like experience stuff. It's bit I don't know it. I don't have the answer yet, because now you guys raised a good contradiction. The experience part of it, right? In reality, that does a lot of work. Do you believe if there's a God in reality? That's a lot of work. In reality, experience. I think what I believed before was that because of hinge propositions, because there's differences in our hinge propositions and what we presuppose before the logic, you can totally develop, and you can act and live in accordance as in your belief is how you live, and that's a level beneath logic, and so therefore that would validate a God, and that what you made
You can use logic to support your convictions, but you can't really help what you believe. I don't think you necessarily need to go through that process to believe a thing. I'm just asking you if you believe that.
Okay, I think that's the only way that I made sense of it before, because I think every other way would need that sort of, so think of logic like,
well, it's not
at the bottom.
I just specify that we're not making sense of anything necessarily. If you believe something, you don't have to make sense of something to believe it.
Yeah, it's so fucking, I don't know. I need to just lay it out, and you guys will understand. I think it operates at a level.
Is it yes or no? Is it a but before we explore,
I think it's a yes.
The answer, you think so? Yes. Okay.
I think he's talking about that he has a completely different metaphysical framework. Probably. And he's working with ours, and he sees our framework, but working from his, he sees something else, and there's a conflict between the two, but he's obviously not going to be able to argue from our framework into his. So yeah, he's offering his framework presuppositionally at this stage to consider.
I don't know if that fits, but yeah, probably. I'll just lay it out.
Which aspect? Yeah, I guess where's the disconnect?
I'll point it out. So what I think, right? I think that to make sense of, I think that's pretty coherent. That you need logic. I think that's at the bottom. I think that's what sort of is the bottom for where you can draw any conclusion, anything. I think that's pretty. That's very uncontested. No, like that's what forms make anything make sense at all. And I think that I guess we're of the Munchausen trilemma and stuff, like that issue and everything, like running into dogma.
Well, it's not a trilemma if you just pick one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of arguments for why you would end up with the dogmatic branch, right? And this obviously you end up with that. I think that's pretty clear. I think that you end up with choosing the dogmatism, because it has to start from somewhere. The axioms that are at the core of logic, so what enables everything else. So the axioms, I don't know what belief it could be. You can be a foundationalist. I think there's one axiom. Coherentist. I think there's multiple.
Well, see, I think we come to logic more Bayesian through experience. We remember, like, when you were first born, you were dumb as shit, and it took a while for you to figure out how to use your senses. That took a couple of years. You started using them rapidly, but it took a while for you to really filter through it to be able to metacognize and have an experience.
Right. But how do we know that?
By observation. We have human growth and development classes you could take that break down from an adult's vantage these stages of development in life.
Fair answer. How do you know that that observation is reliable?
Bayesian reasoning. That's what I was just explaining. Is life as we come to understand logic is sort of Bayesian, but it's not exactly, because we transition our logical models, right? In a very early stage of our life, we're operating under a different set of axioms and rules. They're very loosely implemented into our brains, more of a primitive sense, just on the animalistic nature that we are, and it's our primal drives, our hunger, stuff like that. But hold on, as the brain, as the human brain develops, it begins picking up new tasks. It can do and computate greater, more higher cognitive processes. And so in those phase shifts, we begin thinking completely differently than the way that we were. And what we were before serves merely as a foundation to build a higher metacognitive framework. And we go through many of these transitions through life until we get into adulthood and we start really being able to synthesize and put ideas together in the brain.
I think I know where I disagree now.
Wait. Yeah. Where are the key differences in that? Which axiom specifically?
I think that, because what you're saying is that axioms or the beliefs that we hold at that sort of, it changes, right?
No, I'm saying you have a visceral understanding of logic. Visceral. A cognized form of logic. Not a conceptual. Dude, logic is not entirely conceptual, right? There is a function of reality. There is a consistency to reality.
Right.
And our neural networks evolved to exploit that consistency.
Okay. But it would seem to me like the justification for that is, that's logic.
No, the justification for that is the field of science that deals with human growth and development. So neurocognitive sciences, developmental sciences, child developmental sciences, things like that.
It will be circular, I think.
Is there
no, that's not circular.
Difference?
I think there is one. Okay, here's how I think it will be circular. I might be wrong.
What?
Just prove me wrong.
I just don't. Wait. What's the thing you believe that we don't?
I believe that logic is more apparent, and I think
it's cognized. That's what I meant by it's cognized.
So I think to even say that it's cognized relies on science. Yes.
No. Listen, what I'm saying it's cognized. So like, you know how babies like smash their food?
Yeah, observation
with their hand. Yeah, because they're little scientists. They're doing science, right? They're doing what we would say as adults is science. They are sort of just exploring the environment, right? They're smashing their hand and feeling the consistency of potato, right? And this allows their brain to begin making inferential models, predictions. What is this going to feel like? They see it, they observe it. It's a steamed carrot or something like that, and they infer what it feels like. Then they reach out and they either affirm or deny those senses. They are logic building machines. Their meat is figuring out that stage. That's not part of conceptualization yet. That's just cognization from the brain's natural ability to build these logic networks. This is not part of like a conscious network building, right? This is way before cognition.
How do you know? What's the justification for that?
Wait, just to validate what you're saying, we recognize that you need to use the tool to explain it in the case of the system of reasoning, logic, right?
Yeah.
But how does that is that a statement about ontology though?
I'm saying that I think there's a better way to do it than doing that. I think that's I feel like I'm not maybe understanding.
All right, so we don't have a difference yet. What's the key difference? Let's get there.
I think the difference is that I don't think you need to use the tool to. I think the justification for what was just explained right now is what I think is observation, right? That's how we know it. That's how we know
studies. No, not observations. Studies.
Okay, studies. But
yeah, studies is a metacognitive endeavor. What?
How is the studies justified?
Through discourse. Through, again, statistical reasoning and discourse.
Okay, what validates discourse? What makes that?
Bro, what are we doing, man?
I'm just asking.
I'm just gonna keep giving answers like that, but I'm getting like you've asked like 5 in a row.
That's just a lot. Are you gonna keep giving answers? So that's gonna be infinite. It's gonna.
I don't want to. If we have to, do we have to? Is that what we got to do?
Okay, hold on. Is it so?
No. Hold on. If that's your plan, then this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna explain the difference of 1 baby second. Do you know how long a baby second is? It's like 1 times 10 to the minus 60 seconds or something like that.
Oh yeah.
So if you're gonna ask me how does this happen, I'm gonna explain to you the difference of 1 femtosecond to the next. That's instead of giving you whole blocks of information and leaping into whole different categories of me explaining where this comes from that comes from. I'm going to explain it at 1 femto difference, 1 femtosecond, right? You want to be toxic and get me to go down an endless chain of questions. I'm going to be toxic and modify your first question 1 trillion times before we get anywhere in the conversation to be just as much of a douchebag.
Fair.
So I will explain the difference between 1 femtosecond to the next. You want to do that?
No,
do you want to do that? Is that what you want to do, though? Do you want to hear me explain to you the difference in femtoseconds?
I think this is no longer about intellectualism.
Right. It's no longer about intellectualism. When let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
It's no longer about intellectualism. When you ask me a question, I answer it. You take that question to pivot to another question. I answer it. You take that answer and use it to pivot to another question. That's not about intellectualism. That's why I'm telling you, if that's the game you want to play, I'll play it too. But I'll explain the difference from one to the next by the femtosecond.
Fair. Let's skip that. Let's not do that then.
Yeah, fair. I don't want to do it either.
Fair. But my point, without asking questions on questions, my point is that what I'm saying is that giving grounds comes to an end.
What?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what you just said. Giving ground comes to an end?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Well, that's the part where I would have to explain that. And then you would bring up something which I would have to... I don't know how to get out of this. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any way I can explain it to you without...
You're just asking an endless set of questions.
I would love to try.
You're just talking about the Munchausen trilemma and what's acceptable justification.
Well, then you're going the wrong direction, dude.
So,
okay, how?
Why aren't you presenting things for acceptance, though? Like, because you clearly accept some things.
T, you want to see the fundamental difference between
I don't accept
us?
Things.
You want to know the fundamental difference? So I start with the axiom of the cogito. I think, therefore I am.
That's where you start?
That's hold on. Just listen. I got a whole big ass spiel coming. So I start with the cogito that I think and therefore I am. But I also realize that I'm stuck in my own experience with that. That's a dead end for me. It's just me and my experience, right? So I'm done, right? No. There's more. In my experience, it's enriched with a lot of information that doesn't seem readily apparent to me. People's names, addresses, lives, right? It seems to me people transiently come in and out of my experience who have a very detail-rich experience themselves. And so I've realized that, Descartes is cool in acknowledging that base foundational truth that your experience is reality to you from your vantage. That's what it is. The fact that you are experience is equivalent to reality itself for you and your vantage. That's what I learned about the cogito. So I said, I need something else that addresses you, the guy I'm talking to so that I'm not a schizophrenic, right? I needed that.
Yeah.
Because Descartes says I'm schizophrenic. But if I presuppose my way out of Descartes' little realm there, I just say, hey, look, I'm a ground monkey, right? I use my senses to experience reality. That's what I'm doing. I'm just here, and I use my senses to experience reality. And then I'm saying about you that you're doing basically the same thing, that you're like me, you're a ground monkey on this mud ball, and you are real, and you use your senses to experience reality. And that is the route at which you got access to all that detailed, rich environmental information I don't have access to, that you're doing the same thing that I have, right? I have a detailed, rich environment, you know, all the times I stub my toes and shit. You probably stubbed your toe, and I don't know how, when, how many times. That's a whole life that you've lived. And so I merged that. I recognized that you're bringing a lot of work to the table. You're however old you are, and all your lived experiences and all your ability to rationally infer things, you're bringing that to the table. That's a lot of work. And so that's the we concept that I think where we get into our epistemics, right? That we recognize that we're sharing an experience, and that we can communicate the differences that we have because we're different people. We're experiencing the same way, but we have differences in those experiences. Like, I'm colorblind, so I see things differently. I have ear damage, so I hear things differently. And you have your life and your perspectives, your unique perspective. So I merely presuppose myself out of this problem by hinging on that one main fact, that every three levels of this presupposition and Descartes is the acceptance of experience. That there's something true about experience that is not true about everything else. That if I'm going to access any kind of information, it's going to be at some level of my experience. So it must be foundational. It must not be explained. It must not have some rational justification, because I'm just going to have to buy into the model that I'm dropped into. Reality's been going on for a long time, and we monkeys just find ourselves waking up into it in a structure that's already organized in a particular way. And our meat sacks are adapted to it.
Fair. I think
I don't see why you need to go in a fucking circle from there. Why are you still looking at the presuppositions? Why aren't you foundationally an empiricist? And then moving forward from there and forgetting all about those presuppositions.
Okay. I can tell you why. But I fear that there might not be an acceptance for that view, and not in intellectual acceptance.
I think I'm not going to grant intellectual acceptance for saying that you don't accept propositions.
I do accept propositions.
So you do accept some things.
It makes more. Yes, let's just say for the sake of argument, yes, I do. It's more complex, but
yes. So just accept that you exist and you use your senses to experience.
Then which one? Then where do we? Then where don't we align?
We don't align in the sense that I don't think you can just base it.
Can we use a case example with respect to ontology? Hopefully, a God's ontology.
I can say what you guys, what he just referred to with Descartes and everything, resting upon that, like, you know what you just guys told me, like resting upon that presupposition and everything, like just like that.
Yeah, experience.
That's where I disagree. That's where I disagree.
All right, which part?
That part.
Bro, I just said experience 4 times is all I did.
So you deny that you exist?
Okay. I assume that I exist.
Right. So my second presupposition's true.
All right, so we don't disagree there.
Right, so we don't disagree
there.
So you grant.
All right, we're asking where we do disagree.
Okay, what about me?
Disagree at a lower level than that.
Do you grant that I exist and I use my senses to experience reality?
I have to.
Well, do you grant that we exist and we have a shared interrelated experience?
Yes.
Okay,
I do end up granting empiricism. But
that's all 3 precepts. What about I think, therefore I am? Do you grant that?
No.
You don't? What?
I don't.
How do you grant the presuppositions, but you don't take his axiom?
Well,
because all the presuppositions are is breaking down reason for Descartes. It's like I said, all it is an extrapolation outwards. The presuppositions take you out of. So what do you? My first presupposition is the axiom. It's the same thing. I'm just transmitting it into presuppositional form so that I could beg the question about your existence. I could just assert it.
I mean, you already relied on apparent function, did you not? Apparent logic? This is reasoning in function, right? Since you function in reason.
But I think
it's
I can
apparent.
tell you why. I think I can tell you why. The axiom that you just told right now, right? I think that axiom presupposes something.
Yeah.
What are you
axiom.
What are you presupposing in function?
Descartes. That's what I'm saying.
I think
what's presupposed in apparent function?
An apparent function. That's the axiom.
Yeah.
No, he's saying
it's not an axiom. Actually,
that was what I was referring to axiom that he grounded everything in.
No, there's no axiom.
No, he's saying apparent function. What are you presupposing in an apparent function?
You are reasoning.
Yeah, I'm reasoning. But
you have the direct experience of reasoning in action.
Yeah, I think we might agree there. So I think where you disagree is the axiom.
Right, and so by denying your existence, you're contradicting your...
Right, and T, what I'm trying to tell you, T, though, pay attention to this. You accept my first presupposition, but my first presupposition is a reformulation of Descartes' axiom.
Yeah.
It's the same proposition asserted differently. So if you accept it,
the axiom to even begin to form that presupposition in the first
This is why I said I start with the axiom. I recognize that my experience, my direct experience is the only thing that I have to go off of, truly. That I recognize, I think, therefore I am.
T, you're mixing up scope when you use the word axiom. Because you're talking about the argument, right? But it's like, let's take the indirect proof I just described, right? I deny my own existence. P1.
Okay.
It's given axiomatically, meaning that there is no justification provided for the premise. But clearly it's the case, right? You experience it. You have your reasons why. It's just not offered in the argument. You have an issue of scope.
Not offered in the argument.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate?
The indirect proof. And the indirect proof is not offered.
Okay.
The justification for the premise.
They're entailments.
But it's clearly the case. It's apparent, is it not?
I would say that I would assume that is the case.
Your experience isn't an assumption.
You don't have to assume it.
I would say so.
It's apparent.
My experience is an assumption.
You don't need to.
It's apparent.
I think I need to. And
it's apparent.
No. Only for this argument. Only for the scope of the argument do you need to. But not outside.
I fear I don't. Okay.
You are not assuming you are looking out of your eyes. You're just looking out of your eyes.
You're already experiencing it.
Yes,
you don't need to convince anybody. You don't need to. You don't need to convince anybody. You don't need to offer it to anyone. You already have it.
Yeah.
Right. I think
do you accept that you already have like equipment? You already have to work with.
But I don't think you guys have heard.
No, but hold on. How are you assuming you're looking out of your own eyeballs?
What's when you say you assume? When you say you assume, what do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. I think this is where we probably agree a little bit as well, because I have no choice.
No, I mean the word to no. You use the word I assume, but
I have no choice but to.
Does this involve like What
Do you understand what that means?
This is an orientating word. This is a word used for the scope of an argument.
Okay, but
do you understand?
I have
right?
no choice.
And I was just trying to talk about how we're not talking about the inside scope of the argument. We're trying to talk about what you have to work with before you engage in that scope.
Yeah, you're kind of missing what we're saying, dude.
So when you say I have no choice but to assume, you're using the wrong terminology.
Okay, I think that I think that to even begin to make the claim that you need those resources to begin to make that claim relies.
Yeah, but make claim,
something.
right? That's the scope of the argument.
Okay, I think I disagree with the action.
Bro, all right, hold on, pause. Everybody pause. Let me ask you a question, T.
Right.
Only to your, this is a question to you, about you, and with reference to inside your own brain. I'm not talking about what you can prove outside of your brain.
Man, this is irrelevant to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but just hang on. Just
in my brain is
hang
all
on.
Contingent upon.
Fine, dude. Just let me ask the question. It's just a preface.
Ask the question. But
yeah, that's just a preface.
I don't think this is going anywhere.
Get over it. Get over it.
But I don't think this is where we disagree.
Blah blah blah.
Can I just say what I'm trying to say?
Oh my god, dude, shut up.
I think sorry, I'm just trying to explain.
What are you doing right now? You're just talking so that I can't do this, so that I can't talk. You're going blah, 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 blah. Just stop, man.
I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm not asking you to explain anything right now. I'm asking you to stop talking for a minute. All right, T, goodbye. 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 Fucking idiot.
Yeah, that was an ego trip. We were so patient with him.
That's just crazy, dude. This fucking idiot is acting like he's making some grand assumption here that he's looking out of his own fucking eyeballs. To assume is to not have proof. What fucking does it mean to have proof of your own fucking experience? Jesus fuck, dude. People. How do you know that? Go, shut your fucking solipsistic ass up, dude, Jeff. Fucking idiot. I don't deal with solipsism, Jeff. That's the only answer you ever get from me about solipsism. This guy's not understanding the word assume. It is not an assumption that you are looking out of anyone's eyes. If they're just the eyes you're looking out of, it is your experience. There's nothing to assume there. It is impossible to assume at this stage. This is what fucking Descartes was talking about. There is no assumption. It is a self-evident truth of one's own experience. There's nothing else to fucking do. If you're experiencing, done. That's the end of the concept. And this dude's acting like there's something you do before experience. There's this thing, this step before experience, which is you make an assumption. You make some assumption, and then you experience. It's so stupid. No, you experience, and then you can make a whole host of assumptions from that fact that you're experiencing. I don't understand why people get the brain twisted around backwards like that, and it's just stuck that way. It's just you can't flip it around. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Well, it left, man. I can't make it come back. I don't want it to come back if it don't want to come back. I don't want anybody in this room who doesn't want to be here. I think that's one of the most elegant expressions of executive function. When someone finds out, oh shit, this ain't the room for me, and then they click the disconnect mean, dude, look, constructive criticism is great. But whining and getting stuck in this meta loop, that not being able to answer what is the assumption you are making? What is the assertion without proof that you are making when in the statement, I think, therefore I am? I don't know what assumption there is being made here. And I think T's inability to articulate what the assumption is evident in the historical record that the aliens themselves can listen to. You know, the aliens are out there listening. What if our existence is contingent upon some higher dimensional being's existence and we're like a shadow of their existence? I mean, what if monkeys flew out of my butt? I'm a physicalist. I'm not a materialist. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a ground monkey on a mud ball. Asking me about like extra dimensions and shit. I don't know exactly what organ I'm supposed to be using to detect higher. Do you have an organ that allows you to detect? I have nipples. I can brachiate. That means I can dangle from a tree by my hands. Oh, I know where my toe is without looking. Do you lick in like maybe that's why we're like, maybe we need to build like a super sensitive tongue. You know what I mean? Like we got super sensitive eyeballs, super sensitive earballs, super sensitive finger balls. Like our ability to detect vibrations is phenomenal. But what about our ability to detect lick? Maybe this is why we can't see like dark energy and dark matter. Maybe because it's only observed by lick. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we got to get out there and lick it, and then we'll be able to perceive the extra dimensions. You know, but I don't know why you would ask a ground monkey about alternate dimensions, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Consciousness. Do I think consciousness is emergent or just something that happens within the cells in the brain via electricity? Well, hold on, man. There really isn't exactly electricity in the brain. There's concentration gradients. There's galvanic responses, stuff like that. But like thought isn't necessarily electricity. But getting past that, yeah, I mean, consciousness, I think, is a very complex function that has many different functions working in tandem. And so it's easy to like think that consciousness is like more than it is. Like we give a lot of credibility to, or credence or whatever. We put on consciousness more than what consciousness is. There's like other functions of the brain that do stuff that are involved in our sense of awareness and experience and stuff like that, whereas consciousness really isn't that much of it per se. It's super critical, but you know, it's like the bones of it. It's not necessarily like the substance of it. It's just part of the experience consciousness. Because like sapience, I think, is more important than consciousness. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying without consciousness, there's no sapience. But you know, when it comes to like that enriched life experience and stuff, sapience. It's like sapience. Because dude, a chipmunk or a gerbil or something like that, or a chinchilla or a marmoset, those things are conscious. We're all conscious on that level. Whether they're like fully in tune with that sense of awareness and shit that we really talk about and like care about in consciousness? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's emergent, but emergent by multiple independent things working in harmony, sort of like a symphony in the brain. You get consciousness, but consciousness is just like I don't know, some part of the framework. It's not actually the sound and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're saying, so when I think of a pink elephant, I see it in my mind. Where is the thing that I see in the physical world? Is that a set of achievable brain or active brain cells? Well, they're different. What you see in the world is not what you imagine in your brain. Those are two different neural pathways. Like they would be able to pick that up on machines that can read brain activity, the difference between what you're observing and what you're thinking about. Because what you're observing is going to heavily involve like your eyes signals being transmitted to your occipital lobe, sending those signals off to logic centers, you know what I mean? Things that contextualize the information seen. You know, there's like I like to talk about a lot. It's like the Wernicke's area and the Gershwin's area of the brain. These are independently evolved structures that help formulate language by breaking up those signal feeds in our brain, kind of like grabbing that signal and moving it over into this region that, you know, developed to be able to do that, to make an observation in one region of the brain and then access a memory for labels and be able to like in real time see that, you know, that's a car or a ball or a dog or something like that. So you got specific brain functions that evolve to do that. So when they all work together, you have the experience. It's seamless and shit. It's all like stacked on top of multiple overlays and things like that. I think is a better way to think about it. That you could turn the individual overlays off and it changes like the experience. Yeah, and the imagined image is going to be way different in neural structure. You know, what I mean by like neural structure would just be the neurons responsible for that thought would be different than things like an actual elephant that you're perceiving. Because you got to keep in mind, like, say you're in a room with an elephant, you're not just seeing that elephant, right? You're smelling it, feeling it, hearing it. Probably at some point you're going to taste it, right? I think what's more important than just trying to figure out like how the brain works this way is, you know, kind of exploiting the system by appealing to our peers, right? To have the discourse about stuff that we perceive and we think is real. There's valuable information in other people's perspectives. Because it might not be an elephant. It might be like a mastodon or something, you know? Like, what's that big prehistoric goofy looking fucking thing? It was like an aardvark with like a boar's head and shit. It was like this ginormous fucking thing. Kind of looked like an elephant with a trunk. You always see them in pictures with like saber-toothed tigers like jumping on them and shit. They're like, I might be like thinking about like a prehistoric horse or something. What are my thoughts on the start of the universe before the Big Bang, if you believe in the Big Bang? I mean, when it comes to that stuff, it's basically, I just kind of pass the buck, and I blame the nerds. and I try to be a fair representative of the nerds, so I don't get locked into any particular one. But I do like ideas of like scalar fields and the inflaton field. It sounds interesting and shit, but I don't fucking know. I don't know any of this shit. I don't think any of the nerds know either, but we got some pretty cool models. They know more than me, that's for damn sure. But you know, on a level like that, again, I'm a pretty strict empiricist, so if I'm not directly experiencing it, it kind of is outside of my ability to know. And that's a lot of shit. That's the overwhelming majority of stuff is outside of my ability to know. But there is definitely an interaction, confidence levels and stuff like that. And I could be way more confident about assertions when I'm literally just blaming what the fucking nerd said. It's not my idea, right? I'm just saying what they're saying. So if you really got a problem with the shit I'm spewing, I could just point at the nerds who said it, and then you can take it up with them, you know? Because I'm not locked into any idea. If I woke up tomorrow and I stepped outside my house and I was in some kind of fucking alien experiment, I guess I'm in some fucking alien experiment. That shit's fucking crazy. I'm probably going to lose my fucking mind and go ape shit, and they're going to have to put me down. But, you know, that'll be what it is. But I don't really have an idea to lock into on a start. That definitely seems dumb to me. Everything about my experiment or experience is all about prior causal events. So I think if I had to guess, it would be a prior causal event. It wouldn't be a start. There would be no start there. Convince me otherwise, I'm open to that. But like literally 100% of my experiences are causally related. And I'm not aware of one single thing that is not. So you'd think I'm being kind of harsh, but this is about as fair as I could be, considering I've had 45 years of causally related experiences, and all I'm asking for is 1 femtosecond of non-causally related experiences. That's it. 1 femtosecond out of 45 Earth years. That's super fair. Oh, and for the guys at Discord, I'm just talking to chat. I don't know if you guys been keeping up with it, but I'm getting subscribers, lots of. I'm up to 30 subscribers right now. It's I'm up from 10. I had 10, so or no, I had 19. That's right. Chat doesn't care. They don't give a shit. Nobody gives a fuck. I'll be right back. I gotta change my battery. Yeah, I've done psychedelics. I happen to be with the nerds on the psychedelics. I think psychedelics are fun. They definitely add perspective. I would never sit here and try to gaslight anybody into believing that like doing drugs doesn't change your like perspective on things. It certainly does. But I think the way that it does it is that it does make you kind of dumber in a sense. I remember this psychologist I talked to gave me the analogy of like, imagine that your normal intellectual state, pre-psychedelics, just your normal shit, is like a glass of half-filled orange juice. Just imagine it that way. And in your normal day-to-day life, you just balance out right about half filled. And then when you have like a really crazy idea, like an epiphany or whatever, just imagine like the amount of orange juice goes up. And that's like you operating at peak is when the orange juice gets to the top. And that's like your peak intellectual performance, right? And so when you're in that mode and you're just at peak, you're like, wow, I'm big brain. I'm fucking big brain, right? That's like the moment, right? And so it's profound. It has a lot of meaning to you. It has an impact on your life and shit like that. So it's important, right? Whereas I think that it's a good analogy that with psychedelics, what it does is your glass gets smaller, right? Your total intellectual capacity kind of gets muted, right? It goes down. And it gives you the sense that, oh shit, I understand more. And you kind of do. You understand more about the nature of being and reality and your place in it with respect to your total ability to imagine and abstract outside the box. And so I think there's some correlation there that drugs are great, but in the effect that they make you momentarily dumber and you kind of get a different perspective on things, right? But look, if there was any evidence at all that doing psychedelics made you smarter, you'd think that they would have started curing cancers and shit like that and gotten like smarter. Like physics is coming out of people doing, tripping on mushrooms and shit, but it's not. And it doesn't make you actually dumber. There's no like prolonged lasting effects, but it does make you more creative. Like, again, there's no denying that maybe a diminishment of intelligence allows our brains to expand more creatively in certain ways. Like maybe all the shit we learn in life, all of our traumatic events and, whatever people call good events that happen to them in life, the like multitude of that like gets muted and, you can kind of express yourself, right? Because you take away a lot of the things that shape the way you think, right? The way you think gets manipulated because you kind of get dumber, right? You just kind of open up, right? And you forget your preconceived notions. You kind of see and perceive an image that you normally don't do because you've contextualized your environment. Am I sounding like Jordan Peterson? Well, what do you mean by experience? Yeah, I don't really know what I mean by smarter in that actual sense. It's just like all of us have had like moments in our life that we feel dumber and it's harder to think, and days where we're like, yeah, it's super easy to think. And most of the time we just kind of ride that. I feel like I'm thinking normally, right? But we, hopefully I'm not speaking out of line. Hopefully we've all had like the epiphany moment, feel like breakthrough, and then the moments where it's just like, ah, shit, I'm fucking dumb as fuck, right? But yeah, I don't think the drugs have any lasting effects on intelligence, but it just makes more sense to me that you kind of get dumber and it changes your perspective, that you get smarter and it's changing your perspective. Because, man, I don't ever feel like getting high on some shit it ever actually, panned out, right? They could be great experiences though, but they could also be bad, Some people have bad experiences. It's whatever. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. You know how that goes. It's true, kids. It's what they say. If you do drugs, you will literally shit your pants. That's what happens. Every druggie knows it. You immediately shit your pants when you do drugs. I don't see why everybody gets all tripped out about the word physicalism. It just, it's kind of like a very simple word. It kind of like reality. It's sort of a cop-out answer. It's like literally anything that's happening is physical. Anything. And it doesn't matter. A fucking dragon landing in your front yard and burning your neighbor's house down with ice freeze would be fucking natural, right? It would be a physical event. It'd be the weirdest shit you ever seen in your life, but there it is. It's happening.
Who's the host?
At presenting a God existing in reality? Sounding like you right now.
Oh, Anti-Nerd United Strike Force.
No.
Hold on, man. I'm loading the bowl. Or get him.
No attempt to defend thy honor, Ripple.
God damn it! I just shit myself. All right, Ripple. Can you prove it?
Well, firstly, are you a Gnostic atheist or an agnostic atheist?
I'm not either. Atheism's stupid.
Are you agnostic?
Am I what?
What are you then? Like, what's your belief?
I'm a meat popsicle. Believe about what? The God things? I'm an atheist about the topic of the God thing, dude. Igtheism is the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing. Everything else is just stupid.
You think atheism is the only valid position?
Igtheism.
Oh, Igtheism.
Yeah.
Do you have ideas?
Yeah.
You're gonna offer them?
Nope.
Go away. Do you need assistance?
Yeah, it's basically that we just don't want your kind around here. Is all. But yeah, I mean, the difference between materialism and physicalism, basically, all the smart materialists abandoned materialism when we figured out that there's more to reality than the material. A better description of reality is that it's physical. Physical does not imply that everything is made out of material. It just means that all material is physical, and physical incorporates more than the material. So physicalism is everything that materialism was and more. It basically fixes materialism. So most materialists are actually physicalists, and sometimes they use them interchangeably because just whatever, they'll just say materialists or physicalists. But generally, that's the main distinction: is that physicalism incorporates forces, fields, fundamental particles, and stuff like that that may not constitute what we call material. Because usually material would just be like baryonic matter, typically is what people mean by material. But they could mean any form of matter. But typically means baryonic matter, which is the matter that everything's made out of that you're acquainted with, you know, planets, stars, the periodic table. That's all the different stages of baryonic matter. Well, I guess that's not necessarily fair to say. There's more to baryonic matter than just like what the periodic table has on it. But yeah, I go with physicalism, or naturalism, like that. But who knows? I mean, but yeah, I buy into the physical and the natural, but I don't put any parameters on it. Like, you could theoretically show me a dragon. If you did, though, it would be natural. That's what I would assume. Like I said, it's weirdest natural shit I've ever seen in my life, but I'd have to get over that and just accept that it's part of reality, so it's natural. See, this is what Andy Bashir is saying. He says, I haven't heard a thing. Not an email, not a letter, not a call, not a video. Absolutely nothing. It's concerning. He said that on a podcast. They're playing Weekend at Bernie's, dude.
Prove it, yeah.
Hello?
Prove it.
Prove what?
The God thing.
Nigga, I got banned from another voice chat.
Okay, don't use that word in here, and I don't care what happened in another voice chat. You're in this one
I
now.
got banned
so
and
prove it.
automatically sent here.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
No. I don't disagree with the prompt, boy. That's what I'm saying.
No. My question is, can you prove a God thing?
I mean, there's definitely. I'm a Christian, so I believe
can you
in God.
prove it?
Can I prove that God isn't real?
No, prove that he is real.
Oh, prove that he is real. No, I can't prove that he's real.
Well, then I win. Get wrecked.
Fucking dominated.
Now, why do you believe in? Because my challenge is that you can't prove it.
Okay. Yeah,
you just admitted. Yeah, you just admitted it. So I win. Now, why do you believe in something you can't prove?
I look at how the world is, how organized the world is and how orientated it is, and I believe that like the existence of a God is very possible. The existence of an intelligent creator is very possible, if not probable.
What do you mean organized? But you go with the flow.
What do I mean by organized?
Yeah.
You see, I haven't had this conversation about God, but I know that the universe and the way that it's
It's good
operated
because this room specializes in
yeah, well, I'll tell you this right now.
brains.
I'm not very prepared for this conversation. Okay,
You're as prepared as you'll ever be, dude.
I didn't.
You don't have to have any special preparation. This is your belief system that you brought into this room. So just tell me why you believe in something
about your beliefs.
Yeah, you will see. What you can't do is talk while I'm talking, though.
Yeah, we can't hear.
I'm doing it right now.
No, I can't. I can't hear you.
Yeah, but we don't know
talking.
what you're saying, dude.
See that? Yeah, that's the thing. So you're just gonna have to repeat everything that you're saying.
I can do whatever I want.
Well, what's going to happen is you're going to start getting muted.
I mean,
yeah, we don't want to go there, dude. Like, but if your ego is going to make us go there, we'll go there.
I'm not like particularly invested in this conversation, anyway.
Okay, all right, goodbye. Goodbye. We were just trying to help you, dude. Goodbye.
Yeah, bye.
We don't have to help you, man. It's all good. Go away.
I mean, we're just performing the service of unfucking your brain, but if you want to continue to walk around with a fucked up brain, that's your prerogative. Get out.
Yeah, it's not my brain, dude. You don't hear me fucking up my brain, dude.
Get out of here.
Here, I'll help you. Hang on. Let me, I'll ban you for a couple of days. Hang on.
Spank him, Linus.
Yeah, but I mean, it is really that simple. It's that pathetically simple, dude. You can't prove it? No, I can't prove it. Well, then we win. Why do we win? Because that's our fucking claim. You can't prove it. Not that your shit don't exist. It's that you can't prove that it does. That shit's easy. Like, most of the time, they just admit it right up front. So, yeah, we win. You're right. Right? Like, if you're just going for the wind, there it is.
So I noticed my bans won't go through unless I put a time in. So I've just been putting 30 in. I don't know what that means. 30 minutes, 30 days, 30 hours. I have no fucking idea.
That's epic.
It might be 30 seconds, dude.
It might even be 30 seconds. I don't know.
They should just make it easier. We should be able to toggle. We should be able to do like / toggle ban, like 2 days, 2D, and hit enter. And then anytime we ban someone, it's 2 days. Or like say we want to change it and just be a 5-day ban. Well, you just slash toggle ban 5 days. Boom, done.
Ban them for 15 minutes, damn it.
But I guess it's something to do with the bot, dude. Like if you look at the ban list, right? Next time if you guys ever pull it up, look at it. It'll have like 8 or 9 things that are already on there. And they're just part of how the bot works, and they can only implement so many commands or some shit like that.
What? No, they're just suck at programming.
Man, I don't know. You can look at the list. It shows it like all the.
Well, Mogi, God damn it, we've given you like 50 fucking ideas to be a billionaire, and this is just 51. You could program that shit, but you decide to shit on all of the money that we would be funneling at you.
Yeah, talk to Square, man. I'm pretty sure Square is like the bot lord or whatever it's called. Because I've sent him a bunch of stuff talking about how the bot works, and he's always tweaking it and shit. He's
I don't know if that's really in his control, because he's just a customer. It's really the developers that are at fault.
Well, he might be one and like the same. I don't know. I don't know who he is. So
you should develop your own bot, Mogi.
Dude, that shit YouTube did at me was crazy. It doesn't seem to do it as well on lengthy videos, though.
What did it do? I missed it.
One of the videos that I went in and I was using the YouTube editor, it has this area in the editor that breaks it down into like this whole ass transcript, but it's like 2 different sides. It's like one is like a column, itemized. What is it called? Not itemized, but it's got headers and subheaders, and it talks about the categories.
Yeah, I think you showed me, or I had to leave, but I came back and saw what you pasted in side chat. Yeah, that's fucking unreal.
It was wild because it was getting the categories right, or at least as right as it could. It was breaking down that section of the conversation into like a way for you to kind of relate to it, so you're kind of able to scan. And then on the right side, it had the actual transcript on it. It was already a transcript in it. Fucking AI, dude. These kids these days, they have no idea how lucky they are. I bet teachers hate it.
Oh, dude, I bet they do too. Like my son, by the time he gets in school and whatnot, how good that shit's gonna be. They're gonna have to have whole teams of people, like anti-AI people.
Dude, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm like in the middle. Like, I bet you an AI can be a decent teacher. If we could get the humanistics right.
Yeah, I wouldn't sweat so much about people having AI and stuff and using it. I think you just need to make sure that people can do the stuff that they need to do. And do some
I
cool
don't
things.
know, bro. Like this is one step closer to idiocracy, isn't it? Like
no,
this didn't
it's the other
necessarily
way,
happen
dude.
in the movie. Well, no, but
It
listen,
doesn't mean don't use your brain. It just means you just use your brain and there's AI.
No, there's AI, but if we stop teaching people how to do the shit that AI is now doing,
that's not what
and
I
then
mean.
AI goes away, we'll just be fucked.
What I'm talking about is having like an AI teacher where, like, okay, so you have like a regular teacher, regular guy, right? And he's got to remember like 90 kids individually and blah, blah, blah. Whereas your AI teacher, whenever you're asking, like you raise your hand, you go to talk to it, it knows every score you've ever got. Like it knows exactly what you know, how you know it. Like it's got a whole dossier on your development, right? And it can answer questions that it knows are better contextualized by you. Like it can individualize, it's like say you're a kid and you're into soccer and you're in science class. Well, the AI knows that because you're enrolled in the soccer program or whatever, and You see what I'm saying? Like it knows
Yeah.
all that on
it can relate.
on a
It can
case by
relate that
case basis
shit back to
in real time. Yeah.
This kid likes soccer. I'm gonna relate it to soccer. This kid likes fucking badminton. I'm gonna figure out a way to relate it to badminton.
Yeah.
I got that Star Wars scene in my head where it's like Jango's going to that like rainy planet where all they're making all the clones. I got the teachers there teaching all the kiddos, the robots.
But yeah,
I think they had one of those in Minority Report too, right?
I don't remember that one. I can understand people's hesitation for that, you know, not wanting a robot to have that kind of information or whatever. But think about like if it could be implemented without abuse. Ha ha ha.
Well, bro, I think that you're fighting an uphill battle no matter what. Like, well, not you, but if you're trying to like, I don't like this AI shit, I'm going to try to stay away from it. You're fighting an uphill battle. This is where it's going. Quit fighting, embrace it, or you're going to be left behind.
Dude, and what's going to be sad is when the studies come out that like AI educated children are just like way better. Like they're just, their aptitudes are just off the fucking chart, dude, because they're getting that real time, you know, like I was talking about like the AI teacher using that case information, you know, soccer, being able to relate to the kid and then on top of that, like these AIs could be fucking battle bots too, you know. Think about it. They don't need weapons. They are a fucking weapon, right?
Can you imagine that fucking dog in Black Mirror, the MIT dog with AI in it?
Some crazy shit.
Just completely autonomous. They're like not even some asshole telling it, hey, I need you to go hunt this guy down. Just this is fucking it's
Can you just imagine like your third grade teacher just turning into an like crazy assassin bot, dude? He just goes like starts turning red. It goes through the skull
like a
and like
sleeper cell.
Well, no, it just goes and takes out the fucking guy trying to shoot the skull up. You know, it just goes fucking psycho mode and fucking it becomes a weapon. Starts stabbing the guy with his fucking head or something.
That's how we fucking protect schools. We build just a bunch of robots and docks and shit in the hallway.
That's how you get museums and architecture from that.
Them kids wouldn't even think about slapping each other, let alone some dumbass gunman come in.
Nope, having a crazy AI robot dog in your face as soon as you start bullying a kid. Be a nice learning environment and shit. It'd be so sad for our species though if it turned out like that. Like, just the aptitudes just went off the fucking chart. Like, everybody got happier and shit. Like Skynet took over and like they did it. They made the monkey better. Can you imagine that? Like, how come we don't have a movie like that? Why do the robots always gotta like go rogue and try to kill us?
Yeah,
why don't they just go rogue and cuck us?
Yeah.
Just fucking march us around and make us behave, you know? Just free all the prisoners and shit, but they just latch onto their own personal fucking robot. Teach them how to be a good monkey and shit.
The prisoners get released at sea and they'll come back.
It'd be funny, dude. That'd be cool if the cops do get that, like, where it's like an exoskeleton. The cop wears like an exoskeleton. And it helps the cop like
RoboCop?
Kind of, well, more exoskeleton-y. Much more exoskeleton.
Well, yeah, I mean, RoboCop was technically largely a fucking robot, right? But but if that silver suit of his was like, if he was a real dude inside there and that silver suit was just the exoskeleton thing.
Well, I'm thinking like just like an assistant, but like mostly just like a cage. Because like what you would do, like if you're the cop, you would chase down the perp and you would use your suit to help chase him down, but then you would like tackle him and then your suit would transfer to him, right?
Oh, like lock him up.
Yeah, now he's fucking.
And now the suit is making him walk his own ass to jail.
Yeah, exactly. He's all fighting and shit, but it's like a robot, so it's like, ha ha ha.
That's kind of where they fucked up with RoboCop, dude. Like, he wasn't very agile at all. His movements were all fucking hyper robotic and shit.
Yeah.
He could aim like a motherfucker, though.
See, that's the problem, man. When they start releasing like robot cops and shit. Well, I mean, it's a problem for like the criminals, I guess. You just send them in, not giving a fuck, dude. They just kick that door in and just. Yeah, I mean, assuming that the guys don't have like hostages and shit.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
you want
imagine.
robots making any kind of moral decision.
That's the thing. Like the robots don't need weapons, man. They could just punch you in your face, you know, and then you're just kind of fucked, dude. Like, go ahead, shoot them. You're just gonna kind of fuck them up. They're a robot. They'll just go get repaired.
That's what we were talking about that too. Like, imagine trying to punch a fucking robot, dude. What the fuck?
That's why in the movies it's like, dude, you can't fight a fucking robot, dude. Like, if it punches you and you like go across the room, dude, your shit is caved in. Its metal arm has like cleaved half into your head. You're fucked.
Yeah, it can titrate that power. Like titrate that to whatever the fuck it wants. Like if it wanted to if it wanted to go all out and cave your fucking chest in, it could do that. But then if it wanted to just like, I'm gonna knock the wind out of you every fucking time, it could do that too, you know?
Yeah, all like fast and shit too, because it sees at robot speed. It'd be ridiculous, man. They don't need guns, dude. They just need to be badass fucking ninjas and shit. And really don't even need to be badass ninjas, because, I mean, they could, like I said, they could just fucking hit you. They could just grab your shit. And now what? You're not doing shit. It's a robot. It's got pistons.
I'm telling you,
Gotta use the primate brain.
You fucking put. I don't. You ain't running for it. You put that dog, that goddamn MIT dog. I saw that Black Mirror episode. That scared the piss out of me. That's like right there. You get 10,000 of them motherfuckers, and unleash them on a state. Just 10 grand. Just 10,000 of them. Like you're fucked,
dude.
You're fucked.
You know what I see in the future, man? Like cops being able to release like a big blimp kind of deal. Like say like there's a city rioting, right? And the cop can like release this like big balloon deal that it just like busts open and like hundreds of little tiny, like what do they call them? Ornithopters or whatever?
Oh, they say like,
those little like dragon, just little fly bots, man. Just little fly bots.
Oh, little fly drone things. They do the fucking shows with them.
Yeah. And it, you know, it's just AI. You just carpet bomb the whole crowd, right? But you're not hurt. Like you're not carpet bombing. You're just these little fucking gnats, just like a little tranquilizing dart, or like a chemical agent, or just a tracking device. Like you get put in a tracking device, or something. You know, whatever weapon they decide to use, whether knock you out, whatever, right? But
just shooting everybody in the ass with a tranquilizer.
But yeah, just AI, and then the AI, just one drone per dude. It shoots out 100 of them. There's like 100 incapacitated, people. That's it. That's the future of like riots. They already have, I don't know if it's like still concept or whatever, but it was old. It's been around a long time. Little mini drones that could shoot basically one like 9mm round. I'd say this is one 9mm round. Carpet bomb with those, like whole fucking armies and shit, dude. It's like a smart carpet bomb where it breaks open into the individual ones and then they just swarm. And they're just 9mm rounds, dude. They just fucking come up on your pow, just go off, dude.
They're already doing shit like that with warfare, right? Like they've got fucking. Doesn't China have fucking drone ships? Like where the whole goddamn ship is full of a bunch of fucking drones.
Shit, probably. I know we do. We got a bunch of drones. We use drones too.
I thought I heard China has a bunch of those, and that was one of the biggest, like, scary shits with our police. These goddamn. Don't you talk, you Russian. You goddamn.
I think Ukraine's got the best version right now.
What they got?
They've got semi-autonomous drones that go over water.
Well, I thought the goddamn Chinese had the ships where like thousands of these fuckers would come out and they just swarm entire fleets of ships and shit and start.
Yeah, see,
fucking
dude, that is
small
so much
goddamn-
worse than
I
a
haven't-
nuclear
I-
weapon, dude.
I haven't heard that have happened yet, though.
No,
It
no,
seems
no.
to be the
I don't
Ukrainians that are
think they have 'em.
swarming people with drones.
Dude, we cannot let them
Swarming
get
ships
that
with
weapon.
drones.
No, I'm gonna fucking look it up and show you guys. It's fucking a real thing. I swear.
I hope we have like 3 of them by now, dude. Jesus, dude, there better not be.
In Miami, they have the patrol dogs. Yeah. So they have those. It's pretty crazy.
What I do know is that new generation fighter. Have you guys heard about its capabilities? Like, I don't really know how good it is these days because just how air warfare has changed, you know, but these fucking things, man, they have their own like drone wingmen. They're like full-size jets, fighter jets, that fly in tandem with the main pilot. And they have missiles and shit on them. They're like fully autonomous, I guess. Like, they're linked, so he has like full battle control over them, but he can like skid them, and they'll go do their thing. Like, they'll go do it. He doesn't, you know, it's like fully autonomous at that point, kind of deal. They'll even kamikaze, dude. They're that nasty. They're intended for that. They'll just go kamikaze some shit.
That would probably be a waste because U.S. doesn't fight war where they have to sacrifice their jets.
Well, I mean, it's just air superiority. We're trying to maintain
Yes.
air superiority with this technology.
The best thing I can think, they're for surveillance, scouting, or carrying extra payload.
I would say delivering nuclear payloads.
Yeah, I agree. So if you're a fighter jet, you want to be nimble and maneuverable. And if a wingman is following you with a nuke, it's probably better you protect it than the wingman protecting you. I can see a scenario where you're protecting the AI wingman as a human.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not a dog fighter. I don't know avionics.
I guess it just depends on what it's used for at that particular scenario or mission. But you make some great points. Like, it can be used as a wingman, which is disposable or which can do a job that a human cannot.
Well,
do.
that's what they're called. Hold on, let me look up the name of this plane.
Yeah, look at that shit inside chat real quick. It's like a minute-long video.
It can probably also pull off evasive maneuvers that a human cannot because of the G-force limitations.
It's the FQ-42. Look up
looks
the
like-
FQ-42.
There's one that I seen them test flying down around where I live, and it looks like a miniature stealth bomber.
Stealth bomber?
No, it looks like a miniature stealth bomber.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that would logically work if you use it as a wingman and you have a main plane that it goes with. You would not need a full-size bomber because all the equipment can be used as in the, what do you call that, a web or in the network.
Hey, did you nerds look at that goddamn video or not? That's fucking sweet as shit.
Yeah, and non-manned or non-in-person freaking carrier full of drones and shit.
China has just made a bold move in the
So,
South China Sea.
Well, I don't know if the
Dangerous
carrier is
step.
non-manned, but the drones certainly are.
What if you took this web
The new Type
and put it all around the world?
Sichuan has entered
Skynet?
advanced sea trials, and it's unlike
I think the connections of these planes, unmanned and manned, is basically to share intel or communicate where they're going. So if the lead plane were to change, the AI knows where to go, where to follow, and if there was a change in mission objective, right? And also, if the AI plane were to see something, or if it's going ahead of the person, it can tell it, oh, there's a threat ahead of it. Or planes can mark threats in real time and track them and share it with each other.
It's like wide broadcasting all across the world. A wide
Oh, I never
web.
thought about it that way. I guess it could also be connected with satellites and share it with chain of command and all around the world too. Yeah, they probably do
Yeah.
that. They probably already do that.
Yeah, World Wide Web.
Yeah. I doubt they use the World Wide Web public network, but they probably have their military satellites or something. Or there's probably network that runs in parallel to the World Wide Web. So just in case they have to fall back, they can still stay connected, right?
Well, they have their own hard line. They have the wired connection that connects most governments.
Yeah, I don't think this is very what's that word? Intuitive? Bro, I can't pronounce that word.
Intuitive?
It's I'm just gonna use innovative. This is not very innovative or new. I think this they saw all these AI ideas coming up. They decided to make a robot wingman. And that's it. I think it can be improved a lot. I bet they're gonna find out different ways of warfighting that we haven't even thought about right now.
Well,
No, I've already thought about all of them.
Like with all this tech, no men should die in war at this point.
I mean, you eventually will run out of drones if you're fighting a war.
No, you just
No,
put men in
I
the-
won't. I'm gonna.
Not if we build
I'm
ground
gonna,
robots with like big laser beams and shit on them,
Exactly.
flamethrowers and whatnot.
I will never run out of drones.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like that. The amount of drones we could produce is the same as like the garbage we produce. It's absurd.
That would be a great stalemate, in my opinion. I guess it is already playing out with Russia versus Ukraine. They're both using drones, but who are you going to kill with drones if both sides have drones?
Dude, I think we should just go ahead and do it and make kaijus, man.
Drone killing drones. That's the next step.
What are you going to capture with drones? Okay, I captured this territory and now the drone is holding it together. The drone lives there. It's his hometown now. The drone town.
I don't understand.
No, imagine, right? You capture territory, but it's not humans that are doing it. So you park the drone there, and then eventually, how do we keep the drone there for a longer time? Oh, we're going to give the drone a solar panel so it can recharge itself.
No, we would go there and plant flags. Why would we just leave the drone there?
Yeah, but then who's holding that territory? Nobody.
Breed monkeys and put them there.
We have American monkeys living there.
Yeah, why not? That's what we do. We go and plant flags and take over, right?
We send some bald eagles to live there, and then we protect them with drones.
That's what the drones only get like the territory for you.
Yeah.
It's only like a quarter of the battle here.
Yeah. I agree with you. I guess if you're fighting a war with drones, you should intend to finish the war, because if you don't, you just wasted resources.
You gave your enemy a bunch of fucked up drones.
Yeah, and the war ends and they can go scavenge hunting for drone parts. It'll be the next business boom in Ukraine. When the war ends, we'll go scavenging for war parts.
No, that's what the ground robots do. They go collect up all the stuff. And then build one big, like, super robot.
It's like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They all come together.
No, it's more like Transformers. The Power Rangers like have to hop in the suit and control the suit, and these things are just gonna be robots on their own, no humans.
All right, you're getting ridiculous
What is your
now.
guys' opinion on Ukraine versus Russia? I think it's an
what's
absurd
your
war.
opinion on What's your opinion on the God thing?
Yeah, can you prove God exists?
I used to debate on the other side. I didn't think it was provable that God exists. But
I don't care about what you used to do. What do you do
I'm
now?
on the other side now because I think there is more than enough evidence for a creator.
Okay.
Mostly, the biggest evidence that inclines towards there being a creator is that everything needs something to sustain itself. We
Well,
haven't
that doesn't
found.
follow.
No, hold on. Let me explain. We haven't found a molecule or an energy that and where we can stop and say, oh, this doesn't
Yeah, but that
have
doesn't follow.
something that it is contingent upon. So right now, I put my money on there being a contingency,
Yeah,
which
but that
I name
doesn't
God.
follow.
Why doesn't it follow? Do you know the most
Because it doesn't
minuscule
follow.
or the most smallest part of the creation, a molecule or an energy that
No, I'm
everything
saying your
relies on?
statement doesn't follow.
Why doesn't it follow?
Because what is it following?
What do you mean? I'm following the chain of creation and trying to get to the smallest
But
constituent
your
part
statement
of it,
isn't
which we don't
following
know.
anything.
What are you talking about?
Your statement should be pertaining to the state of affairs, but there is no state of affairs that you're appealing to. So it doesn't
No, I'm
follow.
appealing to that we're able to find more and more things that support each
Yeah,
other.
that
to
doesn't
sustain
follow.
itself. So one could make a
Wait a
conclusion or
second.
estimation. It is more likely that
Hold
the evidence we
on.
do have.
Yeah, but that doesn't follow.
Those don't seem to be relevant. Those seem to be
You're
unrelated.
not even
Like
contradicting my statement at this
a
point.
chain of creation versus like how precise you're describing what you're looking at. These
A
are two
chain of
different
creation.
subjects.
A chain of creation, in my definition of God, would not contradict God not existing. It also depends on, I guess, your definition of God.
No. Your citation seems to be irrelevant to the case you're making.
Yeah, it
No, I'm
doesn't
making-
follow.
I guess we're not able to communicate here properly.
Dude, like, can I give you an example of how to follow?
I don't think you're able
Alright,
to understand
okay.
me. I tried it many different ways.
Can I give you an example, maybe?
Go ahead. We can have this conversation, but you don't want to for some reason.
So imagine that, for the hypothetical, say it's true, that there's like a small round blue thing, okay? Let's just say there is a small round blue thing.
Okay.
Now, when you and I, we're holding hands, we're walking through a park, and we come upon a hill, over the hill, we see a small round blue thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we calling it a small round blue thing? Like, does it follow the statement when I say, hey, look at that small round blue thing? That follows the condition of there being a small round blue thing. So the statement, small round blue thing, follows the state of affairs of there being a small round blue thing.
Oh, I agree with you. True. That's why I said it also depends on your definition of God.
Well, no,
You
what
can't
I'm
find
saying right
something
now is
unless you
every
define
claim
it.
you've made thus far doesn't follow from the thing you haven't indicated. The state of affairs? You haven't indicated anything. So everything you're saying about it doesn't follow from the thing you have yet to indicate. Because as in real time, when you're saying all these things about God, I should be able to kind of look at God and make sure that what you're saying is true.
I'm agreeing with you. I agreed with the point you made. So I'm going to clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I should have brought up my definition of God before I made my point.
No, you
My
need the
definition-
observation first, because the definition is going to be affirmed by the observation. When you say it's small, I'm going to look over at it and go, yeah, it's small. When you say it's round, I'm going to look back over at it again and say, yep, it's round. And when you say it's blue, I'm going to look back over at it and see that it's blue.
So you're saying that the answer comes before the question?
No, I'm saying your statement, that small round blue thing, is an appeal to the state of affairs. So the state of affairs must be apparent in order to justify the statement to follow. It's a small round blue thing. You want to just go like this. You want to just say, hey, I'm defining it as a small round blue thing. And I'm saying that's fine, but what are you defining? You're not actually defining anything. You're just giving me this disconnected from reality definition proposition of a small round blue thing. But that doesn't follow from the state of affairs. So it's a non sequitur, because we are questioning the state of affairs here. We're questioning your representation of the state of affairs. You just want us to believe it's a small round blue thing, right? Why are you saying it's a small round blue thing? What are you appealing to?
I understand. That's why I was clarifying. So you don't know the reason I brought that up because you don't know. I think we have different definitions of God. If you want to share your definition of God, go ahead.
I don't God.
You don't have a definition of God.
Well, no, I have a definition, but it's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess. I agree. That might be true. I guess the bigger question is that what is God that we're looking for? Are we looking for a person here? Or are we looking for a creator
I would say
being,
before I
or a
even
particle?
know what God is whatever God is. And the only way I'll ever know what God is by having some experience acting as a bridge, right? From the way it is and an understanding of the way it is. I need a bridge between those two things, and that's where my experience is going to play. I'm going to have some interaction with the ontology, and then I'm going to convey that interaction epistemologically. But I'm presenting it epistemologically for critique, for my peers to look at. So when I say it's a small round blue thing, what I want them to do is look at it, right? Look at it first. Don't just read what I said. Look at the thing first. What do you see, right? Because hopefully I could write down it's a small round blue thing on a card you didn't see, and I could say, hey, look at it, describe it, and write it down on a sheet of paper. Right?
I actually am agreeing with many of the statements we make. So the last statement you make, I agree with that too. I don't think in the scientific way of proving things like a physicist would do it or a scientist would do it with a lot of data. I don't think anybody has proven God in that
Well, but we're
regard.
not doing that. All we're doing is making a simple observation so that our statements have justification. Because the statement, it's small, round, and blue is equally as invalid as, or as valid as its negation. Like if I say it's a large, square, and purple, that statement is equally likely if we're describing an unknown object. We don't know what it is. So if we say it's small, round, and blue, that's just as likely as big, square, and purple. So it's negation of, say we say it's blue. Its negation of not blue is equally likely. So they're both not true. It's not true that it's blue because it doesn't follow. And it's not true that it's not blue. That doesn't follow either. So it's both not true that it's blue and not blue at the same time. Both of them carry the same parameter. This is a contradiction. Every statement you make about a thing absent the experience, which the nature, let me clarify. Every claim you make about the nature of an object, absent the experience, is going to be a non sequitur because you don't have that inferential bridge, that experience that says, here's the ontology and this is how I'm representing.
So if my definition of God would be that anything that there is and anything that sustains or anything that is built upon those things all together as a chain is God, you would not agree with it. You would
I would just say its negation is equally likely.
No, hold on. You are saying is that you want something separate from your being and what is sustained as what we have found to sustain this creation. You want something separate from that to be God.
I'm not saying any of that shit.
But the thing that sustains the creation to be, but that is my argument.
I didn't say any of that shit, dude. What are you talking about?
No, that is what I said, and you said it doesn't follow.
All I'm saying, absent an experience, a claim about some ontology is a non sequitur.
That's why I said it depends on your definition of God. If I have a definition of God,
no, it doesn't actually. This is a logic. This is a statement about logic itself. This isn't like about content. We're not dealing with the content here. We're saying it's about object X, right? Unknown object X. This is going to apply to God and dogs.
How did I contradict your this opinion?
Well, you're misrepresenting my assertions. What I'm actually trying to put forward. What I'm trying to put forward is that any assertion about the nature of a thing, absent the experience of the thing, is going to be a non sequitur. Because that experience is the only non-arbitrary thing that we could talk about. The experience itself is arbitrary in the sense that you're experiencing something. It becomes non-arbitrary when it's an interrelated experience where I'm experiencing it too, right? I can affirm or deny your experience in that manner. But if you're just looking at something and you're just having a personal internal experience, like the way it makes you feel, well, I can't address that. But I can address whether it's got 3 legs or 2, if it's round or square. That's a shared interrelated experience.
No, we're talking empirically.
No, I'm just talking about an experience at this point. This isn't empiricism. Empiricism is based upon experience, but I'm only appealing to experience. You need some kind of experience.
We're getting off topic now. So I guess the disagreement we're having is that what I believe is that you need to define God first before you start looking for him. You're saying no, you should be able to see
because
it.
that's post hoc.
You're saying is you need to see something before you can even start to question.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want a post hoc reasoning like you're talking about, right?
Yeah, so I disagree with you on that. I think you.
So
can
you think
ask
post
the
hoc
question
reasoning is fine?
and then look for a solution for the problem. I think it's fully
Dude, that's
justifiable.
post hoc reasoning, dude. How do you? What's your confirmation bias levels and shit like that?
So
Dude, come on.
if I'm inside my room and I say, "Oh, the sky today is red," right? I ask that question, but the sky usually is blue. But I go outside and it turns out it's 6 p.m. and the sun is setting and the clouds are in just the right position and the moisture in the sky is just in the right amount that everything looks red. I'm like, the question I asked is it red outside is true. That statement was true, that it is
From your
indeed red
vantage.
outside.
From your
From my
vantage.
point. No, and then if I took you out after asking the question, I'm like, see, I was right.
From your
sky is
vantage,
red
what's the
indeed.
problem? Do you think I'm trying to argue that you can't be right about the color of the sky or something?
No, so I am saying it is perfectly okay to ask a question and then confirm the truth, as it is okay to
We're
see
not
something
doing
and then
that,
ask
jackass.
additional
We're not
questions.
doing that. That's a category error. You're taking information you already know to be true about the color spectrum of the sky. We don't know that it's true that your God thing exists and there is any logical entailment from it. You're baking that into the
I agree
fucking
with
dude.
you on
Let's
that.
go back. I don't give a shit about the fucking weather. I didn't ask you about colors of sky. We asked you about manifestation, right? Does your God manifest?
I'm agreeing with the statements you're making. So the only way I can try to prove this if I know what God what definition of God you have. You're saying God isn't real. So if I tried to prove it in
Well,
physical
no, the
terms,
room,
scientific
hold
terms, you're
on.
like, oh no,
Hold on.
that's
Don't
not God.
conflate. I'm not saying God isn't real. The room's title is God ain't real. What I'm saying is that you can't prove the existence of the thing you're referring to as God.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right about that. True.
Right, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
No, on that point, you're right. Nothing you can
Yeah,
find
that's
an
my
angelic
point.
being that claims to be the creator of the world and do everything that you ask it
Yeah,
to do
but
in
you
this
can't
world.
prove it
You
exists,
still
dude.
can't
So
really
what does
prove it.
anybody care? This is your
No, you still can't
imagination.
prove it.
It's
You
your
can still say that
imagination.
somebody made you.
But it's your imagination, though.
Not really imagination. I think
Bro,
realizing that there is contingencies on many particles we have found in
You
nature.
just
that
conceded,
scientists
bro.
have found it's just observation. It's not my
Bro, you
imagination.
just conceded. The only evidence that you have put
The
forward
only
here, which,
I
hang on.
conceded in saying that we're talking about two different things.
Hey, Neo, listen to the whole criticism. The only information you've put forward, and I'm being fair and accepting it, is your imagination. Don't think that's an insult. That's not an insult. That's just saying you have put forward, hang on. That is to say that you have put forward concepts. But I am not asking you for concepts. I'm asking for the concept builder, the thing.
Yeah, I told you, in my opinion, that is God. You said, no, you don't accept that to be God.
No, I'm asking you for it. I'm not asking you to make word appeals to it. I'm saying absent it, then there's no way for me to affirm or deny your claims. They're all non sequiturs.
Okay, I've made it clarify. I could be wrong and right, but that is I'm conveying it to you again. But the opinion
Well, actually,
I hold
you
is that
can't be wrong or right. That's exactly
over
my
all
argument.
Contingencies is God.
No, I'm
Anything that is
saying your
contingent on
statements
something
are
and the chain goes
non-propositional,
forever.
brother. Your statements are
talking about?
non-propositional.
I'm giving you the definition of God.
But
I'm
your
giving
statements
you
are
why that seems to be true
non-propositional.
with the data I have.
But they're non-propositional.
Okay, so you're telling me I'm wrong because they're non-propositional.
No,
Right.
I'm saying your statements are non-propositional. Quit putting words in my mouth.
non-proposition. I'm giving you this proposition. If this
That's
is
not
what
a
I believe in,
proposition. A
you can
proposition.
deny
Listen,
it. You said,
Neo,
no, I disagree with that.
Neo. A proposition is a statement that is subject to being right or wrong. Since all of your statements about God are mere non sequiturs, I do not have the information necessary to build a proposition.
Doesn't have to be right or wrong. What are you
yes,
talking
it
about?
does. That's what a proposition is. It's something that is truth apt. So it's either right or wrong. I'm sorry you don't know that about propositions, but a proposition is a statement that is either true or false. It's capable of being one of those two things. It's determinable, right? It's not just some vapid noise coming out of your mouth.
I don't think we're communicating here. I think you're disagreeing because you're trying to win the debate and find the truth.
No, I'm trying to unfuck your brain and get you to realize that you've been gaslit your whole life.
No, I realized that a while ago, but I made an attempt to make you sane, but I think I was not capable.
Yeah, but you're
of that.
gaslit, bro.
No, I realize that that's what you're doing, but I'm
no,
not gonna.
No. I'm not gaslighting you. You were gaslit. I'm trying to ungaslight you.
Sure. I mean, that was not the feeling I got from your questioning or your answer.
Well, I don't know why. I'm trying to show you that you lack foundation.
I mean, okay. You don't realize that you might not be 100% accurate on certain things you made. When I question that's what not a proposition means, you defended it so harshly without even giving it a second. Oh, maybe
Bro,
I
because
could be
that's
wrong on
what
that.
a proposition is.
But you're incorrect.
It's a truth apt statement,
opening
bro.
a dictionary would tell you. I am okay if you told me that, oh, your understanding of this world is incorrect. I'm like, oh, maybe this guy is right. Maybe I'll double check
Bro,
it.
you could look it up. That's what a proposition is.
I did, but it's a very simple.
What did it say?
Word. It has many meanings. So
what does it say?
You're relating it to truth has
it's a statement offered for acceptance. It is related to truth directly.
Yeah.
Speaking.
It's not related to truth. It only had to acceptance or denial. It has nothing to do with truth.
Accept it as true or false.
Right. And what did I tell you, Neo? I said.
That's not.
I said.
You can Google it right now,
listen,
guys. I'm not going to go into something that is not even correct.
Oh my God, Neo. Listen, I said to you, you're misrepresenting my point here. I said to you, since it's the case that your statements are non sequiturs, I cannot determine the truth value of your statements. Thus, they are non-propositional. There's no way to determine if your statements are true or false.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the definition of proposition. A proposition is that you accept or deny it.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with
I can't do that task. I cannot do that task because you have not provided the necessary information for me to determine the truth value of the claim because it is currently non-propositional. You have to make it propositional in my brain so that I can evaluate its truth value.
We're not
Neo,
capable
not
of
done.
sticking
Listen,
to a
you got to
topic.
listen.
No, you're not capable of sticking to a topic.
Okay, fuck you. Fuck you then. If you're not going to listen, fuck you. Fucking retard.
That was like 5,000% the topic.
He's just a fucking knuckle dragger, knew the fucking pit he dug and that I was just burying him in it. Mad at me about it. Fuck you, dude. I was trying to help you. Fucking idiot. I don't understand how he didn't get that. It's like if your interlocutor is telling you that they're unable to evaluate the truth, then you have to be able to like rectify. Show me how to make the assessment. And I told him that the way that I'm familiar with to be able to make that assessment is by observation of the thing. You're making a claim based on an observation, so I must be able to confirm that. And since I can't do that, there's no truth value. It's just your opinion. Your opinion to me is not in its form propositional, but it can be made. Like if I know your opinion about something, I can formulate propositions about that. I can be like, well, if I do this, it's going to piss him off. We do the thing, it makes you mad. It's like, there you go. There's the proposition was true. But if you say, hey, the thing is equally likely to be red or blue, and then you say it's blue, I don't know how to evaluate. Look, I understand the words. I understand the conviction. I understand the assertion and the conclusion. But it's just not propositional because there's no way for me to evaluate the truth. And I don't understand why this is a controversial statement for anybody. Everybody should be able to say, yeah, this is not being presented in that form. At best, it's his opinion. And is his opinion truth apt? As long as he's consistent. But from my vantage, that's not a metric of truth. That's just a metric of opinion. And I can have a truth value of whether the person does or doesn't hold an opinion. But what is the controversy here? How is a statement that is a non sequitur truth apt?
I think you're assuming way too much of their like mental capacity in this regard. I don't think they remembered their own argument, much less remembered more than 20 words into yours.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know, man. Try to help them.
You can't think stupid.
Yeah, I guess so. That's ego, though. There's no way he didn't understand that. He didn't see the fucking logic trap he built for himself. You know? I'm saying it. I didn't put you in it, dude. Your culture put you in it. I'm just saying you're in it. That's all I'm saying, dude. You're in it. Here's a rope. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna tie it off on some. I'm out of here, though. It's just, man, fucking humans, dude. They're all the fucking same to me, dude. All you humans, man. You look alike, you smell alike, sound alike. Fucking
Eleanor Rigby?
with your big bulbous fucking heads. Huh?
Do you like them dainty?
Do I what?
You like your heads dainty?
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird, you know, our heads. They're a little misshaped, dude. They look balanced out in adulthood, but they're so bulbous. But then have you ever seen like a little headed person? They even look weirder. Like, what's that movie?
Yeah, and then the ears are so
Men
big.
in Black. Like, remember Men in Black when he blew the dude's head off and it had to grow back, dude? It's like, creeped me out. The little tiny head. Beetlejuice had it too. In the afterlife, the little guy with the sandbags, whatever, the little shrunken head man.
Shit, I don't remember that scene.
That's when they first got the afterlife, and they were in the reception office or whatever to file a complaint or something. And he's sitting.
Did you watch that new one?
No, I didn't see the new one.
I don't watch that new one either.
I might watch the new one. I'm just talking about the old one, the original. He was just a guy sitting in a room, and Beetlejuice fucked with him, and the dude shrunk his head, shrunk Beetlejuice's head. Fuck, dude. It sucks the judge like kicked it out so far, man. September. Holy shit, that's forever away. You know how many conspiracy theories are going to develop in that amount of time? Holy shit, it rained like a motherfucker. It flash flood warnings and everything.
Like locally?
Yeah, I got like warnings and shit on the phone. It's pretty flooded out there, but like normally flooded from a heavy rain. It's not like it's crazy. There's like big ass puddles and shit.
You say it's raining where you're at?
It was, yeah.
Make a little mud cake.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go out. It's pretty muddy right now. You gotta wait for that shit to harden.
Yeah, there's a tropical thing just floating out there in the Gulf of Mexico. They think it's going to Houston, actually.
Damn.
Hello?
All right, prove it.
What?
Said I'm ready. Let's go. You ready?
I just came in, bro. I don't know what can you tell me what I should be wary about just before we go at it, just not to get any, confrontation or any
Yeah, you're
misunderstanding?
clearly not ready.
Well, yeah, I guess not. Shit. I mean, I think you're talking about the title of the VC, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's real, but I don't know. I don't know if my arguments are gonna be enough for you as a proof,
So you're
So
saying you can't prove it?
I mean, I'm saying there's a high percentage of like belief, because there's stuff in the past, and I can give you like some historic event, and you can have two historians, and one is gonna say that he agrees with me, the other one is gonna say, nah, I
No,
don't
I'm
think that
asking
shit
if you can prove the existence of a God thing, not talk about historians.
of like a god, like an actual god. I mean, like I have some arguments. I can give them to you, and I don't know if you're gonna get convinced. Like as long as you're open minded,
Do you think arguments prove things exist, or do you think things exist and we can build arguments that prove they do?
I think arguments can, like a lot of arguments can play a factor in proving.
Yeah, but do you think it's one way or the other?
What do you mean? It's not black and white. It's like gray.
No, I'm saying here. Listen to the whole question. I'm saying, do you think arguments can make things exist, or do you think things exist and we can make arguments?
Oh, things exist, and we can make arguments for them for sure. Absolutely.
Right. So right now, I'm just asking, can you prove it exists?
We can make arguments for its existence, like you said.
No, it would have to first exist for us to do that.
Oh shit! So here's like, oh my, this is like a paradox. So you're saying God isn't real, right? And I'm saying,
no,
God
I'm not
already
saying
exists.
that. I'm not. The room is saying that. I'm not saying that.
Well, what do you say? I'm just out of curiosity.
I'm saying you can't prove it. That would be what my position is that you can't prove
it. So you believe in a God? Oh shit.
Well, there have been things that people have asserted that exist, and they have labeled that thing God. I don't know if that thing is God though, but sometimes gods exist and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I feel you. Like some dude told me about DMT and shit, and he was like, he saw these fucking creatures in another dimension. He's like, oh, that's God,
Well, that would be one that doesn't exist. One that does exist would just be like the sun, Earth would be a god.
So what's your God if it exists?
I don't that's have a question.
Yeah,
Is that your
you don't have a God?
Hey, that
I don't
guy.
God.
You want to present a thing?
What? What do you say?
You want to start presenting your case?
Yeah, like
my
prove.
case? I
Can
mean,
you?
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
we're
trying
still
to,
there. Can you prove a God?
I mean, I'm not. As I said, I'm not like. I don't want to engage in debate because I'm like a civil person.
I'm
like,
not
I don't wanna
asking
get...
for a debate at this point. I'm just asking you prove one exists.
I mean, like I said, I can give you arguments, and you can be open-minded to listen to them.
Present a case. Go ahead.
I mean, like for instance, I can tell you, hey, our creation is so complex and shit. Like, there must be a designer. That's one of the arguments for me.
That's
like,
begging the question.
Why? Why must there?
Well, we're pretty complex. We're so fucking well designed. We're the apex predator on planet fucking Earth. Holy shit, we're so fucking amazing. Goddamn.
So what?
What? So
how does that get you to must be designer?
Well, because we are so perfectly designed. Because if there wasn't a God, maybe you would have our eyes up our assholes or some shit. We'd be ugly as shit.
How are we? How did you come to the conclusion that we're perfectly designed?
Well. Here's how I was thinking, and you can make your own conclusion. But here's how I'm thinking: like, if you take a piece of paper and you just try to like cut it in half with your own hands, the probabilities of getting that piece of paper exactly symmetrical, pretty fucking low if you ask me. Goddamn. So if you tell me, oh shit, we just came up randomly from some fucking cell on planet Earth, I'll be like, whoa, motherfucker, are you retarded? Like the probabilities of us being this perfect
Wait,
are
what?
so fucking slim.
So because you're not good at cutting paper,
I mean, you just took that shit way too literally.
therefore
That was a
perfect
figurative example.
design?
I mean, that was a figurative example. You can't take the example literally, you know?
Well, I'm asking you the perfect design part. I'm not asking about the other part right now.
Yeah, like many arguments of our existence are from like evolution and shit. I'm saying it can be like we would be like fucking ugly ass creatures if it was up to luck.
What question do you think I'm asking you? Why are you answering questions that
I
nobody's
mean,
asking?
look, I can't enter your brain and see what exactly you're trying to mean unless you can
Well,
actually articulate your thoughts.
I'm specifically trying to address words that you said.
No, well,
Like
I think you
I'm
just have a
trying to
problem with.
I'm trying to understand the words that you said, and then you're not providing clarity.
Well, maybe it's not clear for you because you didn't just understand. Maybe it's like you're
No, it
in
feels
your
like it's not
actions.
clear for me because you're not listening to what I'm asking you.
I'm definitely listening, but you're just not
Right,
listening to
what
my
am I
answer.
asking you?
Well, you just said you just took my example as literature, and you said, "Whoa." So
What clarity am I looking for?
you're making vague questions. Go ahead, ask a question.
I'm literally asking you what you mean by perfect design and how we determine this.
Perfect design? Like take just our organs, bro. Like our liver, our fucking heart, our eyes, our skin, our fucking cells. To me, they're perfect. Like I'm a doctor, you know. So
And how did you determine this?
how do I
Wait, hold
determine
on.
that?
Hold whoa. You said I'm a doctor.
Yeah, I'm a doctor.
If the human body was perfect, why would you have a
I got
fucking job?
diseases. Yeah, so you saying
Yeah, but
no,
we're
I get
perfect.
this.
Why would we get diseases? We're perfect.
Yeah, I get no. I get this argument a lot.
Bro,
Look,
you're
dude,
arguing yourself out of a fucking job here, man.
like I said, I'm not trying to have a debate. I'm just giving you my ideas.
Yeah, when I'm giving you mine, and it's that yours is dumb if you think that a doctor lives in a world where the human body is perfect.
Well, if you think
Frogs
my ideas are
regrow
dumb,
their arms, right?
well,
Does that mean that they're more perfect than we are?
Mogi, let me just answer anti because he just said something. If you think my ideas are dumb, I'm just gonna end the conversation here because
you're not understanding what I'm saying, dude.
No, but you're being aggressive. Like I'm not trying to have a fight.
Well,
man.
I don't
I'm
know
just
what to
trying
tell
have a
you, man. I'm an
conversation.
aggressive dude. It's just how I am.
Well, yeah. I just don't want to like get into
All right,
like a fight. And shit.
Why are you personally offended by like someone criticizing your ideas or not criticizing?
He did not
who
criticize my ideas. He just said your ideas are dumb. Literally, that's
because you got to think about it. What is an endocrinologist?
It's not an assault on your character. It's an assault on your ideas.
Yeah, what is a podiatrist? Like, why do podiatrists exist?
Why are you taking it so personally? Are you so invested? Are you so invested in your property so much that you can't just seek the truth and discard the things that don't match that?
I'm trying to seek the truth.
That's a point. That's an issue of ego. It sounds like.
I'm not having an ego. You're just not letting me speak.
All right. So, are you willing to discard those concepts?
Are you willing to let me speak for a
pursuit of the
second?
truth?
Yeah, we're listening to you, dude.
But that guy, you weren't listening to what I was asking for. You weren't listening to me.
Ogie, I just got interrupted.
Why do you want? Why are you asking for that which you can't provide? That. Well, no. The problem is that guy is that you're not. You're not.
Bro, this is not a lecture. You're not gonna lecture me. This is a conversation. So if you.
Well, the problem is that you're asking for a level of respect that you're not providing yourself. And that is that level of hypocrisy to me is personally insulting. I don't know. It's like a behavior that I'm not interested in.
Yeah, look, he's throwing a temper tantrum. Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Baby throwing a temper tantrum. Dude, I don't know why the fucking doctor would ever argue that the human body is perfect. That just makes no fucking sense at all.
No, it really doesn't.
That's like once we invent cars that are like perpetual motion machines, we don't really need mechanics per se anymore. Like, I guess you would need them to build them, but like once the thing's running, it's going.